suffer no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night no be tea. It's once again everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be Mugu, I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, we be Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, they can't bring ya. You will be Mugu, I be the master. When you go play one, they will say that you style. When countryman do you go, they know the shots. All I kill I die. Whatever you go back is greedy. I say I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my miracle, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you must pay me some more money than I bring up.
And there it is right there. You be the Mugu and I be the master. So that is the natural order of life. You be the Mugu and I will be your master. Is there anything more in tandem with normalcy than that? I can hear my doorbell going actually, so hopefully somebody gets it. You don't usually get the doorbell going this time. Hopefully it's a delivery and not something that I have to attend to. Um, you be the Mugu and I will be the master. So that's the natural order of life. So good day to you, good to be your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be your company. So we're showing some consistency with this afternoon sessions. It's only good morning to you, DJ. One of these days I'll get this DJ Dodoye, yeah. Dodoye. Just you need to come up and tell me how to pronounce it. But good day to you, DJ. Yeah. So if you're saying good morning, then that tells me already that you're somewhere in America. But good day to you, DJ. So that's DJ right there saying good morning. So you can follow the example of DJ and just exchange pleasantries in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. The protocol remains the same, and there is Hassan right there. Oh, Hassan, stay there. I've got something. Actually, let me just put this up right here. Do you want to see the most handsome man in Nigeria? The most handsome man in Nigeria as it stands at the moment. Not just the most handsome man in Nigeria, but the most intelligent as well. He is that character right there in the comment section, going by the name Wazobia Darkrub. So he has the annoying combination of being both handsome and intelligent. So here he is right there. The guy making that comment in the comment section right there highlighted Wazobia Darkroom. Here he is right here being interviewed by national TV.
Borno State is very lucky to have the governor that we have. When you look at Nigeria generally, what you see is that there isn't much investment in infrastructure, and that is very, very instrumental for development. We're kind of lucky to have the professor, Babagana Omar Zulum. He's an excellent, excellent leader. Who is also a kind of like a role model for me. I have seen Meduguri change from a war zone into a city that is just bustling. More life has been injected into this city, and it's not just the work of one man. Yes, the governor is trying, but I will have to also hail his staff, the people that he is working with. This is somebody who understands competence. And as far as our leaders go, you cannot do everything yourself. What I would love is, of course, I am somebody who is from Borno but likes to travel. So I see what is happening around. You don't have to do it all. What you have to do for our leaders, for any of our leaders that is watching, is to identify the people who are competent and then put them in the positions where they have the ability to apply their technical skills and deliver for the people. My God, this is just one part that NTA is showing. There is so much to show in Maiduguri.
So that's Hassan Abdullahi, who of course anybody that's followed this platform for more than 2 minutes already recognize.
Governor is
You
trying,
know,
but
they've played quite a quick one on us in Borno State actually. So the NTA guy, the interviewer, is meant to interview the just a random man on the street, but they went to headhunt Hassan so that they can put their best foot forward. The most articulate, presentable citizen of that state. They just put him on the street as a random guy. But that's Hassan right there, of course. Every man and boy on this platform, they know him. He goes by the name Wazobia underscore Darkroom on our YouTube and all social media platforms. So I don't even need to tell you to go and visit him. You already, we delight in his just the broadness of his expansiveness. So if you delight in elegant conversations, then just go pay Asan a visit. Wazobia underscore Darkroom. Tell him one man sent you. Leave a comment on his clips, on his videos. Tell him one man sent you. Oh, all right, all that. So back to it. So the protocol does remain the same. Click on the like button just as I invite you to do so. Do so. Click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, please make that correction immediately and right now. To everybody listening, both now and in watch back, if you are not already subscribed, please do. So like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, come via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'm going to post it again. So it's the first line item in the comment section. So if you want to come and exchange ideas, have a debate, have your input in the conversation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, pop onto the studio, and then engage in conversation. So that share the link just as widely as you can and super chat towards the stream. So all those things, like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen, and of course, super chat to us to stream. So all those are the standardized spaces that we invite you to go to. So go to them now. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join me on the screen. Super chat to us to stream. Let's get started now. So now you see now this gentleman on the screen. The next time I speak to him, actually, I owe him an apology. Because I have tried twice to bring this gentleman on the screen, to bring this gentleman, Mr. Fapohunda. I've tried twice to bring him on this platform, and on those two occasions, he has indicated a willingness to come, but at the last minute, I've had to cancel. So when we start presenting guests again, is almost likely to be the first person that will present. That is, if I can persuade him to still look on us with favor, but is a good friend of this platform. So he's now had an outing on Arise TV, and will be interacting with that outing. And the only reason why we are interacting with this outing on Arise TV is really based on the title. Nigeria is not one. Trying to make us one is never going to work. And this is Mr. Fapohunda, Chief Fapohunda, making this bold assertion. So, what is he predicating? How does he justify that bold statement? So, we listen and then we react.
And say this is how Nigeria will be. But this all you are thinking is just for certificate of Nigerian lawyers.
Of the 1999 Constitution.
4 bills properly digested, discussed in the next 1 year before the election.
Before we look at some of the bills, which sound quite interesting, I must say, the 7 proposed amendment bills, each a response to the felt needs and expressed desires of the Nigerian people. They are organized around the central pillars of a modern, functional, and just society. All right, I'm joined now by Akeem Fapohunda, who is a member of the Patriots and secretary of the steering committee of the Eminent Elders Forum. Glad to have you join me on Arise Prime Time.
Thank you very
much.
The
House has made its presentation, bills to consolidate citizens' contributions ahead of legislative voting on the Constitution review. 87 bills broken down, like you said there, into federal, judicial, legislative, fiscal, and LG reforms, inclusive governance, security and policing, devolution of powers, strengthening institutions, citizenship and indigenship, states and local government creation. You were there today. You even wrote a letter to the committee. What was your impression of what transpired there today and the content of your letter?
The hearing today is not inspiring at all. Half of the crowd was rented, women with placards to promote for this women inclusion. Serious-minded people who have ideas to present didn't have the chance to say anything. Okay? They want to amend the Constitution in 87 places with 74 bills. In the next maybe 3 to 6 months. Do we have the capacity in the 36 states to digest 74 bills and then make sense out of it?
So if they are looking to make that far-reaching, and by the way, that is to tell you that Tinubu is totally recalibrating the Nigerian state. When Tinubu hands over to his successor, Nigeria will be a totally different country. If they are doing 74, 75 amendment bills to the constitution, so it's not an emergency situation. They would have already done the groundwork before it gets to the ascension stage. So this guy now, our gentleman, Mr. Fapohunda, him saying that is the parliament or is the state parliament capacitated for that volume of work? That is somewhat being economical there with how the processes actually work, because they would have already done all those fundamentals underground work before it came into public consciousness.
Do we? We don't. In effect, they're going to the president is that they want to create many more amendments to justify the money given voted for this exercise. In fact, they are still calling for more areas to tinker with. So the more areas, the Constitution is already 320 clauses. 320 clauses already, what you already have. So how many pages will Nigerian Constitution be eventually? All omnibus, centralized, everything. The whole play was just a jamboree today. We just sat down all through listening to the whole system. Well, it's not fit for purpose at all.
Well, you talked about alleging. I don't know how you got that word alleging. Who said you allege that they hired crowd?
Well, women are too many.
Because they were talking about their own bill.
I asked people, have you read this document before? Nobody has read the document, even we came to discuss. Not one person. Not one person has read it. They don't know why they were there. Absolutely.
We'll break these things down, but let me take you up on what the Patriots said. They're calling on the president to convene a constituent assembly where every Nigerian will negotiate a constitution that reflects their will and their existence. What are they trying to say?
Compare what we have today. It's just a marketplace of all kinds of people who don't know why they were there. Constituent assembly, you will have a mandate one by one what you are coming to do in the assembly, focused on the issues of constitution. And then you have leadership that have set agenda direction. In this one, we have the leadership. House of Reps is made up of junior people. What of the Senate is supposed to have high capacity to admit issue? They are on the sideline. So this is not a serious thing. A Constituent Assembly is a serious, I mean, we all know what happened in the United States in 1776 now. People who are very thoughtful about how Nigeria should be structured and managed and governed, not just a transport building jamboree the way it was. And nothing will come out of it because they are going to get many more areas to amend. In fact, the distinguished Alaafin Oyo came again personally to demand for an extra state, more than the 47 they already articulated. So it's a shopping list of things to do. It was not designed for problem solving of Nigeria at all.
That's what you think, and that's what you're saying.
Personal opinion, but it's
I have to say I don't really fully agree with that. It's not a shopping list. So it's the people stating their will. So the Alaafin wants it wants Oyo state carved into two states. So if there's any argument for any state at all in the entirety, both in terms of its historical significance and the population management and bringing the dividends of democracy impactfully. If there's any argument for any state at all in Nigeria, it's for an Ibadan state. Because just of the history and the significance of that space and the population and the geographical mass that it occupies, there's an argument for an Ibadan state. So I think that is what the Alaafin has gone to that gathering to advocate. So for Chief Fapohunda to dismiss it out of hand is somewhat a bit remiss because the strongest argument for a new state in Nigeria is the creation of an Ibadan state. And also him describing it derisively as a shopping list, that's also a misstep as well. So it's the people of the nation expressing their will as to how the nation should configure, and that is never just to be dismissed as a shopping list.
To you, that's what it looks like.
Can we really manage 74 bills properly digested, discussed in the next 1 year before the election?
Before we look at some of the bills, which sound quite interesting, I must say, they say you can't throw away the baby with the bathwater.
Oh, yeah.
The Patriots want lawmakers to amend Section 8 and 9 of the 1999 Constitution to include a referendum/plebiscite clause, while the people can demand a change of the Constitution at any time. What's it about Section 8 and 9?
Well, whatever it is, the bottom line is that what we have now is not fit for purpose since 1999. Let's have, when you patched some garment now in 87 places, we literally, why not sit down and write an elegant prose of what you want, the vision you have for Nigeria, that even secondary school children can read and say this is how Nigeria will be. But this is all you are thinking. It's just for senior advocate of Nigerian lawyers to be introducing clauses Supreme Court. Now they are recommending 45 new justices of the Supreme Court. 45. US has only 9 or maybe 12. When you have 45 Supreme Court justices, over 100 Court of Appeal justices, it's just confusion.
Unwieldy. That's what you're saying.
I'm not sure that I'm not sure where I am balanced in terms of increasing the numbers of Supreme Court justices, because we've seen instances when there were never sufficient enough justices to adjudicate whichever matter needs adjudication. So there's an argument, and the parallel between the United States is a more sophisticated system. We're a nascent democracy evolving into the formation of something that is solid and fit for our purpose. So if that thing that is solid and fit for our purpose insists then that we need to have 45 Supreme Court justices, then so be it. So if the demand, you see how long cases last in the court systems, just for reasons of not having sufficient enough adjudicators to adjudicate those cases. So if the system demands that we should have 45 Supreme Court justices, then so be it.
When Petros says let's have a serious, but maybe two persons per state who have been briefed on what the people in that area want, and then they come to a convention and say, this is what we want. And the federal constitution is separate from regional constitution. And then the document is produced, and then enactment. This one now, they're going to take it to 30 states. The governors are in control. Nothing can pass the states unless the governor tells the House of Assembly members, oh yeah, vote here, vote here, vote here, vote here. They cannot vote their mind at all. So it's a misdirected cause, unfortunately.
So what you're saying is that Nigeria needs what you call a reset.
Absolutely.
In constitutional review process.
Absolutely. This way,
restoring constitutional democracy, reclaiming federalism, and entrenching consent of constituent units. You want to explain that?
Overall, we knew what was working between 54 up to 1960, 65. It worked. And that is that you have separation between federal and the regions. Regions have autonomy to do many things. And they have rights to determine their social, political views, and even cultural, even the mode of judicial system. In the north, we have penal code. In the south, so we are not just one country. Trying to make us one omnibus, united in transport building. It's never going to work. We do this one 20 times. We continue doing it like that.
When you say we're not one country, I know
we are one country, one nation. We are not one nation.
Yeah, I know that. I mean Nigeria.
No, I correct myself. One nation. We are not one nation. We are not one nation. We are multiples of nations. Absolutely.
I don't know.
You may not know this unintelligent interviewer, but what Mr. Fapohunda is saying there is actually factually, categorically true. And Nigeria may be one country because they all are coalesced under one flag, but certainly Nigeria is not one nation. We're a country of constituent, distinctive ethnic nations. So that's it's just as simple as that. You only have to go to the southeast, and that is pronounced to you heavily. Go to Yoruba land, and there's distinct and distinguishing, just completely different. Ditto every other region. So we're an amalgamation of different, disparate ethnic nations coalescing under one flag, and we have experimented to find a common ground. In the history of that country, we have experimented to find a common ground, and we've never been successful to be able to do that. So we've never successfully established a common ground because what distinguishes us is so disparate, is so marked and unique that there's no area of convergence. So we have to acknowledge that we are not one nation, and then use that as a strength to be one country. And that is essentially what Mr. Fapohunda is saying right there.
Under one country, right?
But it needs to be differentiated. It's nothing that I like amala, you like tuwo. Is that a problem?
No,
but
a problem.
Into your area, then I eat amala in my area. That's what I want. If you are my guest, if you want to eat amala, just know you are eating amala with me. But it's not yours.
Now, for example, one of now you brought up an issue. One of what this tries to correct. I will come to what the chairman said and what you're saying. But one of the things this wants to correct is what you call indigenship. Indigenship. I mean, America is America today because of the potpourri of people that.
No, America is conquered. America was conquered. The indigenous were conquered, and they were overpowered. Is an Ijebu man conquered in Nigeria? Is Hausa man conquered? Is Igbo man conquered? Even in Yoruba land alone, Egba is not conquered by Ijeshas. Ijebu did not conquer the Ibadans.
So you're saying indigenship can't work. Is that what you're saying? I mean, if I live in Hausa, for example, or Igbo, for example, for 10 years, I can vote, I can contest election.
Don't go far, my brother. I'm a Isha person. Does this law make me an Ijebu because I live in Ijebu for 10 years?
You know this indigenship narrative that has gathered somewhat of a momentum over the last few years or so. Nobody is fooled by it. Certainly nobody in the Southwest. The whole of the indigenship narrative is a ruse for people alien and foreign to the Southwest to come and try and infiltrate that. And that's just what it is. So the narrative that if you live somewhere for 10 years, then you automatically qualify to be an indigenous of that space. It's a ruse for people that are alien and foreign to the Southwest to come and try and infiltrate that. There is nobody that will go to Yobe State and want to become an indigene. Nobody, there's no human being alive in Nigeria that wants to be a citizen of Yobe, Gombe, or Adamawa, or Anambra, or whatever. There's no Yoruba man that will go to Anambra, Imo, Enugu, wherever, and want to be an indigene of that space. But the entirety of the Southwest, they want to be indigenes of Yoruba land because that is where the milk and honey is. You know, that is where the civilization is, that is where the wealth is, that is where the advancement is, that is where human beings live. So they all want to come and live amongst human beings in the Southwest and claim indigenship. But there is no Yoruba person. I'm not aware. If you're a Yoruba person that wants to be an indigene of Igbo lands, let me know. It's impossible. So it's a ruse to try and infiltrate our Yoruba land, that indigenship narrative.
Yes. Have I become an indigene of Ijebu? Just within Yoruba land, not even the whole country. Have I become an Ijebu person? Living in Ijebu for 10 years, I will renounce my Ijesa.
No, they're not saying renounce.
No. Once you have indigenship, you cancel all this. That's the extent to go. It's pendulum to swing to the extreme. Don't go there at all.
It does involve renunciation. This is what this presenter doesn't understand, because you can't be an indigene of two spaces, can you? So it's a bit like America, actually. If you want to take up American citizenship, then you have to denounce whichever citizenship you are coming from, because you cannot be a citizen of two countries. So you cannot be an indigene of two countries. So when the Igbo man escapes from Igbo land into Yoruba land and he lives there for 10 years, he will renounce his ethnic stock and want to claim to be a Yoruba man, so that he can avail himself the milk and honey and the fat of the land of that space. And that is where the problem is. You know, we have sufficient enough Yoruba people.
Don't go there. I will not claim to be an Ijebu person ever. No matter how long I've stayed in Ijebu land, I will not. It will not be acceptable. It's like oil and water. They will not mix.
No, but that's your thinking.
And that's reality. In Europe, Finnish, Finland, Dutch, Germans, everybody is on his own.
No,
Iceland.
But there are countries. These are different countries.
Nations, not countries. They're just countries and nation states at the same time. Only Switzerland is many, French, German, whatever, and they have confederal arrangements in Switzerland.
Now, see, the chairman of the committee that we just listened to a while ago, he said, that's a House Speaker, he says, the 1999 Constitution is a document that belongs to the people and must reflect the citizens' hopes and aspirations. But you say reliance on 1999 Constitution is not it. Your call is for a legislative action to amend the 1963 Republican Constitution in order to restore true constitutional democracy?
You know, in many ways, any constitution that succeeds the 1960 constitution is an anomaly, is a fraudulent, is an illegal. We don't have a constitution yet outside of the constitution that birthed that country, because what we've had subsequently are impositions by military fiat, which does not represent the will of the people. So that somebody can actually take that to the court, you know, and try and try and interrogate then that are the constitutions that we've had subsequent to the independent constitution, are they legally binding? So if it can be established that constitutions imposed by military fiat are not legally binding, then that will automatically revert the country back to its original constitution, which was the regionalized constitution that we started with. So whatever succeeds that regionalized constitution of the 60s is anomalous and is not a reflective of the people's will.
In Nigeria,
it's not an amendment. It is to lift the.
And by the way, other people are welcome to super chat towards the stream as well. How come it's only ever Hassan? It used to be only Ayo. Now it's only Hassan that ever super chats to the stream. Feel free to super chat. Release the content of your wallet somewhat, especially the Igbotics who are watching us in bitterness.
Suspension on the constitution. It was the constitution is still suspended.
The 1963.
Yeah, leave the suspension. And then we now know that we have 6 geopolitical zones. We fast forward to
you know, it's not a matter of lifting the suspension, actually. I think Tinubu has already established a precedent in terms of using legislative tools to bypass a lot of these things. We saw what he did with the local government autonomy. He went to court. He went straight to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court adjudicated then that the local governments should have financial autonomy, and that sets that in stone because there is no movement beyond the Supreme Court of Nigeria. So if somebody has the bravity and the boldness of chest to actually take this constitutional matter to the Supreme Court and argue then that any constitution imposed by military is an illegality. If they can establish that military administration of the Nigerian state is an illegality, is anomalous to the will of the people, then that will automatically revert the constitution back to the 1960s constitution. So that's the best route to achieve that.
Now that we have, the National Assembly has already enacted 6 geopolitical zones. They already recognize that we have 6 zones. So bring 1963 framework up, produce federal constitution, produce 6 regional constitutions, and then dissolve powers, education, health, roads, everything. Let region do the way it wants. Let control their resources.
So are you saying we should go? No, because control of resources is one of the things that they are amending, so that states can have their resources with the federal government.
It's not holistic. You know why you're thinking? They don't want to go the whole lot. No, we need to go the whole lot. Let's stop this talking about. Look,
okay. Are you saying then that Nigeria should, because that's what it looks like, revert back to regional system?
Absolutely.
Are we not going back?
We have gone back. There are 6 geopolitical zones now. It's already enacted. They form commissions, everything. Go the whole hog. We've fought for national anthem, 1960 also. Is it not true?
We have seen
so
that.
There's nothing wrong with going back to what was working. The military brain from 1966, we have to roll back. We don't roll it back and do course correction based on the fact that we are regionalized. NASA has agreed that we are regionalized now. We have 6 regions. They call it geopolitical zones. What does that mean? It's the same thing. There might now be people who don't want to be in the 6 zones. Okay, you allow them to have maybe 1 or 2 or more regions. In India, they have 28 states, but they have federal area that don't belong to a particular region. So, given now we are comfortable with 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria, we have moved forward beyond 1966 on that basis.
You know, having those 6 geopolitical zones, that in and of itself is an acknowledgement then that the Nigerian system works best under a regionalized system. So having those 6 geopolitical zones is even at the federal level an acknowledgement that the Nigerian state can only really function if it's subdivided into subsect regions. You know, and I think 6 is sufficient. Actually, I'm not quite sure that I'm not quite sure what Mr. Fapohunda is saying there, but having 6 geopolitical zones, to me, already establishes that the country functions on a regionalized system. So let's formalize uh, those geo regions. Let's formalize them constitutionally and devolve power wholly to them, leaving just an exclusivity of defense, ports, etc., to the federal space. But certainly, resource control should go to the regions.
63 or 66?
66.
66. Okay.
66. We are moved now, and now we have 6 geopolitical zones, and even all their bills is still based on geopolitical zones. They want to appoint local justices on 6 zones. Everything is federal character.
So why are you then really quarreling with, for example, you have local government autonomy here. You talk about state police, creating a state police alongside federal police, establishing the Federal and State Police Service Commission. You talk about local government autonomy.
Most of these things are not constitutional at all. If you are on, look, constitution is just a limited framework of governance. You don't specify it in the way you do in the constitution. You don't do that.
I would think that, for example, they are tinkering with the idea of doing all elections in one day. That's interesting.
Why must you have election one day? For federal election, yes. But region can decide to, they might even have two-year term instead of 4-year term. But when you have to come to federal Abuja, you follow the federal dictate. But in your region, you might say you want two years to make sure that you rotate among all the people in your own area. Why not? In Yoruba land, there are 27 sub-nations there. Egba, Ijebu, Ijesha, Ibade, Ekiti, all like that. So if we have a constitution for Western, you might have to say two years so they can go around. But if you are coming to Abuja for 4 years, no problem. But for the zone, we will do what suits us. But this blanket, unified way will never work in this country. It will never work. We must admit reality that we are just different.
You know, there is really no strong argument that counterweights what that gentleman just said there. The system in Nigeria at the moment will never work. It never will. Because the system in Nigeria at the moment, it encourages ethnic supremacy and ethnic envy. That's what we have seen all the way through the history of that country. So the system, as we operate it in the moment, it encourages ethnic supremacy and ethnic envy. So whenever you have anybody of any ethnic stock in charge of Nigeria, that ethnic stock will automatically assume ethnic supremacy because they're in charge, and there is nobody more powerful in terms of overarching their country than the Nigerian president. It's almost like a demigod, the Nigerian presidency, the way the constitution is composed. So whichever ethnic stock is in charge of Nigeria, that ethnic stock has they feel a sense of ethnic supremacy. And then conversely, all other ethnic stock, they feel a sense of ethnic envy. We're seeing that playing out under Tinubu now. We saw it play out under Buhari, and just cascade all the way through history is always been the same. So the system as it's structured at the moment within the Nigerian paradigm, it is not fit for purpose. It would never work.
Person is different. The Fulani is different. Yoruba is different. We are human beings. Okay, we need food, shelter, everything.
And we are Nigerians.
But the Yorubas want to work hard and play hard. Oh, I'm bad. Do actually be. That's what Yorubas want. And the Igbos want to trade and make money. What's wrong with that?
No, but they're not saying anything is wrong with it.
And so let everybody have the room to express. In America, you have American Indian, everything you're allowed to express yourself.
Yeah, but this will not cause you not to express yourself.
No, it will. In Nigeria system, if you don't do federal character and everything, you won't be fed.
No, yeah, it does cause you. Maybe express is not the right word, but it constricts your evolutionary capacity. That's probably how best to describe it. The Nigerian system, as it obtains at the moment, it constricts your evolutionary capacity. So the Yoruba space is heavily constricted by the Nigerian space because there's so many unrealized potential within the Yoruba space, only essentially because of the constrictions of the overarch of the federal constitution. So there's very limited. They can't harness and harvest the fullness of their capacity in the Yoruba space because of the constrictions of the Nigerian constitution. The same argument applies to the Southeast, who are very, very talented, but they are constricted by the Nigerian constitution. I'm not sure how that talented they are in the North. I'm sure they have some level of talent, but they also suffer that constriction. So the Nigerian federal structure as is constituted at the moment is a constriction on the evolutionary development of the different composing ethnic nations, and that is essentially where Mr. Fapohunda is.
Everything is based on federal power, federal money. Look at what's happening in River State. It's federal power. We don't want federal power. Let each John do his own. In the UN, the states are suing the government severally to stop Trump from interfering.
Because you have federalism there.
From interfering. You cannot interfere in the states in the US. You don't get away with it. The judges are up to the task. But
even though Trump is trying to turn the things around.
We will lose in the midterm election.
Yeah, and of course some judges are saying anyway.
They have that system. But here we need to have that system too, where with this omnibus, everybody come to Transcorp Hilton, and then fact allocation money is missing.
I'm hopeful that we'll still be able to get Mr. Fapohunda to come and join us on this platform because he has some interesting ideas that we'd like to interrogate. But he may not want to come. But I'll test my my persuasive capacities to see if I'm able to persuade him. I do have his number. But I'm a bit reticent to call him because he might just dismiss me out of hand.
PC is eating money. Nobody knows where it is. That's wrong. In the 60s, Western region was borrowing money to federal government. It's just a fact. It's a fact. We need to go back to what is working. The centralized system will not work. I'm not a prophet of doom, but this one they are doing now.
No, but they're not. They're also talking about devolution of powers.
No, they're not. They didn't. The 60 item, the constitution, they didn't talk about it. 60 item in the exclusive list.
I just mentioned it to you now.
No, they brought some
inclusive governance, security and policing, devolution of powers.
What's the element? It's not there. 68 item in the exclusive list. Do they now have 12 federal and the rest is residual? What is
you know, at some point, maybe sometime this week or over the course of, we are actually going to interrogate those items in the federal exclusive list, and then we'll discuss then how they either lead to the advancement or the constriction of that country, because that federal exclusive list is very much the albatross around the Nigerian neck. Is what is actually weighing us down. You know, if we didn't have that big and that imposing federal exclusive list, the argument for devolution of power will not even have. If we had states controlling their resources, their policing, their population, etc., then this argument for subdividing into sub-ethnic nation compositions, it will not be as strong as it is now.
Okay, look, they are so laughable. They are creating ecclesiastical courts. Who is going to be the chairman of that court now? An apostle or a bishop? There's a new bill to create ecclesiastical courts. Why are you shopping for problem when there is none? Do Christians want Christian court? They don't want it, but this is there.
Yes, the counterweight, the Christians don't essentially want a Christian court. And if we want to be fair and balanced, the Nigerian structure is actually predicated upon a Christian sort of a system because we co-opted that system largely from the British, who predicates their system on a Christian doctrine. So the doctrinally, the Nigerian system predicates upon a Christian structure. So I'm not quite sure that there's that, but there's that stronger an argument for a Christian church. But I think now the birthings of that narrative, it all wraps around this Sharia narrative that we are contending with at the moment.
Now, you don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. This may be some things you could that may not be agreeable in the long direction. Long run.
Then the wrong direction. They're just inventing small things to justify the fact that they are on alteration course. We don't want alteration. We want to
the spokesperson of the House says what they are doing demonstrates the House's commitment to inclusive and participatory governance, ensuring that Nigerians have a direct platform
where many Nigerians will say that my good friend Clement Wako should be retired is apostle of alteration for 1999. He's taking it to be a professional duty to be pushing for alteration.
Who?
Clement Wako is the chairman of public something, whatever. It's always there. There are professional authors of position now in the system. You must retire all of them. Let them go and sit down. Let's have one constitution once and for all, and let's face development. This 4-year cycle of alteration. Modality is wrong.
Okay, the modality.
Let's just have Constitutional Assembly to produce once and for all constitution with referendum, federal, regional.
But we've already had this system under the Goodluck Jonathan space, so I'm not quite sure still where there's this push. If we want to go into that space, and a lot of people actually have the thought and the hope that in Tinubu's second term, a lot of these things will be addressed when he now has the free hand to administer the Nigerian state just as he wills. Although he's exhibiting a lot of free hand now, but it's still somewhat constrained. But in Tinubu's second term, when he knows that there is no other thing outside so he finishes his 2031 and then he goes back home to go and play with his grandchildren. So he will have the free hand in 2031. Because Tinubu has always been a reformation, what's that? Restructuring. Tinubu has always been a restructuring proponent. He's always spoken to restructuring all the way through his political career, and is actualizing a lot of his political doctrines now in administration. And one of the seminal central focus of his politics all the way through has been that restructuring narrative. So if he gets into his second term, a lot of people have the anticipation that he will try to actualize that. And if we get that restructuring that devolves the abundance of that exclusive list and we reduce it just to defense, sports, international relations, and that will be the hub of it. And then resource control everything goes back to the states and the regions. That is the best system that works for Nigeria. And then the Igbos can have their Biafra, and then they can feed fat on that and show us what they can do. We've never seen that they can do anything in all their individual states. So, but they tell us they will do it in Biafra. But we'll see. Let them just go. And by the way, a seminal component of that restructuring will be population control. So you can control then the demography of your space, so that your space is not being overrun and your culture is not being too heavily diluted by people that are alien and foreign to that culture. So maybe, for instance, in Yoruba land, we say we don't want more than 3 to 4% people from the southeast, no more than 4% people from the north, no more than 4%, 10% international people, so that we preserve our cultural ways. And that can be mirrored all the way through. So in the southeast, you know what I mean. So that is really the structure that works for Nigeria best.
So If you want to amend in your own region, you amend. You don't need to worry about the federal system. The federal the constitution is to specify the relation between the second tier and the first tier. Very simple. 30 pages. 30 pages federal constitution. The region can do their own. But this one where we have 200 pages or one document fits all.
I know that the Patriots were supposed to meet the National Assembly.
No, well,
have they met the National Assembly?
They have not logistic because the time President Buhari died, it dislocated everything. It was set, everybody was in Abuja from the venue meeting to go to the president and go, but to get people back again is not very easy.
They've been to the president.
They've not. They've not. Since that July event, they've not. They've not. To my knowledge, they have not. If they have come to Abuja, will have known. The president have been overseas, not be around. So the system has been in abeyance, and we need to still bring it up. The Patriots have the most elegant system. Let's do Constitutional Assembly once and for all, not tinkered with referendum, yes or no.
What would that involve from the Patriots? I mean, Constitutional Assembly, what would that really involve? And how will it be different from, I know this is about alterations, but how will it be strictly different from what?
It's for the executive to produce a bill and say, look, start the process. What was missing in the Jonathan system was there's no law to back what Jonathan did, so everybody was so disclaimed. If President were to draft a bill now, follow what Petros has said, and the bill is passed, specifying that there's a process for producing a constitutional assembly, not to be interfered with, process set up, everything, a technical committee to supervise that, and then that is done. Within 3 to 6 months, it could be done. And the organic point of it is that the whole country will now vote once to say, eminent elders in the Assembly have produced a clean draft of both federal and regional.
You know what will truncate this idea is our ethnic jingoism within the Nigerian space. So it will never fly because even though it might well serve the national purpose, the other sub-ethnic compositions will see it very much as a Yoruba push, and that especially the people of the Southeast, like they hate the Yorubas with every pore of their being, so they will truncate it under ethnic lines.
Constitutions. Do you agree with it? Vote yes or no. Once you have 55% or 60% yes, no, it's affirmed that the country have decided. And then we go forward.
Why would that leave the National Assembly?
Well, they are appropriating our sovereignty, but we donate it to them. But they now seized it, and we are now their slaves. The new bill will cure that problem. That they will serve their term. The next election will be based on the new framework. We're not going to drive them away, but they will contest under a new constitution that have different provisions. Parliamentary system, we don't want this presidential system. One camera legislature.
Okay, so the Patriots are also crying out. Well, that's one of.
They say that they say we have an over bloated sort of governmental sort of system, and that right there speaks to that. We need one camera parliament. We don't really need the House of Representatives to do whatever ludicrous. I don't even know what they do. So they'll do whatever it is that they do, only to pass it on to the Senate for them to then reroute that thing again, and then they'll do their other palungo dance and then pass it on to the president. We don't need all that. Maybe an additional representation, one additional representation to all states in the federation at the Senate, and then we cancel out the House of Representatives and we come under one camera. So any decisions, if they are sufficiently equipped enough in terms of capacity to be in that assembly, in that Senate, then they should be equipped enough to deal with whatever it is that is presented to them. So we don't need a bicameral sort of a system, which is just this is just an over bloated, an expensive system for a third world country. So we need a unitary system, one camera assembly. This is it. This is what the people want. This is what is passing through, yay or nay, and then present it to the president.
of the issues that they're raising here.
No, they're not raising it. They're not raising parliamentary system.
They're raising it.
So it's not a silent. It's many little things are just there. But the real issue is parliamentary system, unicameral legislature.
So you want us to go back to parliamentary system? I mean, the Patriots.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Why would that cut it for Nigeria and not? I mean,
no. If I'm prime minister now, I'm among equals. I cannot bring my friends and make them minister PASA. No, all my ministers must come from the parliament. We are all elected together. You understand? So I can now president can appoint 48 ministers from anywhere.
That's the current system.
That's the current system. But parliament system, you are in parliament. The prime minister is in parliament every week. He's a bona fide member. Now you have someone named, they put the bill there. Now you have someone, the president come and talk to him. If you don't someone, he will not come.
They're talking about what we have in the UK.
And what you have UK, the prime minister, who is the head of government, is in parliament every week. Any question coming about military affairs, about better edu, about anything, you ask him point blank, televised.
What differences will that make to the one we have now?
Accountability, implicit that you can be questioned.
Yes, it's a more effective system, that parliamentary system. So just for the purposes of people who don't understand, we have we are modeled after the American system at the moment, which is a presidential sort of a system, and then you have the detachment between the presidency, the legislature, and the judiciary. So we have that tripartite sort of a system in Nigeria at the moment. What Mr. Fapohunda is advocating here is a British-like system. So under the British-like system, the head of government, who is the prime minister, is essentially, if we say an MP, a member of parliament, if we equate that to a senator, it's not the same thing, but that's the closest analogy. So in the United Kingdom system, they have a system called the MPs, members of parliament. So those members of parliament, they are elected in their constituencies, similar to how a senator is elected in his constituent to the National Assembly. So now, the party that wins in the United Kingdom, that wins the prime ministership, the leader of that party, who is just an MP, by the way, he then becomes the prime minister by virtue of being the lead person of the party that the country endorses. So his office, essentially, although it's number 10 Downing Street, but his day-to-day office is actually at the parliament. That is where he attends, that is where he takes questions, that is where he gets interrogated, and that is where he formulates his policies. So is that sort of more direct impact, daily accountability sort of governance that Mr. Fapohunda is advocating?
But this presidential system, CFR, FSR, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, everything, you just put yourself in the villa and you don't come out. You travel, you don't hand over to anybody.
Do you think that the president is going to, because he said he should emanate from the executive?
Yeah, it's
better.
better.
Do you think that the put together that kind of a bill and send it to the House?
Yeah.
No, he did not say that the president should emanate from the executive, because the executive is a federal space. What he's talking about, unless I'm mistaken, and I don't think I am, is a recalibration of the system where the president actually emerges from the House as the leader of the party with the majority. And that is how the system works in the UK. And that is a more fit for purpose system for the Nigerian experimentation, because it directs more accountability on a daily and a consistent basis, for reasons that the president, prime minister attends parliament every day whenever they are sitting.
We have the draft already. We have the draft already. It's nothing. Says no. We have that. It's just for him to agree that I want to be a statesman, and I want to really change the course of Nigeria for the better. And all we have been doing 1999, we are just pretentious that we are united, we are strong, that we are rich. We are no longer rich, we are poor. We are indebted. All the food that we are selling now is to pay for the loan that have been taken. So we don't even have money for again. We are borrowing money. isn't it? So we are pretending that we are rich, where we are poor. We are pretending that we are united, where we are not united. Katsina is already allegiance to some boundaries. They are not even Nigerian again. Land of Nigeria. So many things are wrong. But this thing I'm saying now, President will blow the temperature of the country. Because I've been doing the same thing over and over for 25 years.
And it doesn't seem to be working.
It doesn't seem to be working.
And okay. And for you, resurrect, so to say, the 63 Constitution. That's what you're saying.
No, it's just a template. No, it's
a template. Then you work from there.
And then we now know we have 6 geopolitical zones. We won't call the region. We just say geopolitical zones, 6 zones. And let each zone be codified into their own laws in which they want to govern themselves. And then have reciprocal rights across regions. All right. Have control of your resources. Respect one another. Indigenship is a red herring. It will
we'll leave it there.
Big problems.
We'll leave it there.
As I said, that indigenship narrative is a ruse for the southeastern Igbos and the Malas from the north to overrun Yoruba land, because Yoruba land, of course, is the most advanced, is the milk and honey of the Nigerian state. So that indigenship is a ruse for them to infiltrate our region, because there's no Yoruba man that wants to go and be an indigene in Igbo land or in the north, but they all want to be indigenes of Yoruba land.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I think I still have some time. Yeah. All right. I'm told we have to end now.
45 justices of Supreme Court. 45 justices of
that may be unwieldy. Akin Fapohunda,
no, the 100.
member of the Patriots and Secretary of the Steering Committee of the Eminent Elders Forum. Thank you for being on the program.
Thank you very much.
All right. So that's the end of that. I will try my hardest to try and bring that gentleman, Akin Fapohunda, to the platform. I'm making no promises, but I will try, and I can only ask him, and he has the options, 2 options, yes or no. But I'll try my persuasive best to try and bring him to the platform. But the parliamentary system that he was talking about. So this is an example of how Mr. Fapohunda wants Nigeria administered. Watch this.
Prime Minister. Well, can I thank her for her question?
So the person speaking right there, that's the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So there's a question coming. You see this person here? I don't know her name, but she'll be an MP, a member of Parliament, which will make her a senator. So I don't know if she's for or against the Prime Minister. They have. You can see that there's a corridor in between 2 aisles. So that's the 2 divides of the aisle. So you have the opposition bench, and then you have the ruling party's bench. So a question gets asked. If it's been asked by the ruling party, is favorable, and then the Prime Minister answers it in a way that makes him look good. And if it's from the opposition, it's more pushing and punchy. And then the Prime Minister feels a lot more pressure. But this is the system that Akin Fapohunda is advocating for Nigeria. So let me just give you a 1-minute example. I'll send the link again if anybody wants the conversation come in.
No, my summer campaign on gambling reform has received loads of support, including Gordon Brown, who says if we tax the gambling industry, we'll get £3 billion for our economy. Will the Prime Minister join campaigners and help me to end aim to permit so constituents like yours and mine can thrive?
Yeah. Prime Minister. Well, can I thank her for her question? It is important that local authorities are given a...
You see that, let me just show you this. You see, when the question lands and then the lady sits down and then the Prime Minister stands up to answer the question, you will see that there are about 2-3 people standing up as well. So those 2-3 people, they are aligning themselves with that conversational space to express an interest. So it's not some protocol that Tinubu comes in, everybody has to stand up. They are aligning themselves with that question being asked.
He says if we tax the gambling industry, we'll get £3 billion for our economy. Will the Prime Minister join campaigners and help me to end aim to permit so constituents like yours and mine can thrive?
Yeah. Prime Minister. Well, can I thank her for her question? It is important that local authorities are given additional tools and powers to ensure...
So that's the system that Akin Fapohunda is advocating right there. So let me send the link into the comment section. If anybody wants to come in, come in. I'll play just a little bit of music. If nobody comes in, then we'll end it right there. So let me just play you a little soup song, and then after that soup song, if nobody comes in, we end it.
Shi ya so ta ɗau saiti, kudin wakar ya biya a dimminti, bauchi kira ɗai suke taho wunti, mu sai bola tinubu sai wunti, kuma an sami kifi mama remi, mata 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 tattaba dan taka dan juya ya bakwai ya tela na budar dinki nan mota sai ya bani mamaki direbobi dole sai da kutuki sarki ranar hawa ya hau doki ashe morewar kudi a kai banki ashe gona za ta so a kai taki kuna ku daban ne mata da kuna ke ku gane kuna ku kullum zabari ne sai da kuko a ina ne.
So there it is right there. That's some Aboki Malam telling us whatever it is that the Aboki Malam is telling us. So that was an Aboki Malam right there. So joining us to add a bit of psychedelic gibberish to the proceedings is Solly. Did you know that Solly is actually a dollar millionaire, very successful in the financial sector? He has about 3-4 supercars, totally dumb in politics, but a genius in finance. So that's Solly right there. There's the elegance that is Babati coming under the name of Laja, of course. And to add a bit more sparkle to the proceedings, that's Arogidigba right there. So that's the assemble so far. Anybody else that wants to join. We kick it off, start it off with you, Solly. You came in first. Solly, floor is yours. What did you make of the presentation by Mr. Fapohunda? Solly.
Hello. One man.
Oh, you are there.
I'm just
Yeah?
managing. I'm just managing. But
Yeah, good.
Nigeria cannot work. See, you know what? In fact, sorry, that's not what I wanted to say. Nigeria can actually work because when I travel to different countries, I see Nigerians of different ethnic backgrounds. I see them in different countries and they're always working together. And what is the difference between the Nigerians in Nigeria and Nigerians abroad? It's just a working system. If Nigeria is working, right, let's say the government is invested in human development, we might still have our problems, but it will not be as deep as this. All this violence will be reduced because everybody has work to do and everybody is going to work. People will be able to snitch on their own tribe because they want peace when they are going to work, because they have a salary to earn, they have a future that they are looking towards to. Crime will drastically reduce, right? But the government does not have the interest of the people in terms of human development, because you start talking about all this janky, low-level infrastructure nonsense that they are doing that even they will not want their family members to use. I'm talking about proper human development, investing in the people, giving people jobs, allowing them to be able to make enough to be able to build for a future and have savings, and to be able to have a fallout where government will be able to look for jobs for them and be able to protect them in terms of when they have accidents, maybe they are going through drug abuse issue, in terms of mental health condition, all these kind of things. If the government cares about the people, then we won't have all this ethnic jungle nonsense issues. Regional governments can help with it, but if you have regional government and the government is still having the same kind of mindset that they have, where they are so scared of the people developing because they are scared they will lose power, they are scared they will lose control, because if the people can actually look and see that, okay, this is the life that I have and I want it to get better. I don't want peanuts during election. I don't want them to be bribing me with 5,000 naira every 4 years. I don't want to be, suffering like a slave. Then that is a threat to the current political class. So it's not about dividing Nigeria. You have Europe. Do you think these Europeans like each other? They don't, but they are working together for a benefit because they actually see it working. They see the benefits. They can witness it in their hands. They can see it affecting their life for positive. So they too, they don't want to be together, but they are. This is the condition that we are in. It's going to take so much work to separate all of us, right? Why not just put in that work for human development of the people? I don't think a Yoruba man will be angry with an Igbo man saying Lagos is no man's land if the man is going to work and is earning 1 million naira a month while not even working full time. I really don't think he will care. I don't think an Igbo man or an Hausa man, if they are in their house, they know that their children's future is secured. The government is going to give their children grants. They have money coming in. If anything happens to their job, they still get a stipend. They can eat 3 times a day minimum. I don't think anybody will be caring that much about religion and all these things that people are going through. Because whenever I see Nigerians in different countries that the government is established, I don't see them shouting all the kind of nonsense shouts they do. I don't see them committing as much crime as they commit in Nigeria. So my main example and defense for what I'm saying is you can simply just look at the Nigerians around you. Do they have all these issues going on with them? Majority of the time, the answer is no. Even when they are in a shitty country like Libya, they are not going through all these ethnic, religious battles. They are focusing on their life. So the government needs to be at the interest of the people. That's just it. All this you want to divide, all this your original thing, all this is just time wasting. People's lives are being wasted. And
let me ask you a question.
let me just finalize it in 1 minute. This hope that Tinubu is trying to portray that, when he gets there in the second term, he's going to do that's what I can vividly remember. He did that thing when he was governor of Lagos State. We were so hopeful for how many things that he said. In fact, he was even doing videos of what he would do. He was doing animations, and people chopped it, hook, line, and sinker.
So, cite an example.
Second term, he did little to nothing.
Cite an example.
It was okay. For example, he told us he was going to complete the train, that blue line. He told
complete the train.
They made.
Where did he say that? Don't tell lies now. How can he say that he will complete a train in 4 years? That's a lie. Don't tell lies. Just don't tell lies. How can it say that he will complete a $4 billion project in 4 years?
Okay, when you are done, you can let me
know. Okay, carry on, but don't tell lies though. Carry on.
I'm not telling lies. This guy put advertisements on TV stations. This was part of his campaign. There were animations of this train going and we could see the construction. So we thought that, they are going to finish, and that's what he portrayed. If you think I'm lying, you can check ChatGPT now. They were advertising it everywhere. I remember the animation vividly.
Right.
So it is not a lie.
What was the narrative? What was the narrative?
When he got into power, it was like we didn't even have a governor. Nothing even moved. Nothing changed. Nothing. So you guys, you like to chop the same scam, and it seems the same scam keeps on working.
Don't worry about other. Can you name one country where the government gives people jobs?
The government helps people to find jobs.
In which country?
Yeah, in the Netherlands, you can fill forms, job seeking. In fact, if you want to improve your skill, the government can actually pay for your courses. If I want to do web development now,
you mean like they're doing in Nigeria?
Let me finish.
No, that wasn't you are not answering my question now. So you're talking about skills acquisition that goes on in Nigeria as well. You are saying I'm asking you, name one country where the government give people jobs.
Did I say that the government should give people jobs?
You did.
How did I say it?
You said the government should be giving people jobs.
I never said that.
You did.
I never said
You
that.
did in just the submission. But the point. No, no, you said it verbatim. That's a direct quote. That's why I held it to ask you. Um, let me. The point I'm really making is it's not in the government's remit to give people jobs. What the government has to do is to create the enabling environment for the economy to provide jobs for the citizenry. So
Okay,
that's
so
what the government has to do,
it's the
the
government's
enabling
project.
environment. And what does that mean? That means infrastructure, that means power generation, that means skills acquisition, that means security. So that's where the government comes in. So they don't actually create or give people jobs. They create the environment for industry to thrive, which then employs the population. So that's how it works.
I really don't remember saying government giving
Well, you
jobs.
did. That's why I held that statement to ask you. But carry on.
Okay, so out of everything I said, that is the one you held on to.
No,
But
no.
anyway,
Well, everything you said, as always, is counterintuitive. But
okay, then counter the rest.
you said Tinubu promised to create a train service in 4 years. That's a categorical lie. Maybe if he presented glossy imageries of the possibilities of the future, then that's one thing. But he cannot say that he would do a train service in 4 years. Because even the totality of the economy of that state, all of it, spending for the 4 years of his tenure, would not even move it more than 20%. So there's no way he could have made that promise. But he could tell you that this is the idea for the future, and I'm going to do the groundbreaking, and then in the evolution of that state, this will come into being, and that's what we've seen play out. Well, it cannot, and I'm thankful that you did not say that he came on TV to say that he will give you a train service in 4 years, because that would be a lie, and he did not say that. So you have to you also have to put things in context that Nigeria is a third world economy with very very constrained resources. So there are no parallels to be drawn between the United States, Netherlands, etc., which are a advanced, long-standing democracy, and a nascent country barely 70 years old, grappling with the concept of democracy and trying to evolve. So there are no parallels to be drawn between the United States and Nigeria. But I don't know. Maybe, like you said, your standard is higher than everybody else's, as you always say. Oh, okay, bring it home and then we go to BT.
Okay, anyways, however I portrayed it, that is one of the biggest reasons why he got his second term vote. At the end of the day, you can be saying all these things, but when you go to Nigeria, this thing is not translating to the people. You are just giving yourself a pat on the back. Nothing is working.
One man, can you please ask Solly to address Mr. Fapohunda's commentary, his take? I'd like to hear what Solly thinks of what Mr. Fapohunda said.
I've already it makes sense on paper, but like I said, even if he applies it, if we still have this current government with the current mindset, nothing will really change for the people. You will just be giving yourself a pat on the back. Things will be just be looking good
No,
on
sorry, I'm not
Did,
talking
did,
about.
did,
I'm talking about the
did you
theory of it.
understand what he said?
I want your take on the theory of what he's speaking, what the patriots are proposing.
Are they not proposing diverging of the regions like into regional states where we have like prime minister, because he said the whole thing is not working for everybody?
Do you have any concept of the understanding of the 1960? I think it wasn't even 1960, it was 1950 something constitution and then 1963, I think.
The 1954 to 66. So
Yeah,
with a 10-year sample here. 10 years sample size still. Okay.
What do you think of that model of governance, and what do you make of it? Obviously, there'll be some alterations to it because now we have 6 regions, whereas I don't believe that particular constitution takes cognizance of that. So what do you think?
I see your point in how you think it's going to be better for the people, but how does it
No,
translate?
I've not made any opinion. Sorry, I just want to know yours. I've not made any.
It is meant to portray that it's going to be better for the people, but I don't see how it's going to help with the human development that is needed.
No. What's your understanding of the concept first before you form a thought if it's fit for purpose or not?
Okay, everybody will have control of their region. Everybody will have control of their resources. Everybody will grow at their own pace without interruption. We will have our own limits. We'll have our own ethnic. Like it's just like having the European Union, basically in Nigeria.
Not necessarily, because you still have to form. I think it's the concept of where, because you must form some form of unity government. So the idea of the majority rule is not really applicable where, let's say the APC won from the Southwest, for example. For them to form a government, they have to still get people from PDP and APGA and Labour to form government. So it's more inclusive in that way. So you can't. It's not that you're going to control your region entirely. You will still need some other people from other political parties, even though they're from your region, to work with you. So it forces inclusivity in governance. That's one benefit of it for Nigeria.
Okay, but Babati, in everything, I understand it to benefit my own focus for Nigeria, and my own focus for Nigeria has always been human development. That's just all I care about Nigeria. I don't care about the infrastructure. I don't care about all this human development. That is
What's your concept of that?
My concept of is a way to, whether it's slowly or quickly or however you want to do it, gradually start bringing people out of poverty, one way or the other.
Yeah, but how does that happen? That's just a broad statement now. What are the mechanics of that?
You create an environment. You've said it before now. You create an enabling environment for people to create jobs and give jobs and everything.
Oh, okay. Break it down to its modular components.
The kind of, okay, me, for example, right? If I want to do it my own way.
No, it's not your own way now. There's a universality to it. What are the components of creating that environment that involves people out of poverty? It's not your subjective view. There's a universal model.
Okay, number one, in my opinion, is security.
Right.
Okay. Number two, I don't know number two.
Let me give you the list. It's security, it's skills enhancement, it's infrastructure. Essentially, it wraps around those three spaces.
The point.
So you have to get into the modulars of these concepts that you have in order to firm up your thoughts. Sorry.
Security is included because security is inherent. Where you have a place where there's judicial equality, where there's enlightenment, security would come with us.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, but in the specifics of the Nigerian experience, I think that's one of the contentions. So if there's no totality of security, sorry, Bete, there's no totality of security, but just to manageably handle it, so that people can at least have the ease to function, and then infrastructure, electricity, connecting roads, internet, all of these things, and then schools acquisition to skill up the population in order then for them to enhance to come to somewhat of a globalized, standardized sort of so if you have those components, then that will automatically evolve people to a higher level. So it's not just these broad ideas, just they have to
One man, you perfectly summarize that human development. Now my question is, can you tell me how this government is working on those things that you listed on?
I've already told you countless times now, and you know the list as well.
You've just
you know the list as well. I don't have to run you through the list. You already know what the government you know already what the government is doing in all of those parameters. So you know
about infrastructure, which is like number 3.
Right.
What about skills? What about security? Which are the first on the list?
Do I have to start telling you about NEL funds, about funding people to take for vocational skilling up to globalized standards, building of schools all over the place? I presented you one the last time, you disparaged it. All of this, just stop the nonsense now. These are the building blocks. These are the steps that has to be taken. So the NEL fund skills up. You know, when Tinubu comes out of government, he would have graduated 3 to 5 million people on that system. 3 to 5 million highly skilled individuals. If you add the vocational space, 10 to 15 million. No, you are talking about elevating people out of poverty. What elevates out of poverty? It's just nonsense now.
Let me ask you a question, because you say you don't care about building infrastructure, you care about human capacity development, and part of doing that is building infrastructure. So why don't you care? Why do you care less about that?
He has no concept of any of these things. He just
one man. He asked me a question, not you.
You don't care about it. Why don't you care about that infrastructure?
Because I've been to poor countries. I've been to rich countries. I've been to rich countries that became poor. I've been to poor countries that became rich. The poor countries that started doing better. Number one, there was security. That allows people to even be able to come out to want to do something in the first place. Secondly, their infrastructure was never really that good. But with time, once people improve their skills, they will know, and they will need all those infrastructure. Now you already have a skilled society that is somewhat organized and there's somewhat security. Then coming with infrastructure is the next step. You cannot start with infrastructure and then start handling skills and security afterwards. What is the point in doing that?
They're not. You see, this is why we're going to move on from. We have to move on from this guy because he never gets it. It's not an optional choice. You don't have to do one and then do the next. You can do everything. That's the essence of governance. Doing things in tandem and pushing different spheres to elevate them higher. So investing in education is not the sacrifice to investing in security. Investing in security is not the sacrifice to investing in infrastructure. You do everything in tandem. That's how it works. You always look.
I disagree. One man, you live in England. They don't just do anything mago.
What's mago? Do you understand anything that I said?
Yes, I understand.
Are you saying that the government should have a singular focus?
Let me ask you.
Are you saying that? No, just answer that. Are you saying the government should have a singular focus?
In the UK, they want to.
Are you saying that the government should have a singular focus?
In the UK, if they want to embark on a project, are you telling me that the UK will not address the security problem first?
No. What I'm saying to you is that them addressing the security problem is side by side with them addressing other areas of need too. Do you understand that? So it's not first or second. It's giving high priority to different pressure areas and trying to elevate them for the greater good. So it's not one or the other now. Do you even understand anything? It's not one or the other.
According to you, not giving security top priority.
No, do you understand? That's why I said you don't understand. There are areas of priority. There's not a singular priority. There are areas of priority. One will take preeminence over the other, but everything can still be addressed in tandem. So you don't get it. Just make your final remarks. We move on. You will never get it.
Does it seem like security is being addressed in the same light as the other?
Well, that's the lived experience of Nigerians who are reporting back that there's been significant improvement, but still an alarming level of insecurity. So it's a work in progress. But the impact is visible and is being reported.
So one man, you said there's. You said there's.
You have no concept of these things now, so I don't even know why.
Improvement of security, but there's still an alarming
level of insecurity. Yes.
So how does that? You are basically saying nothing changed.
No.
How can you have?
No, I'm saying that things have improved significantly, but the security is still a high octane concern.
Solly, do you agree that security is a societal problem? Insecurity, sorry. Do you agree?
It doesn't understand any of these things.
It's a societal problem. Any place where insecurity has been absolutely defeated, it would be what's the word they use for that? Kind of like an ideal situation. Like it's I don't even think it's possible.
Even in Switzerland, they have security issues.
Yeah, it would be impossible. It's
I don't know what he's talking about.
it's a security problem that cannot defeat.
So you want to compare? You want to compare the Switzerland security issue?
No, I'm not
No,
comparing the
I'm
Switzerland
we're
situation.
just
It's telling
making
you
a
that there's no
statement.
idealistic, total.
No, no.
So,
You
so,
are, you, are,
so.
you are trying to misconstrol what I said. I'm talking about deep security issue, and you're mentioning low security issues like Switzerland and using that as
No,
comparison.
forget Switzerland. Just do you even understand anything that people are saying to you, or
I never,
are
I
you
never
too
said there's any.
close-minded to
I
to
never
to?
said there's any place where there's no insecurity. But when we're talking about so much insecurity that the people have to leave the whole rural area, you have to be fair about this now. You cannot be comparing it to Switzerland
Forget
insecurity. Or
Switzerland.
London.
No. Forget Switzerland. Don't get bogged down
People are
into
not moving out of
minutia.
whole areas in London. People are not moving out of whole
Forget
areas.
London. Now we're talking about Nigeria. Are you? What parallel is there between
You are the
London
one
and
that brought
Nigeria?
Switzerland into the topic
I
now.
said
So I
forget
said
Switzerland. Forget Switzerland. We're talking about Nigeria. What I'm saying to you and what's being reported right across the country is that there's been noticeable improvements in insecurity, but the level of insecurity is still vastly alarming. So those two statements can cohabit in the same concept. And if
no.
you don't get that, then it's just no
The
point.
interpretation of those two statements is nothing. Is nothing has changed. Basically, it's back to the middle ground. It's improved, but
Back to the middle ground.
it's still
Back to the
increasing.
middle ground.
Security is improving, but security is still decreasing. What does that mean?
No, are you okay? Do you understand English? You don't understand Yoruba now.
You are trying to do English grammar.
I said the insecurity situation in Nigeria has significantly, vastly improved to
in which
the
area?
to the to the testimonial of people living in those areas. They testify that there's been significant improvement, but with that significant improvement, there's still an alarming level of insecurity. So that is not to tell you that things are getting better, but things are still terrible. That's the thing. And if
In which
that's if that's too complex a concept for you, then I don't know which other way to explain it.
I understand your point now, but in which area has it improved, please?
Right across the board, right across the board, people are driving from Kaduna to Abuja now. Nobody would dare throughout the 8 years of Buhari now. You couldn't even drive 1 kilometer, you'll be short. People are driving without security from Abuja to Kaduna and back daily. Tell me one day that happened under Buhari and people didn't get shot. They've put security personnel every kilometer throughout the breadth of that thing just to push the insecurity back. So that's deliberate efforts to secure that space right there. So that's an improvement right there. I think still alarming. We're still getting reports from Benue, people being slaughtered. So there's nowhere near addressing it. But are they taking steps to address it? Yes, they are. Are the impacts of those steps being felt? The people in the epicenter, when was the last time you heard about the slaughterings in southern Kaduna? Every single day we heard it under Buhari now. So these are the things. These are the things now. There are baby step improvements, but we need quantum improvement in order to manage. Anyway, you will never get it.
Yes.
I'm speaking to a closed mind, so you
No,
wouldn't. Yeah.
I'm listening. I'm listening. My point is, there's no government that has not tried something, but are they trying something enough to make any significant change? You can tell me there's improvement here, there's improvement there. Why do you also have some improvement here and there? Doesn't mean that his government was
Where did Buhari have improvement?
no. At one man, you were here on this platform telling us how he's doing this infrastructure or doing that one for years. So
No, I thought you were talking about insecurity. Where did it?
you praised Buhari until he finally left the office and Tinubu came there. Then all of a sudden, Buhari was an aboki that did not do anything.
When have I ever praised Buhari?
You plenty times here you praised him for doing this project or doing that project. You praised him. So what I'm saying is that all these little, yes, see, you will not have
Little things.
you will not have a government.
Addressing insecurity is a little thing. Addressing the skills deficit in the country is a little thing. Addressing the infrastructural deficit is a little thing. Addressing electricity generation is a little thing. What is not a little thing?
You will not have a government in Nigeria, even down to local government chairman, that do not do anything, even if it's to do build wooden bridge. So my point is, I will not be sitting down here to be praising the little wooden bridge that he built and said, oh, at least we are seeing some improvements there. Are we seeing significant change? And when I'm saying significant change, we're not talking about people that want to just stay abroad forever. We're talking about such a change that people can start emigrating back to Nigeria. Is that kind of change we are seeing? No. Basically, we are just seeing what government has always done, giving us trinklets, we clap for them, and nothing really changed. The moment they leave, everything collapsed. Basically, a house of cards. So we should be praising house of cards.
Is the second Niger bridge a house of cards?
Is it being maintained properly?
What nonsense are you talking about?
Is it being maintained properly?
You see, this is the thing.
Or
Do you remember? Do you remember when I brought you that school, a standardized school, very well built, a golden standard, sports facility, and you were saying they stand on the floor.
No.
This is the same logic now. You're just a moving target because your mind is closed to development.
You are overpraising the school. People would think it's like all those schools in Switzerland where politicians' children used to go to. No.
How many schools? Are there schools in America to the standards in Switzerland? Are there schools in the Netherlands to the standard of Switzerland?
This is almost a hot school.
All right. Round it up and we move on. I think you just come. I think you come here to troll us. You're just a troll.
The floor was made of sand, so you can't even wear black shoe in the school because dust to cover the whole shoe.
No, the floor was not made of sand. That was the assembly area, and that's the standardized assembly area for Nigerian schools. But just round it up, man. I think you're just here to troll the conversation.
Yes, I'm here to. Trump called it a shithole. So unless you want to go and be arguing with Trump, I'm just, repeating what he said and pointing it out directly. The standards I know they can get up to is what I want. I will not, if I give you 100,000 to build a house and you give me a $10,000 house, nonsense, and you tell me that I should clap for it and I should appreciate the little work that was done, I will never do that because it is my own money. I know that when you don't have a plan to emigrate back to Nigeria, you can accept little nonsense trinkets for other people. But my standards, again, as I repeat, and the standards that I know they can get up to, even if they just try a little bit, if they have the people's interest at hand, is where I want and what I want to see. I'm not going to come into and be clapping for.
Can I put something to you?
Generation. I'm not going to
can I put something to you, Solly, please? If you give me a chance.
Do what you are supposed to do. Do what you are allowed to do. Do what you have the ability to do. Even if it's up to 50%. Enough of this 5% bullshit. You don't take 5%.
Sorry. Can I say something?
Let me finish. Enough of nonsense. You don't take 5% of your salary. You don't take 2%. These politicians don't take 5% of their salary and say that, at least they are giving us something. They will destroy the whole nation if that day happens to them. They even collect bonus on top of their salary. So why should we continue to be taking nonsense? Pure nonsense, and we should not be clapping on top of it. Is this not Korea? What kind of rubbish is that? So enjoy you can praise it, but don't force me to be praising nonsense and rubbish.
Solly, can I say something in response to your statement about budgeting a $10,000 house and getting a $10 house in return, or however you put it? I don't think there's ever been a time that the Nigerian people have actually afforded the government, in recent years anyway, the opportunity to have a budget that is sufficient. I think it's Remy that or Sim that I says that Nigeria, there's a misconception that Nigeria is a wealthy country. In fact, it's not. Our budgets are very lackluster. Our budget is very much insufficient. When you look at our population, our budget is so insufficient to take care of what we need in terms of infrastructure, in terms of education, in terms of healthcare. The budget and the revenue of the country is very much insufficient. And that is why each of the states, each of the governors, each of the local governments need to really come up and start generating more revenue. That's why as individuals we need to start paying our own fair share of taxes. So that is just my opinion. I'm not saying that there's no misappropriation of funds, and I'm not saying that there's no corruption in the system. But I believe even with that, I don't think that the revenue that we generate is sufficient for what we need to do and where we need to go.
Okay, can I respond? Our politicians have one of the highest pay in the world, even though you say that Nigeria is not a rich country. Right in front of our eyes, is it fair that they are collecting such a high pay and they still collect things on top? And then you say you want to generate revenue. Nigerians are in multidimensional poverty. Improve the human development, and then you can ask for more revenue. Not that you ask for more revenue and then you now say you want to use it to improve the human development. It is like you are telling somebody to pay for house rent without getting a job, but you want your house rent first. Like, how is that going to keep on working, and how long is that going to keep on going? It is a very unsustainable system. Unless you've not run a business before, but maybe you have, then that means you are just being disingenuous. It is a system that is going to, that's why I call it a house of cards. These people are just playing house of cards system. None of it is sustainable except for them. And if it crumbles, well, they've made so much that it doesn't matter. That's my point.
One man, I don't want to get bogged down. I don't
Yes,
want to get bogged down.
yes.
Because,
I'll come to you next, Aro, with regards to what Mr. Fapohunda had to say. But just to Solly, look, nobody is distant from you in terms of demanding more from the Nigerian state. We're getting very little for what is possible from what is possible. I don't think anybody is distant to you on that, and to continue to mount pressure on them so that we get the fullness of our entitlement. I don't think anybody is distant to you on that. But if the direction of travel is the direction of travel that we want, then we can acknowledge that first and then continue to put pressure on them to push even harder. That's really where the conversation is. So if they are building schools, and that school that I showed you that you try to disparage, it's a standard. It's one of the best schools that an African country will ever be able to provide. And the products of those schools, they are the doctors, pilots, everything all over all over the world. So that's to the budget of that country. So that's fine. So you don't stand alone in demanding a higher standard. I don't think your standard is higher than BT's or Arugidegba, certainly not. But an acknowledgement of the direction of travel, an acknowledgement of like the the Lagos Calabar Super Highway. That's a giant stride, and whether people agree with it or not, it is a giant stride. So you acknowledge that, and then you continue to pressure them to do more. So that's where people are positioned. So you don't have a standard. I don't know. I'm not quite sure how you positioned yourself to think that you. But let me just move it on to Arugidigba, because I don't think you ever really understand what the conversation is.
One man. My personal belief is that this acknowledgement is one of the reasons why they continue to do nonsense. That's my personal belief. But my second question is, because if nobody is giving them acknowledgement, they will really, really try hard because they are trying to impress people, not that they are trying to give people trinkets. But my main question is, do you think you will see a Nigeria that is on the international world standard stage in your lifetime? And do you think at this pace that you are congratulating them for, that's what I mean, do you think let's say you don't see it in your lifetime, do you think I will see it in my lifetime? Then getting to the international stage?
I think we'll have a standardized to be proud of somewhat Nigeria by 2031. That's my belief. But let's go on to Arugidegba to bring him into the conversation. Aro, either to what Solid's positing or more to it what Mr. Fapohunda is presenting. Aro?
all right, so good afternoon, sir, and to everyone. I hope I find you in good health. Um, so I enjoy what Mr. Papohunda is
Are you
saying.
on Bluetooth? You're a bit faint and distant, somewhat. Yes, maybe unplug. Yeah.
Maybe unplug it. So, yes.
We can barely hear you. In fact, we can't hear you.
I think I'm clear right now.
Yes, we can hear
Really?
you now.
Okay,
We can hear you.
I'm not. I somewhat agree with what Mr. Fapohunda is saying. I believe it belongs to the Patriot Group. Um, I they are an interesting bunch, the Patriots. But I wouldn't talk about their individuality and their individual politics. But I agree somewhat with what he's saying. But I think there are some elements of it that we need to question and we need to review. And I think also, like I said, having a constituent assembly might be the place where some of those elements are, discussed and fine-tuned. One of the elements of having a parliamentary system is that the prime minister himself can be removed very easily at any point in time with simply by a vote of no confidence. And with the political nature of our country, where a lot of the political actors and players are not aligned to any particular strong principles, any particular strong policies, that they easily go along with their own political interests. They don't have any permanent friends. They don't have any permanent enemies. They just have permanent interests. Some of those interests are rather fickle. I think we have to be very cautious. Parliamentary system, as beautiful as it is, it can lead to a lot of instability, political instability, and social instability if it's not correctly put together, and if there are not safety in place, if there's no safety in place, it can be quite serious. As you saw yourself with Boris Johnson, and very quickly, we had Boris Johnson, we had the lady Liz Truss, I think, came after Boris Johnson, and then after that, very quickly we had a succession of PMs in the United Kingdom because of a leadership failure in a party. So it's quite something. So that's one of the several things that came to my mind. When it was discussing the parliamentary system and a return to regionalism. Sorry, you wanted to say something. Solly?
No,
No, that was BT. That was BT.
Oh yeah, BT. Go ahead.
like
Sorry.
I was going to ask that part of what I think is not been discussed enough is the mistakes, the reason why the parliamentary system failed in the 60s.
Yes.
For example, if you look at the party structure, it was mostly ethnic, like the MPC in the north, AP in the west, and NCNC in the east. So there was no so people did not really, the interest, the dynamics were geared towards the regions. I mean, understandably, the way it was structured. So, and there was a poor civil military relations at the time. So unless we fix those problems, even though I want us to go back to that, until we can resolve those kind of issues. And one thing that I think we're going to have issues with is the political institutions. They are still not strong enough, even after 60 years. They're still weak. So even if you go back to that system, you're still going to have some of those issues that you had back in the 60s.
Absolutely.
So how do we resolve that prior to moving into that system, or do we go to that system then try to open that somehow we can resolve that?
Yeah, I think BT. Yeah, you've said it quite much better than I did. That's really what I was trying to get at. The political institutions are not strong. There's some of the problems that caused what, because really, some people claim that the breakdown of law and order that ultimately culminated in the 1966 January 1966 coup started in the southwest with the whole breakdown of the house in the southwest, and the wet here that happened thereafter. So I think we need to look at that before we go to return to parliamentary governance and journalism. I think we need to resolve that, and we also need to resolve the interests of the minority groups. I speak today to you as a Yoruba man, very proud. I have conviction in the unity of our people, even though there's been some elements of but I do, and I think Mr. Fapohunda as well. I think sometimes when I think regionalism and the return to regionalism, I think it's best if it's individuals that champion it do not come from any of the three main ethnic groups. Because I think sometimes the regionalism, especially ethnic groups where there's, you know, it sounds cool. The Yoruba people wouldn't have a problem under regionalism. Well, if you go to the North Central or you go to the South South, there's many ethnic interests, and we can't just dismiss ethnic interests
Yeah,
in the political and the social
but
political.
I don't, because now we're looking at six regions now. Are you saying that we might need more regions created?
Well, I prefer if we didn't even have up to six. But I think three is too little. I don't think I think it'd be unfair to some of the different ethnic groups
Mhm.
if they are subjected under the rule of a
Because
majority ethnic group.
North Central will want nothing to do with the North. North Central
Yes,
will want nothing to do with.
but even within the North Central, there's people that don't want anything to do with each other. Even let's take Benue State for instance. Within Benue, you have the Gala. You have there's I think there's about three or four. There's three main ethnic groups there, and to my understanding, they are not in agreement. So and that's just Benue State. I think Nasarawa is very much the same. A bit of that in Niger. So even if we say even the North Central, even within some of these states, Plateau states like that as well. So I think any of these constituent assemblies, if it were possible, I think where we have minority ethnic groups, I think those minority ethnic groups should be accorded one extra representation more than the majority ethnic groups. If they have four Yoruba people representing, they have four Igbo people representing, they have four Hausa people representing, I think some of the smaller ethnic groups should have five representatives. It's because it's we can send four people from the southwest. They're all Yoruba people. It doesn't matter if they're Ijesha, they are Egba, they're Ekiti. They could send
How,
four people
how,
from
how do
Ibadan
you
for all this.
factor in? How do you okay? Let's say the North Central, for example. They have somebody that comes from Kwara, Kogi, that is Yoruba. Do you count that as a Yoruba representative, or is still Northwest or the North Central?
I think the Yoruba have no problem with that, as
Yeah,
long
no,
as the person.
but people, but I'm saying towards the number that you just said that they should have more number from the South South. Would that then count towards them getting more than if you
I
add
think the reason
Yoruba?
I'm saying this is I want us to take. We need to all understand this. Okay, let's say that we send one person from each state. One person from each state in the southwest or in the southeast might be sufficient. One person from each state in somewhere like the north central or the south south might not be sufficient because that person might not represent the entirety of the state. It might not even represent, you can't send two people from Delta. You send two people from Delta, for instance. Those two people might be Shekiri. They might be Ijo. Or you might send one Shekiri, one Ijo, and you exclude maybe the Yoruba or one of the other ethnic groups in Delta State, for instance. I'm just saying we need to understand that within Nigeria, especially since things have really developed since 1966. I don't want us to romanticize pre-1966 or pre-1963 even more to be more appropriate. We shouldn't romanticize the things that happened pre-1963 and now the nation was organized pre-1963 and use it as the basis for how we populate the constituent assembly. We need to look at the realities of it. Oju everybody tila. A Calabari man would not allow you, who doesn't want to be subjugated under the Southeast. But pre-1966, that was the reality of the Calabari man. A Cross Rivers man, the same. You go to even Delta State over there, you have the Anioma, you have the Yeshekiri, you have the Ijo, they have their issues as they are present. You have Plateau, you have all these places. So I just want us to recognize that what we call, I don't like to call them minority because really they are not minority, but let's just use that term. It's a terrible term. The minority ethnic groups, they need to have fair representation.
Can we have a fair, like a combined system where we have, okay, it's my own proposal. We collapse the Senate, get more seats in the House of Rep, some kind of like a mixed system within president and prime. That you can still have a president like they have in France, but also a prime minister. But you have more seats in the House for the minority groups, like you mentioned. But we get rid of the Senate.
Sorry, BT, I missed that. Sorry, I missed that.
So
I got this.
I'm saying that what if like some kind of like a mixture like they have in France, for example, where we will get rid of the Senate, then we expand, we get more seats in the House of Rep for the minority groups. So you have a bigger, you have more.
But that was what Mr. Fapohunda was saying. You're talking about a unicameral sort of.
Yeah, exactly. So you have a unicameral system. You have more seats in the House of Assembly that accommodate your concern, Arogidiba, and then you will still keep the presidency, but then you have a prime minister as the head of the House of Rep.
So that's the parliamentary system, then, isn't it?
Yeah, it's parliamentary, but it still keeps the presidential stuff himself. But the head of the House of Rep will be a prime minister, not the speaker.
So what does the president?
So then we won't have we will have then like a ceremonial president that we had under the first republic.
You know, France and Israel, they have both now. They have a president.
A ceremonial president, yes.
Exactly. So if you want to go run for
even Germany, I think
Russia, like we have in Russia as well.
And so that one can handle foreign issues, then you handle local economy like that. So you have a power.
We can make that work. We can really make that work. Yes, that could really work.
Yeah,
that could work. I think the French system might be something of interest. Yes. Yeah. You have a powerful president that is not easily dismissed and dispatched. You have a prime minister, because like in France now, for instance, I think the current prime minister as well, his position is I think he's been exposed to the possibility of a vote of no confidence in the coming week. So yeah, we could have that, but I think it's very important that we don't.
Are we all in agreement that the system we have at the moment is not fit for purpose?
Yeah, that's senator has to swarm, man.
I think the biggest problem with the system we have right now is the centralization of power. Because what happens is once someone captures that presidency, then you have this idea, this like Mr. Fapohunda, it's 4 years of everybody feeling like those people they have control of everything. No matter how the individual tries to be as equitable as possible in distributing, positions, and everybody will still accuse him of being nepotistic. We've seen that factually, Tinubu has been very equitable in the way he has distributed positions and appointments. But even with that, even with the statistical fact, everybody still accuses him of being a tribalist, of being nepotistic in the way he's appointed in his appointments. Even though the facts and the statistics and the empirical evidence states otherwise. So I think the centralization of power is really what beclouds everyone's judgment, in the current system that we run. So that is that. I don't know. Is there any other thing Mr. Fapohunda discussed? Or what the internship nonsense that's dead on arrival?
Yeah, Arrow. What the hell is wrong with Kalu? How did they sneak that in again? After many times?
Has he snuck it in again?
Well, what do you think the agenda is, this indigenship narrative? Because I think it's an attempt to overrun Yoruba land.
Because I saw but they put it under public hearing. So this is what the guy did. He said, okay, now if you're foreign and you married a Nigerian, you can have a citizenship. And they snuck in that thing last minute, one man. It was not there before because it wasn't there. And they snuck in that.
Have they snuck it in again?
Yeah, for public hearing. I'm like, why would you sneak this in?
Wow, that's interesting. Because you know that once it goes past public hearing, it's a way to sneak stuff. So if it goes past public hearing, it's only going to come back to the vote on the floor, and once it gets voted on the floor, that's it. It's passed. The president signs it, and that's it.
No, my thing. Here's the danger. Everybody has ulterior motives for they have on their different reasons. One person from the north might be thinking, "Oh, this is my opportunity to finally get my Ruga thing passed." So everybody has their own agenda.
Yeah, absolutely.
My phase, out of selfishness, they might actually pass this bill.
Oh yes.
You might think, oh yeah, I'm going against that person, not watching your own back door. But
Oh
I'm
yes.
saying
I
that the
mean,
amount of
I'm
opinion.
sure that many of the representatives from the Northwest, especially of the Fulani persuasion,
They will vote
would
for it.
would have
They're going to
no
vote for it.
they would have no problem supporting this because, for instance, individuals in the likes of Plato that have been fighting about indigenship for many years in Nasarawa, in Southern Kaduna, this is to their benefit.
So if that happens, they are thinking finally we can take over the North Central, because that is that's it now.
I
I
can't say that what that's on their mind, but it will be to their benefits, yes.
So everybody has their own selfish reason. My thing is, when you put together like that, so I don't know why this guy keeps pushing this in, and unfortunately, I don't know.
But BT, let me say, I've not read it. What exactly is what has been put in? Let me be clear on what is
Okay,
the way it's been worded.
What they're proposing is that if you move to any part of Nigeria and you've stayed there for 10 years, because you become an indigene. If you're married to an individual from a particular region, you become an indigene. So you can become an indigene through marriage, through birth, or through residency for 10 years.
It's a very, very dangerous. It's a very dangerous.
So
proposal.
how? So because you married an Igbo man in Abia for 10 years, that means you're an Igbo indigene now. How does that even make any sense?
You know. The thing about it is this. Like Nigeria, it is only places where I can marry an Igbo girl from Abia now. I know that on paper, even if I'm an indigene, when I go there, I'll be denied of any indigenship rights, and nobody will scream to high heavens about it. No one's going to scream blue murder. I think if such a thing happened, maybe in Lagos or in Ibadan, everybody will accuse all the Yoruba people of this, and then the North Central and the states.
And that's my
Yes.
worry, Arrow.
Yeah.
Our liberal naive self will like, it's been here for long. But you know the way we are.
So I think even if we pass that law on paper, it will be there. But in actuality, in different places,
by the way, Niger man, you can come into the conversation because I think people are just starting now. But carry on that. Yeah.
I think that'd be a very dangerous proposal. I think that should be.
There's no space now to talk now.
They go on, Niger man. Sorry, please go on.
No, finish now. You are debating each other. Finish now.
I'm just talking about this indigenship thing. I think it's dangerous. I think it's a very dangerous proposal.
We should all marry Edo people so we can override Edo so they can stop.
Edo is already a conquered territory now. It belongs to Yoruba land now. It's an outpost.
No, see, BT is not a matter of overriding. It's just a matter that it would ultimately remove people's ownership. If I don't have an ownership that I feel is God-given, I might not be as invested in that place because I know it can easily be diluted. If you get where I'm coming from.
And
if I don't have some form of exclusive ownership, I'm not saying individuals cannot come and partake, but there should be some form of exclusive God-given ownership. I think that is one of the things that makes us very peculiar. This thing of these humans that we are.
But
so, I don't know.
That is to promote one Nigeria, but I'm saying
it doesn't promote one Nigeria, and I don't know why they promote one Nigeria.
That will even be worse because this is some form of conquering people in the modern dynamic. It's a different dynamic. That like how can we? So imagine you being a tribe that you occupy half of local government. So once we come to your area and we just populate the place with different people, you're done. You're toast. That's it. So forget the bigger tribe. So forget your Igbo, Hausa. Discuss Egun in Badagry or in Ogun State. So what happens to them? Those smaller tribes, what happens to them? Once people move into their area, it's over. So I don't know.
In fact, it will promote. People will start resisting any people will stop accepting visitors. Really.
But sorry to but this Fapohunda, but he addressed this thing yes. Don't you listen to? He addressed it already yesterday now. That
Yeah,
interview.
but they are saying that it's been snuck back into this new constitutional review.
Yeah, but that interview because I watched it yesterday when they came back from that public hearing yesterday. This man that we are watching is the interview now because I watched it on the radio yesterday. This what these people are saying about this leadership now. He addressed it yesterday. He's saying now he said Jeshaman. There is no way he can go and be Jebu man, no matter if he stayed there 20 years.
I am
So
discussing,
Yeah, we
guys.
agree with the
We are
statement, but we are saying
discussing
that
what
currently,
Ben Kalu put, the deputy speaker of the house, put in that thing. What we're discussing.
that is what I'm saying. Like you are not hearing me. You don't hear what I'm saying. I said this man address it yesterday because they asked him this question of this
yeah,
leadership.
but we are saying we don't want it in the constitutional review. We don't care what Mr. Fapohunda says. What he says is not what he says, like what we are saying. But
So,
we need
sorry.
it expunged from that constitutional
And
review.
you don't want it. You have to be in the hearing and go and make a complaint then. I'm
Hello,
not here now.
hello. Can I ask you a question? What did he
Wait,
address?
let me say talk now. Mr. I never thought you want to come again, please.
No, I want to ask you a question. What did he address? You can add that to your what you
Me?
want to say. Yes, because I wasn't here when that was addressed.
No, I'm talking about the man that granted the interview yesterday. What Arwan and Babati is discussing, I said the man addressed it yesterday on the interview
Yes,
about
but
that.
what is the address?
No, what he was saying that he said there is like him, he used himself, he said like him now, he's an Ijeshama or something like that, that he cannot go because he's not staying in the Ijebu for 20 years or 10 years. That can never make it to become indigene. You understand? Automatically, what I'm trying to say that B, they are not going to allow it. You understand? So that's what I'm trying to say. That they
Okay,
are not going to allow.
the people that don't want that bill, I have a question, right? Even me, I don't want the bill. But I have a question. Since you are, because majority of the people that don't want the bill, you are pushing for one Nigeria. And to be honest, this is one of the consequences of one Nigeria. Whether you like it or not,
But nobody is pushing for one Nigeria now. It's always South. Nobody is pushing for one Nigeria.
I'm asking the people that don't want the bill. I'm asking the people that don't want the bill. Majority of them are for one Nigeria. Whether you like it or not, this kind of bill for the country to be united has to be pushed. Whether it is not now, it is still going to be pushed and approved in the future, whether you like it or not. So,
yeah.
what is the issue? What is the sorry?
I don't know the fear but the fear maybe because the country is so tensed up this time. You understand? So maybe everybody's afraid. The Igbo maybe they only want to dominate. They will come later. The Fulani will not tell you tomorrow you can become a governor or you can become this one. You cannot take your land. It's not easy to raise cattle.
As Nigeria pushes forward, eventually a northerner will become governor of Lagos State. Let's be very honest. Whether not now or sometime in the future, an Igbo man is still going
hold on. Nothing stops anybody right now from becoming governor. Not right now, but that is you being a citizen of Nigeria guarantees you that right. So nothing stops you from becoming governor of Lagos if you are from a different or state. You can run for anything. But as an indigene, now you're talking about land rights and cultural institutions.
Can be urban, can be anything.
So because these are your local and what you're about or meant to do for your own right as an indigene. So that means I can move to Ekiti, an Ekiti woman for 10 years, and say, you know what, I deserve to be Balogun of this area because I'm an indigene. That's the problem. Because as an indigene, you have the right. So when it comes to politics, you can run for anything right now. Nobody's stopping you from that. But when it comes to some certain rights guaranteed for indigenes, nobody should go anywhere and be fighting that because they are now indigene because of what's the law. That's the problem.
Now we be supposed to fear father. You consider what be Oba, more about our Oba.
Exactly.
Not be hereditary again.
You know, one of the ways to look at it, BT, is like naturalization. So you are a Nigerian man, you go to Denmark, and then after 10 years you become a Danish citizen, and then you have all of the rights and accoutrements of maybe that's not the best analogy, but
No,
yeah,
but
yeah.
okay, let me just see for me. Let me contribute on this regional something. You see, for me, what these people are just doing, I just believe all of them are just the same, just to siphon money from the government every 4 years. Come with all this patriot, no patriot. I don't know who elect themselves. 2014 cover report is there. El-Rufai Oduni Buhari is there. 1963 constitution is still there. All this 50 something constitution, 64. Why can't they go there? They read me well for this country and leave all these shenanigans. And tell them, no.
Yeah, I'm missing the point. There was a reason they abandoned those constitutions, and that's what I was saying.
Okay, why are they not referring that to 1963 again?
No, there were issues with that constitution itself.
Yes, the issue is that Babati, let me finish. You will get me. There was issue with it, Abi. Now they are still telling us to go to parliamentary system. The same parliamentary system that we have that caused the problem we have in Nigeria till tomorrow. That's where the problem begins. That is where that thing was not good and it didn't favor us. There was too much issue there, and all this region come and become a region. I don't believe in all those regions. What we should do if they mean well for the country, they should fight more on resource control. And you don't give people, because all this one you want to form region. Nigeria just want to go to another civil war easily, quickly, because all this small ethnic group like this is that one that will suffer all these things. People that believe that though is their land, equality is their land, they will just be invading anyhow. Because when now you have your state. Wait, I'm coming. Now you have your state police. Go and look at the civil war. What made that civil war was so easy? People convert their state police to become military.
Solely, how would you prove if somebody has been in your land for 10 years? Who is the one checking?
Well, if the government has your records, that should be easily.
But we don't get record for Nigeria. You see the problem. So how will I track that you've been there for 10 years?
But if you don't get house there now, that's easy now. Everybody will not say this.
Everybody get house for where they go. Now everybody get house. So you don't even know. I can even show up like 3 weeks and say I've been here for 10 years. How would you prove that? You don't know.
We use language now.
Hold on. And there's no requirement to even speak the language. There's no requirement to even speak the local dialect or speak the local language. So I can show up and don't speak your language, don't even know your culture, don't care about you, and still claim indigenship. What kind of BS is that?
No, they can start now. When I said that they used to do everything in such a disorganized way in Nigeria, one man was arguing with me. They do number 10 first, then they now start worrying about number 1. There's no proper step. No, they just do mago. They just do
no, you are just in another area. Every team must come and you deliberate on it. It's not one person. I think you are saying the one you don't like, but you say that is the way you go. That's why they come for public hearing. People should say their mind, say what they didn't like inside. That is the way the world move. I don't know which one be number 10, number 1.
No,
somebody will just propose something.
Move. In a civilized environment, there are steps, and you follow the steps accordingly.
What are they doing now? Are you following the steps? Do you know since they start this thing?
Even when you buy furniture from IKEA, if you
start to furniture again, we are talking about this constitution.
It's just an example. If you start anyhow, most of the time you are not going to build that thing properly. You have to go back to
this all is like you are 19 years old. The way I'm looking at you. Okay, go bring furniture.
Nigerians love mago. We love to do anything anyhow. But when we move to a first world country or a civilized country,
point out the mago now? What is the mago inside?
Forced to do things.
It's okay. Let's finish. Let's concentrate.
You know what? People say that the country cannot work. I've always said a peaceful division of Nigeria will come from regional government. That's the first step to everybody leaving. Okay. Once you do regional government, is the step to that's the next step is to live peacefully. But if you divide the country right now, it will lead to war. So if you even if against Nigeria right now, be promoting regional government, because that is the step.
Babati, people will still move to your region now. You can't stay your region alone.
They can move.
Babati, I have a question for you.
Babati, wait. For example, now we go back to regional government now. For example, now disaster that happen. Let's say maybe disaster that happen in one region. Every disaster, You will not say they should not bring the people to your region.
No, they will no, but they come. But I get to set the terms for you coming. Is the difference here?
Oh,
You
this is
can
the
come.
I cannot.
No, you can come, but under my own terms. That's the difference. You cannot just show up. You have to come in the way I want it and follow my rules. You can't say one Nigeria, but you must follow my own laws. That's the difference.
No, that's not possible. Like I said, even the regional, you still have one central. You must still have one central government now.
No, you have to, but it's not as powerful as they are right now. Where I can say because I'm a Nigerian, I can come to your place and do whatever I like.
But in UK, they're regional, but you still have one central.
I can't say I go to Scotland and they have their own laws too there now. That is for their own local person there.
Yeah. But they have the same similar law, BT. They don't have like you cannot do.
If I'm going to Scotland,
nobody will tell you what to do. Together, you can do business. You can go anywhere. You can open your business.
If I go to North Ireland, anything I like, I do.
Nobody is discussing. You see, those rights exist right now. Nobody is discussing those rights. You can run for governor. I'm saying there are peculiarities that they want to hold on to in that region that you must adhere to if you want to go there. But they will be.
But that's almost like breaking the country.
But I said earlier, it is one step away from leaving the country that peacefully. That's the whole idea now. Once you have regional government,
I have a question for you.
Go ahead, Soli.
Okay, your people. Okay, whatever was Babati. Sorry, 1 minute. Babati. Now, for example, now they say you want to break away now. People in the Yoruba in the Kogi, Kwara, how will you do that? You say they should go with the North.
It's called referendum.
So we leave the land they have for the North and bring them.
No, guy, listen to me. The Yoruba position of the elders has always been regional government. They won't tell you they want to break away. They won't say it publicly, but they will tell you regional government because it's a peaceful pathway to live in the country without bloodshed. You get it? That's the Yoruba wisdom for you. They won't do
I understand that, but those Babati, you have not answered my question. Those in the Kwara and Kogi, will you relocate those people there?
No. They come to our meetings now. I know you don't follow the Yoruba space, but all those guys, they come to Yoruba security meetings. They come to Yoruba meetings and gatherings. We still do the same thing together. Unfortunately, they are stuck up in that area. But when it comes to security issues, economic issues, blah, 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 even the agenda, they are part of it. We don't exclude them from Yoruba stuff. They are still one of us. So if you're going to leave Nigeria, you're going to have a referendum to bring them in. And they have every right to.
So the
landman they occupy over there. Will you go? How are you going to do that?
Is it not the ancestral land?
It's called referendum, like I said. They will be the one to determine that if they want to join their Yoruba cousins, they will be to
vote.
I have a question.
Fully go ahead.
My question is that because now everybody is feeling hopeful, especially one man, that during Tinubu's second term, yes, in his second term, I know that this guy is going to do a lot of crazy things that he could not do during his first term. But one of the things one man is pushing for is that he's going to push for regional governments. I know that Tinubu, I've been hopeful about him too, and he disappointed me very, very well. Do you think he's going to actually push for that regional government in second term?
Thank you very much. Let me give you a very quick answer. The only way that I will believe that he will do it, if he does not get state police by his first time, he will not do it in second. He will not do regional government. So if he can pass state police in the first 4 years, then he will do it in second time. But if he does not pass state police in the first time, he's just playing games. That is how you will know. If he doesn't, the indicator for him being serious about regional government will be first of all security. So if within these first 4 years, there's no bill that everybody wants in the first to pass state police to all states. If it's not passed in the first 4 years of his government, it will not give you general government in the second term. So that's how you will know. Solely. I hope that answers your question. See, that's security.
I don't understand if they want. I don't know, Sha. They want to do the
that's the indicator now, because there is no reason for you not to pass it because every governor wants it in their state. They have all agreed that they want it. So you have no excuse not to pass it in your first 4 years. It will not hinder your relation to back to office. So it has to pass it now. That if it doesn't do it, I'm all out on the second term for getting regional government. Then serious by any. But if it does the police thing first, then I know second term is coming for the rest.
The just many states have already submitted their report. But about
so
some states have not submitted yet.
So everybody has German, everybody has turned in their report. Their last meeting, they all agreed. Remember, they said that they all signed off on it. All the governors, nobody said no. So you have no excuse not to pass it. So if you can't even pass this one in the first 4 years, what would you do in the second year? So if I don't see that move within the next 2 years, then it's not serious about regional government at all.
But BT, they have to refine what they are passing now.
But you don't say that
the president cannot go pass change the constitution to regional and people everybody have to agree now. You know,
Aaron, here's my point. We all agree on one thing. We want to work out the kinks, right? Don't tell me that will take you 2 years to do now. You have 2 years to do that. So that is enough time, Aaron.
Yeah.
Don't tell me we all agree on one thing and we want to work out the kinks and it take us 4 years to do it, even though everybody agrees on it. Come on now.
Even everybody they agree. As far as they have the 2/3 of the country, it's okay now.
I know. In this case, everybody you even have 100%. So what's the problem? So they say, what's the problem now? So if he has to get it done, man. Security is the first thing that he has to address, and it has to be addressed in these first 4 years.
But what do you think? Do you think the president will do that for these first 4 years? You have 1 year, less than 1 year and 5 months.
If he does not, then it's not going to give you regional government second term. I can bet you that. That's how you know.
But even I don't think one single president can bring it to effect regional government.
That is impossible.
We're simplifying what really we are asking for.
Let me clarify, Yaro. Hold on, guys. Let me clarify you. I am not telling you that it's going to give you a parliamentary system where everybody has their own region. In terms of, that thing has been done when it comes to security, like schools now. Navy schools is across every region. Is moving things around. I'm saying more of that for all regions where for me to go to military school, forget going to Zaria, for instance. I can go to Osun State to go and, that's my own version of government, not the 1963. So from now on, we now have 6 prime minister. No, don't misquote me. That word.
That's what they have in Switzerland.
No. That will never happen. But in terms of equity and fair, that all just will get everything that they need in the region. So he's going to use that arrow, that thing that one man, that thing that they made 2 years ago, one man, agency for all regions.
Okay, regional development commission.
Commission, yes.
So they will
regional development commission.
So they will empower those things. They will have some kind of influence in your.
BT, do you know those commissions have more? They have a bigger budget than most state governments.
Exactly, but new political power on paper right now. They can't tell.
I don't know who is managing the. I don't know if it's the Don Commission that is been tasked by the governors to manage the ones for the Southwest.
No,
because we already have Don.
Don is their own. No, Don is their own version. What they already had before that.
Yeah, but I'm saying that that now they
but Southwest have one before this regional.
Southwest had one. Southwest had one, but it wasn't being funded by the federal government.
Yeah, that's
now this commission, this one that Ostubo has done is if a federal government is allocating and actually putting money aside for each of the regions. What I'm saying is now the one that federal government is now actually as sanctioned, because now what you really have is you now have federal sanction for it that is being backed by the law, by legislative action. So what I'm saying is Dawn Commission recognized as the, because they already have Dawn Commission managing really a lot of the investment and a lot of the interest on behalf of the Southwest states. So is Dawn Commission still the one managing the
No,
interest of the
no.
Southwest, or are
This
they
one,
going to are they going to have a different?
no, they're different groups. What you can do is to integrate them into whatever you are planning. The difference is that this one from federal has to take everybody in. You know, Lagos was the last person to even join the Dawn Commission. They were doing their giddy anti-Yoruba nonsense that they always do, but they don't have that much interest. Perhaps like 20 years ago, they were not even involved in Dawn agenda. But this one compels all states. So let's say we want to work on, let's say, a real program. We would then say, okay, for the entire region, no, let's work on this real project for everyone, or power project. So everybody's interest has to be in contribution in spending the money, spending the funds. So you cannot just take the money and spend it on anything you like. So even when it comes to agro processing that they want to do in that Osun area, everybody has to benefit from whatever you are setting up. But the issue is that because the way the thing is right now on paper, they don't have that much. They can't force a governor to buy into their program. So they have to take that lot to compel them to even match fund. Let's say for building schools now, if I give your state 10 billion, you must match that 10 billion to build schools. That's the only way you can get those people to do anything. So you must force them to match funds, but you must tweak the law to empower that commission in those regions. So that would be your, is it quasi prime minister or whatever running that? You're the one that's speaking this. I mean,
You're just giving them. Okay, you're just making a very powerful commission.
No.
You don't see another. What's the name of that one? The South Development Commission. They never did anything.
No, that one is NDC, NDDC.
They just jump money for that place. They just jump money. They never do
That is
anything.
off your back, honorable minister.
No. Aro, I will find a link for you to read. They actually have a lot of things that they're responsible for in the region. It's I'm telling you, it's not like your own child's play. I think it will empower them on paper. And I'm telling you, they will be the ones to run your regions when it comes to those major projects. Like the one for our own area is mostly power generation and rail service and agro processing. I think those are the things that I have seen that they took from the Dawn project into their own plan.
You know one thing you always do. You always forget that Nigeria is beyond. Yoruba people, we have an understanding of each other. The way we think is different. Other people don't reason the way we
That
reason.
is their problem. What's my problem with the people? It's like go and kill each other with you. That's a problem. But I'm saying in my own region, no, we kind of figure it out already. We know what we want and we are going for it.
From the beginning of time, the Yoruba governors have always been on same, even if they're not in the same party, they will still meet together, they will do meeting, they will agree together. Nobody, they don't do that in other regions.
I know, even the East, till now, they don't
till
have
now, the governors don't even meet now, till now, to today, 2025.
So it cannot work then now, for they will have issues now. Even the Middle Belt, they got their stuff together. I love their own paper. You should read what they want to do in that central. It is mind-blowing. So the Southwest knows what they are doing. The for some reason, the Southeast and it's even
South people know what they are doing because I think the South government actually meet now.
Bini guy, what's up with your region, man? What's going on?
What's
happening now?
And then did you see they never charge the money finish.
Forget those ones. I'm discussing your Dawn commission. Your commission, no for nothing.
No, they are working. They are still working on templates now. They are still working on some templates there now.
Yes,
the problem
you don't see. One thing you have to know. See, Babati, wait.
They are only south in their heart.
No, you cannot use south.
You should come and join us. You come and join us. We should be doing it together.
You know the problem. You cannot use south. Mostly like Edo State, that the federal road that is only in Edo State. You know, Edo State connect all Nigeria, all part of Nigeria. There's so many federal roads there. The way all those South is, you cannot use it to compare Southwest. Southwest is just like everything is just like they go together, pari passu everywhere. So so you cannot use it to compare this side, river, everything, swamp, or go to all those riverine area. But there's many things there now. All those the place they do this bunkering, all this polluted and be destroyed.
Come back home to your region. All this one that
Yeah.
you're forming south. Come
Bro,
back home to the west.
my something is for like the Yoruba guys, you understand there's regional government. For a South person, they're thinking they're forming new country. You understand? You understand? So, and I think, to be honest, like with Nigerian history, if anything wants to be done in Nigeria, only the Yorubas can do it and get away with it.
No,
So,
the problem. See, let me tell you one thing, Mr.
Like I said,
see, anywhere you see, that is why if you see millionaire, and if you count millionaire in Nigeria, you see the Yoruba and the Northerner. Because they only be in power. You understand? And Tinubu day now,
he was in power.
Do you know how many Yoruba that will talk to millionaire? That is
You don't expect somebody.
The money is there.
For us, for South, make we just sit back and let the Yoruba lead. If they get out, it's fine. If they don't get out, we stay for one Nigeria.
They don't loot us, never reach. When they don't loot us, finish.
Hold on. Go and look at the North Central's proposal. I'm telling you, they what they want to do in their own region is mind blowing when it comes to agriculture and rural development. They have their own plan as well, so you cannot say it's just Southwest. I think you guys don't have this coercive.
No. Now. You cannot go and compare with Baba TB. Let me listen. You cannot compare North Central, let's say 20 years ago, 30 years ago, with the Southwest now. Now these people have maybe all this insecurity that become now they come to their senses. They now don't say no because the North is even breaking. These people that don't say no, we are middle belt. We are not this northern something now. So look at the way the Nasarawa, the Plateau, all of them, they are coming together. Look at all the old company they are bringing to Nasarawa to come out. Niger States, Sitaraba, that is even that. So these people are coming together on their own now. They are bringing their own by their own. Not this 90s government.
Why
making their own.
Hold on. Why can't they come together in your own region? What's the problem?
On my side.
What's up?
Where did they want to come together? I mean, they come together and say Southern governor. Nobody should contest. Okowa, come on, go.
You
No.
know what you think about Okowa? The guy even hosted them. You know Okowa for it. He actually even hosted one of those meetings, though. He hosted one of those meetings where they actually had their agreement because they only did that meeting in like 3 places. They did it in Delta, they did it in Lagos, they did it somewhere else. The guy hosted them. In the end, it's the one that
the last one was the first time was in his own state, Delta State. The second one, Lagos.
Because your region to me, look at Bayelsa. They should be like Dubai that we should all be visiting every December. What happened to them over there? Like it's a very sad story down there.
But yes, I mean, they drink Ogogoro now. They drink Ogogoro for them now. What did they do for my yes?
I'm being honest now. That part of Nigeria to me should be where we all want to move to, or build houses, or just raise a family in. And to what it has become now is a very sad.
They loot too much. They are all looter. They are just looter in that place. The worst place that loot most. Just go and look at that South. Go and look anytime. Any governor they only persecute after he leave office. Go and look it from South. Just take it. Because all of the money is too much. They are just looting it, packing it out.
They say the guy that was there in Rivers for 6 months only, the military guy, he's gotten over 600 billion.
Yeah, they should not probe him.
In 6 months?
6 months.
600 billion.
About 50% was from a 30% derivation. All out of that money. Do you know how much? The man said they should not prove it.
Did the guy do anything in 6 months? Any building, any project? Nothing.
No, he didn't do anything.
And
He
the
was just
defense
paying
was
salary
waiting
now.
to that building, said they want to build it, they want to finish it. You see all these
He
people are
was just
just, no.
he was just paying salary now. He not doing anything.
We can use and load, call the form all this thing. I'm
So
like,
what you
no.
pay, so what you pay salary maybe like 100 or 200 billion. So what happens to that 400 billion? I don't know what happens to that 400 billion.
What is Jimmy here? Maybe if he has a daughter, may I quickly go marry him picking.
Retire soldier before when they say the man don't they look at the way politicians they loot money, you say, I never had this opportunity. Then I can't give her sugar. I can't give her sugar. They come, say, reverse. There's money there now. That's it. When the man know that nobody elected him, nobody will hold him accountable.
I'm saying all those rivers should be places where we all want to move to. Like, it should be like a cool place where, thank God for the coastal road now. Which one, like, man, let me go and spend the weekend in Rivers or Bayelsa, enjoy the coastline. Just want to, you know what I'm saying, Aaron? Just like you want to just have a good time for the weekend.
Yeah, but this
you
that
know,
used to be the case now. I don't say Inewi was very popular back in the day now.
See, Babati, yeah. You know when those people will suffer it, everybody's answer when they will suffer it, maybe like 20 years time or 30 years time when there's oil is no more in this thing, you understand? It's no more valuable. You understand? Maybe the market has gone. You understand?
It's
Because
going to
all the
happen now.
environment,
The world is moving towards. You can see it coming now. Next 30 years, nobody will be driving on these cars anymore.
okay. So by then they will know what they have cost to themselves. That place will be the most poorest on earth. Because all the old land, all the old water, the river, everything is already been destroyed. That's
They
not
can't fish
destroyed the
anymore
money.
now. They can't even fish anymore there.
Look at how much they're doing Buhari when they do all it. About 6 trillion for how many years that will pump there. Nothing they do. They didn't do nothing.
They don't take money for them.
They just take money. Go there and cheap, very cheap. Cheap, that place. That sunset there, that's cheap, many like water.
So, Aro, so the point is that even their own commission, not chop money now.
That chop money.
They just off your mic. Like for them, they talk off your mic now.
Yeah, okay, so okay, then. I don't know.
Chop money.
Like then they talk off your mic now. They just talk for the good. They don't send you now.
Oh yeah. It's chop the money. They are just embezzling the money.
So would they have 2 commissions now? They have one before. Are they adding it to the
No, they don't have 2. They have 1. They have the same. So what the federal government has done is to give everybody else 1.
Like the same thing. Okay. Like
so their own is still their own.
Because the day I watched that air, I say, They give these people the money, that kind of money for this.
They don't do anything with it now. They
don't do anything.
What contract? The contract that nobody does.
But you are even talking about what the federal government. Wait, I come, Babati. You are even talking about what the federal government is bringing. Do you know all those share, all those other companies? What they are giving to them?
They give them.
Those people that they don't allow the oil company to build road, to build school. They will say no, you should give to them the contract. They are going to do it the local. They will embezzle the money. If the oil company want to build road, they will never allow. They will say no. They should give them the contract.
I saw Showore posted the Wiki's hotel in Port Harcourt. I said, oh boy, J Hotel. I said, oh my god, I haven't seen that J Hotel in Port Harcourt.
No, I've not seen it. No.
Oh my god, you think it's Dubai?
Wiki has never been anything in his life except
that's tough. I'm like, how does he have this in
he has never he qualified as a lawyer. He's never worked as a lawyer in his life. His wife is a judge, so she too. How does the family have money? He claimed his father has money, but nobody
buying house in further for 6 million, 7 million, cash down.
We can get money now. Why do you think they don't allow Fubara? Why do you think they didn't allow Fubara to control things? Fubara won't come out in hard for the pot. The guy get his shout. It's not my that. I think Fubara, the issue they have, I don't think he wanted Fubara to be giving him money, but the issue they had is Fubara wanted to take control of everything. And Wike was not going to allow him to do that.
Money, my brother, it's money, nothing for nothing, it's money. Forget.
But I don't think it's as simple as say Wike that Fubara say maybe they come the drop for him every month now. I don't know if he reached that one.
Money. I bet you said it now. No, there's nothing what they wanted they didn't need. What's the
I bet you two that tip now. Say
we have the ambition of being the president now. So
wait.
I was watching right. I said that he was supposed to fight again. That is now back as governor. He's supposed to fight again. I say these people, they won't put this guy for trouble.
Don't mind that, right, Dr. Abati. They want to push this guy again.
Fubara, now we don't want Fubara, we don't want anyone anymore. I see went to do Thanksgiving in his village now the other day for Fubu. The guy was just talking. He go
Don't
do
mind that, right?
Thanksgiving.
Arise is the one pushing there, and then we push them. See, say when they push Natasha. See now.
Natasha did for somewhere. They just want that boy. The guy don't learn in nursing because he knows say anything we do now like impeachment.
No, maybe they would just. I think the president would just say maybe she should do one time. That's what I think.
But so if he start to make trouble like impeachment, if he starts
Don't
making
you see
trouble,
Kenneth Okonkwo yesterday? I mean, day for yesterday, started pushing him again. No, Mubarak tenure should go and end in 2029, November. I say, hey, these people, what are listening?
The guy has not contested. He has not contested the constitutional removal now. So he cannot ask that his tenure should be elongated because he didn't contest his suspension. He wasn't impeached. He was suspended. So he has to first go and contest the suspension in Supreme Court.
No, those are the no. You have to understand. Everybody is chop. That is Nigeria. Maybe by then, when they are saying this one, they would not call the advice. They would not advise. No, these are the lawyers that cause problem in Nigeria. Then later you'll be accusing the judiciary. They will not advise you wrongly. No, you have to go to court. You have to do this one. Money now. Money will come.
But the Fubara give that guy money now. What do we name that guy?
Listen, they are lawyers now. They would not lawyers. They would take to get money from you. They would take anything now.
Yes, now.
Let's go to court. You can win. There's I wish I don't win the case. So where would they go? You can win.
Yes, now we are almost there. I'm telling you, they go live for you now.
They will drag you to Supreme Court. More money. No, these people, no.
Person made that to big go court. It is they go win. I say he was going to lose now, but at least you have a small chance of winning this case.
For the man went to call, we didn't hear his voice. They begin to bring Buff and Abacha boss. So they defend that I have 1 million here, they give me 200. I have 10 here, they give me 2. Something they start big. No, Nigeria lawyer, these people. When they were debating it, at least early this year, they said no, lawyers should stop all these things, taking people to all those frivolous case to court. When you win any election, they should be advising their clients. One lawyer, I think it's his son, I forgot his name. He said, no, it's their fundamental right. This is the time to cash out. They have to go.
Now you get issue when you carry out come with them now. They their own lawyer.
The lawyer didn't even know when he don't know when the thing come up for a man. Say this time of cash out.
We don't go chop.
But by the way, Aaron, did you see that tweet of Peter B that went viral?
No, which one?
We are finished. It was.
Oh, really?
It was democracy is dead.
Where did you say that?
No, the people are wishing Tinubu's wife a happy birthday, right?
Okay.
So some Peter B is not attacking Peter. He's not attacking his wife. He not said the woman has said, okay, stop sending me gift to.
I saw that.
He said it's the donate to the library now. To our library.
She asked them to donate to the library. Yeah, now. It's not even our own library. It's what's the library? It's government library, it's not like a personal.
So how Peter be now turned a simple bad day wish to we are finished, and I'm like, what is wrong with this guy? To do long? Why?
He doesn't know how to play politics.
He's a sadist, He's a sadist. He doesn't understand the value of that library now. So why would he not?
He doesn't know how to play politics. That is the problem. When you play politics of bitterness and hatred, that is the way you go. You always make error. Somebody that's supposed to be pushing the government, bomber to bomber, policy to policy. People will be listening. We'll be seeing different opinion. Different, that's not know that. Okay, this is supposed to be like this.
Last, I always hate seeing it like. I am saddened. That's the way it begins his tweet. I am saddened. I'm like, why are you always sad when you tweet? Can't you just Give us policy. I am
How
sad.
can someone even disagree with the construction of the library
I don't
and someone
know.
say, because you know BT, I'll tell you what happened. There was one time we did my grandpa's remembrance, and people were doing like taking out papers, newspaper, Muslim and all these things. That's when I realized how much it costs to actually put you know, to do a front page of a paper is like about 3 million, probably more, probably 2.5, probably 5 million, up to 5 million these days to take out just front page or back page, not to talk about the middle. So the first lady knows that, okay, she's going to do it, but they're going to have different people. They're going to say, well, Bishop, someone will go and take out the front page of newspaper, 5 million. Someone will go and do advertisement on TV. It's a lot. And she said, you know, instead of you wasting this money doing that, that money, go and donate it to the library. Is that not a decent thing to do? That's actually a very decent thing to do. So why is Peter Obi now saying we are finished? What are we finished? I mean, the guy is funny. The guy is a very hard fellow.
Allah, are you there, Baba? It's a lot there.
I did. I agree to that. I just listened to that.
Allah, we are coming to your area now. You know they want to pass that bill now, energy bill. So I'm going to move to Ekiti, and in 10 years I will become an energy and run for something. I become Balogun.
No, I want to become. I want to become a king.
Who is trying to pass that bill?
Your deputy speaker, Kalu.
I don't really understand. When they want to pass that silliness, are these people thinking? Because I'm even thinking more beyond Nigeria, moving to Nigeria. What happens to other foreign terrorists that displace people from their land?
No, they have provisions for. They said if you are born there, if you are married to an Ekiti person, or you've been there for 10 years. So I'm saying, how do you prove that I've been in Ekiti for 10 years? Because there's no requirement to speak your language, your Ekiti language, your dialect. I can just move there and I become an indigent. So how would you know if I've been there for 10 years or if I got there last week?
Well, I think when we continue to advance, we can have way, but to me, I'm not saying that, okay, look at this. You are in Ekiti, you have telecommunication bill, you have electricity bill, probably you work there, you have office they can track to that place. Then you have a lot of things that can prove that you are there. But that's not even my own concern. My own concern is this: if one Buhari's family from Niger or from Mali go to Ekiti, you displace people from their land, you force marry. You know, I don't want to use that bad word there. Maybe I be during the bad, as you understand, and the person gave birth, and the person is now maybe 16 years or thereabouts in the Ekiti, and you are now claiming the land where you force people out. You've lived on that land for 10 years. So what provision? Because we are not seeing those people being prosecuted now under some of those terrorists in the north. They've occupied people's land. Probably some of them they live there now for like 7, 8 years. Is that not an avenue to normalize illegality? You understand? Because you just want to reduce the thing to just 10 years that you have right. I think this is just a crazy idea. It's a crazy idea. We can't continue to do things like America or Canada, because Canada and America, they displace people from their land. So you are and in Nigeria, we can still recognize the real owners of land. That is why we still have our monarchs, we still have our king, we still have our chiefs, we still have our Bale. He's still telling the story that we are not coming from Europe, we were not coming from Middle East to occupy Nigeria. So to me, I don't know, that kind of a deputy speaker are the kind of person they're supposed to take to the traditional shrine and let him swear no to Alale to deal with it, to deal with him brutally. What nonsense
Yeah,
is this?
but I by the way, they have co-sponsors of the bill. And guess where the co-sponsor of that bill is from? Ola?
Where?
Ekiti.
Who is that mad person?
From the household. One of you is co-sponsoring the bill.
Sorry, sorry, Ola. Prestige. I spoke with Benno yesterday, by the way, so I'm fully aware of what you were trying to hint at yesterday. So I'm fully up to speed with the whole narrative. You may not know it fully, but so don't worry. It's been dealt with. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. But don't call me Prestige again because I try to. There's somebody that own a platform that I realized
All right.
that has that name Prestige. So I don't want to usurp his right. So that's why I changed my name.
All right. Comparable facts. So people have to have an we've known you for so long. So
you have to get used to that. Okay, I don't want to take that Prestige name anymore. I respect the guy. I think his name is Ola. So.
All right, just to feed back to you, I spoke with Benno yesterday. All right, sorry, Ola, carry on.
So Ola, how do you feel for one of you was sponsoring that bill? How do you feel?
No, I feel bad because there are most among us, and I'm interested in knowing the background of such fellow because knowing the background of our political leaders sometimes we encourage us to know to campaign and to know who we are going to present going forward. Because the danger within our political spaces is you may have PhD in any field, but if your own PhD doesn't you are not the person that you go to any extent to understand the history of your land, to understand past events, to understand something about politics and social economy, you are not supposed to be worthy of someone going to represent us at that National Assembly. You understand? You could be anything, but as long as you are not vast in the area of economics, in the area of history, in the area of politics.
I have the name for you. This one is shocking.
Please go ahead. That guy, oh my goodness. Oh my. See, I think I need to dig out about.
Yes, he's a co-sponsor now at the Senate level.
Because I don't know.
Sorry, is it the majority speaker? Is it chief whip or majority leader in the Senate? So it's for making by the way, sponsoring the bill.
I hope they vote the bill down. You understand? I hope they vote the bill down because they be pushing. Because some people do not really understand the implication of this. Now, they've been trying to grab your land for a very long.
Arrow, fish your mic, please. We can't hear you. Fish your mic, Arrow.
They've been trying to grab your land for a very long time. They've tried so many means, and you that they want to grab your land are even the one now presenting that land to them on the platter of gold. This is crazy. So these people like Opeyemi I'm seeing here, these are the people that probably they have not done. I have to check properly. Maybe these are people that they've not properly done anything good. You understand, for themselves
let me give you the second name. So that one is Senate from the House of Rep. It's also from Ekiti. Akin Rotimi.
Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
So you people from Ekiti, yeah, the problem for you.
Oh my goodness. I don't just really understand what is going on there. So what's the benefit of this initiative? Are these people thinking that okay, just because are they really thinking that this thing is really for political? Because this is how to infiltrate. You understand? Let people go and just read what happened to Hausas today. Even Hausas right there on their land, they can't even make any important decision that is purely from the Hausa initiatives. Whatever they are making today is the initiative of some people that infiltrated them from a foreign region. Now, when you are talking of this citizenship, you understand you are protecting, because there's nothing with good intention that don't have unintended consequences. The people of Southern Kaduna today, I think they will everly cause the day someone decided to create some kind of grazing reserve in their region. And when the like of El-Rufai that thinks he is a deity, that is a thing God, when he got to Kaduna, see how he misused everything. See how the like of Buhari got to power and misused everything. There's nothing you want to do in any state today that you cannot achieve. But when you are bringing this indigenship something, what exactly do you want to achieve with it? Because as it is today, nothing stop you from becoming the governor of Ekiti if the people there accept you.
Can
But
I
will you
comment?
wake up tomorrow? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Um, I'm just here baffled about some of your narrative, like people like Baba T live, a civilized person that live in the country, and is a citizen in this country.
Don't
The
attack
right to
me.
vote. Hold
Don't
on now.
attack me. Why are you
I'm
attacking
not
me?
attacking you. I'm using you as an illustration.
Don't use me. Don't use me. Leave me alone.
No, I'm going to use you, okay? Whether you like it or not, yeah, because you're opposing the bill, So I'm going
I
to
am
use you
not.
as a.
I
Hold
am
on, hold
against
on.
the bill now.
I'm going
I'm
to use you
against
as
the
a
bill.
typical illustration. That's why when we have a discussion, you have to use an illustration, and you're an epidemic of illustration. I'm going to
I
use.
am against the bill. You're not getting the facts right. I'm against the bill. You're
Yeah,
missing
I
it.
know. I said you're against the bill, so that's why I'm using you as a typical illustration. Say you live here for the whole, you live in America, become a MAGA, which is your right, and you have a right to vote and everything that this country. You're not even born here, let alone somebody in Nigeria, because some of you are so myopic in your thinking. It's baffling. I mean, the myopic I use is not an insult; it's just a normal slang that I use. So let's get something straight. What does this bill that was proposed? What does it? It's an amendment of Nigerian citizens to become an indigenous of state if they were born there and been living there for at least 10 years. In America, where we are not even from this country. In most states, it's only 1 year you become an you have a state ID of that particular state. You become a citizen of that
Use
state.
the word now. No. Use the word. No. Say it. Say it. Say it. You become what? Citizen, not indigene.
Well, I'm just making a parallel. Okay,
No,
so
it's not.
you
No,
just
no, no. Come on now. You said I'm against something. You said you become citizen. Nobody discussing it. You can go to Kano and become a governor right now. Nobody's stopping from running for office. When we're discussing that, we're discussing indigenship. So when
is
you
that not
bring
what you can? Yeah, indigenous. What does indigenship grant you? It grants you the right to live there, to contest for governorship, to
the
vote.
same way
And
you can, the same way you can as a citizen. So what are you talking about? Nobody's discussing citizenship. You can go there and do whatever you want.
no. The narrative I was making was about America. You.
But America is not nobody.
Well,
No.
I'm using
Hold
you
on.
as somebody who is a
Hold
civilized,
on.
educated man,
Because you are no.
and you are
Hold on.
thinking very myopic. It's so
No.
baffling.
Facts. So hold on. We are this in America. If you live here for 10, 20 years, you don't become an indigene. You become a citizen.
No. I'm saying if you move from state to state. Sorry, maybe I didn't phrase my word right. I'm
Yeah.
talking about you live in Massachusetts right now. If
Uh-huh.
you move and come to California,
Mhm.
only a year you have a right to vote.
The same
Anything in that state.
Nigeria is even no. In Nigeria, it's even 6 months, not even 1 year.
But
In
I'm talking
Nigeria,
about
it's
the
even six
current.
months.
We are talking about the current narrative that a lot of you are opposed.
I'm saying the law. Hold on. In Nigeria, if I move anywhere within 6 months, I can do whatever I like. So we even have a more relaxed law in Nigeria when it comes to moving from state to state to do anything you
So
want.
hold on. Let me get this straight. Maybe I'm wrong. What are you opposing? Are you not opposing the bill that was initially proposed by Carlo and some of people in Ekiti? Are trying to sponsor it. The one that
No,
said,
let me
hold on, let
clarify.
me
No,
land, let me land, let me
know
land,
where we
man.
talk. Okay.
Let me land. The bill, is to amend the constitution that Nigerian citizens could become an indigene of any state if they were born there and constitutionally live there for at least 10 years. They can contest in local government, in that particular state. Let's start with me from Imo. I moved to Lagos and I've been living there for 10 years. That
Yeah.
will grant me the opportunity to do any, to
Let
become
me
a member of that
let me
state.
respond to you. Hold on. Right now, without that bill, guess what? You can do the same thing right now. You can move from Imo to Lagos and run for office. Nobody's stopping you under the current system. So nobody is discussing that.
Then why are you opposing something that
So let me tell you
increases?
why. Hold on. Because being a citizen guarantees you the right to run for office. You can go to you can come to Ogun State and run for governor if you've been there for 6 months. That's Nigerian law. What we're discussing here is indigenship. You say that if you move, let's say you move from Imo to my hometown,
right?
For you to be an indigene of that place, living there for 10 years, that mean that what they're proposing is there's no need for you to speak the language, for you to marry there, to even integrate. So you don't have to integrate with the culture, marry from it, change your name, speak the language. By just being there for 10 years, then you have access to what we deem as very cultural and intimate to that. Can you mute your mic? So I can hear feedback from your mic, sorry. So you can then engage in what is cultural to those people in terms of titles, land rights. Nigerian law also has some opportunities for jobs, education for indigenes of those areas. That means you, because you lived there for 10 years, can then have the same rights to those opportunities meant for those indigenes that have been there. Like, for example, the oil area in Bayelsa. Some areas that they get money from those companies because they are from that area and they are indigenes. So they benefit because they are from there. So you can then move there and say, because you've been there for 10 years and you have become one of them, an indigene, you have the same rights to those funds. I'm opposed to that. But in terms of politics or running for office in Nigeria, right now you can do the same thing as a citizen. Nobody's opposed to that. So I hope you get where I'm coming from.
Okay, so let me get straight, if I understand where they're, because there's two components to this. One of them is cultural and ancestral identity. Then the other one is, like, in terms of voting. Or so
that one is there right now. You can have that one is not stopped right now. You can do that one right now as a Nigerian citizen. Nobody's stopping you from doing that. But
okay, so you agree you're not a critic of that one. Okay.
No, that one is okay now. You can go anywhere and do that one now. I'm saying that for me to come to Imo and say you as somebody from Imo, I deserve what you get over there as an indigene of the land because I want to become the Igwe. That is not right now. You see the problem?
So, Babati, so your main contention to this, you think that this bill seems to be diluting or redirecting the indigene identity
okay.
And cultural heritage. Is that what you're saying?
Worry. Let me clarify, because people think I'm discussing Yoruba issue. I'm saying, some tribes in Nigeria, they can barely fill one local government council. They are small. They don't have maybe they have 50k people or 100k people. They're not that big. So if you pass this bill now, we can then move to their local governments within 10 years. We take it over and say, because we are one of them now, that's it. Then they are gone. So forget the big tribes. Care about the small people, the smaller groups in Nigeria.
So you're right. So you're saying that may affect the control of resources.
Exactly, because now we cannot say, okay, because they have oil in Bayelsa or all this council now, let's move to go there, go become a private community and take the money for money and right over there.
I don't know. If I understand your summation,
but maybe like during that election, when they want to carry Oro, they will tell you maybe they occupy that area. They say no, we don't want Oro here. Don't do your culture here.
We are Yoruba, so you can't do Oro because we are the same people. No, that's
you're too myopic in your thinking. Okay.
The what now?
I'm talking about it's very myopic.
He said that you explain to you. We are exclusive. This is what I don't like about man of prestige.
I'm not insulting you. Myopic is not. Come on, now.
No, don't say I'm myopic in my thinking.
Don't be too sensitive on
let's
language.
No, I'm not sensitive. Okay, guys. Sorry, fact. But you see where I'm coming from. Nobody is disputing your rights to run for anything or to claim benefit anyway as a Nigerian. But even your Imo, even to get some jobs in state government or to go to school in some areas, you benefit being an indigene in Imo. You have some rights in that area because you're an indigene. I should not be able to come there and take it over for living there for 10 years. That is unfair to you.
Okay, what happened what happened? Let's take you an example. You are from Ogun State, right? And you are born in Imo State. and you've been living there for the rest of life, what precludes you from, having a job, scholarship, political office in that state? Is that a wrong thing? If you,
Let me even respond to his comparable facts.
yeah, this is a good dialogue we're having. Go
Wait,
ahead.
comparable facts. Let me tell you something.
Okay.
Even in America you live, in Canada I live, a First Nation that is in, let's say, Alberta, we now go to Ontario and be claiming indigenship there. You see now, because you want to be talking of we that you are living here. Kemi Badnoch that talk against Nigeria the way it is. He is just a British citizen. He's not an indigene of United Kingdom. Do you get that concept?
What right? Tell me the right that he doesn't have. He has every right. The indigene of that state has.
Just hold on. Just hold
on. Ola.
Now, I can tell you for sure, he cannot become Queen of England. If you know. So there are some things, there are some practices that are tied to your ancestral lineage. You understand? Ekiti man is an indigene of Ekiti just because of their ancestral lineage and they're tied to the land. Without the land of Ekiti, there will be no Ekiti man.
Sorry. Fact. The law also says that. Can you hear me? Fact.
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
The law also says that if I'm married to an Igbo man, to an Igbo woman, I become an Igbo man.
If you choose, right?
No. Hold on. It says if I'm born somewhere, I'm an indigene of that place. If I'm married to anybody from that place, I become an indigene. If I'm born there. So let me ask you, if I marry an Imo lady, does that make me an Igbo man?
No, so
but that law says if I then move to Imo with my wife,
But if you choose to be an Igbo man, that's your right.
Hold on.
I think the law is flexible.
Hold on now.
The law is flexible.
Let me finish. Hold on. It says if I'm an Imo person and we move to Imo, forget the 10 years. I become an Igbo man automatically and I'm an indigene for my one of you.
That's if you choose.
It doesn't make any sense now. Come on.
It is a compulsory. It is a compulsory.
No. But you have
to tell you the law. What the law said.
It didn't say compulsory. I said the law is flexible. What are you talking about? We are speaking English.
But you see but when it becomes ridiculous, where you can change your Come on,
this is the problem we have now. You are looking in from your own lens alone, just because you think it's going to benefit you because you grew up in Lagos. You are not looking at a Fulani man today that has an agenda. That has jihad agenda. They mobilize themselves en masse, in thousands. They start marrying Igbo people, and they are already indigenous of that place. Now, they are not ready to change. They don't become Catholic. They are still that, they are still that with that indoctrination of that jihad. It's just a matter of them having significant number before they overrun the Southeast, the Igbo race down and shake everything about your identity.
So,
wait, hold on. This is a target as changing people's identity. They've been trying to do this thing, but we are not being sensitive to it. They introduced Uga, they defeated that one. They introduced water resource. They wanted to take land use act. They wanted to repeal it. They were defeated. They try water resources. You understand? They diluted that one. Now what they are now coming at is a dingy, which is the worst and the most potent of this weapon. But you are not looking at it. Someone will just wake up from somewhere now. Maybe a Shadian that has an identity of Nigeria, you understand, can come to Enugu and marry an Enugu person and already became an indigene of Enugu. I've never seen where they legislate indigenship anywhere.
let's even say the woman you married from Imo State she's a princess. I say because that makes you an Igwe now because your wife is an Igwe princess.
Exactly.
That's crazy now.
So, Alam Babati, good.
You can't get Fulani as Igwe.
So that's okay, Nadaman. So
Igwe
you
Mohammed.
understand the perception of
Igwe Musa.
Hold on. Yeah,
Oh,
kind of scared of
let me give this last statement.
If we rename Enugu to Sokoto.
Hold on. Now we're having a conversation.
No, let me give this last
are you all concerned
Hold
about
on
expansionism?
now,
Is that where you're concerned about?
Hold on, you respond. Let me tell you one thing. Hausa people, they were being politically correct when they were accepting the foreign Fulani guy. They accepted those days. They lived there in a matter of decades, and they changed their structure. You know, they pie all the traditional leaders, and they took over. And today, even when you go to the Senate, when you go to all those, how many of non-Fulani have political power in that particular region? If you are looking at Igbo people having political power in the South today, all those things, think of what happened to these people. Think of what happened to Hausa. Because the question is this: do you have the same tendency of being violent like some of these people we are talking about? You have that tendency. Political correctness is what you are going to do till they eventually quanqua you through the instrument of the law. That is why the history is very important. I don't know who took history away from a curriculum. History is very, because all this, the way we think today is that we only think of a machine, we think of a router and switches. We don't even think of our history. We don't think of our culture. Everything is all about computer science, mathematics, STEM, and all those stuff. We are forgetting important things. Abba.
But Babati, isn't it quite suspicious that it's an Ekiti man that keeps on trying to push this thing?
Two of them. Not even
because the reason why they're pushing it, they are very enlightened people. That is why they are very enlightened. The problem, they are more enlightened than all of you.
Man of prestige. We know our people. Something smells fishy. Something really smells.
They are not fishy solely. So you there for Netherlands or wherever you are, you know.
Just stop that. What type of enlightenment? Let me tell you one thing. You can be a professor of mathematics. You can have more invention than Isaac Newton, Michael Faraday, and you are still as ignorant as any mumu.
You are making my point. It's not about education. The highest degree you have, PhD, right now. That does not enlighten you. But I mean, enlightenment. You see things different in a more broader
man of prestige. Man of prestige. We are not talking about Lagos Yoruba people. We are talking about Ekiti.
What's wrong with that? Is Ekiti not part of Nigeria?
Man of prestige. Let me tell you what.
Go and ask about Fajuyi family. Go and ask about Fajuyi family in Ekiti. We fought in Ekiti Parako. We fought Ogunkereji. And you are here telling me, what led to all those wars? What led to all those wars? Do you know? And what led to all those wars now? You now want to stylish now reverse everything now. You are telling me that they are enlightened. What type of enlightenment that you will not even know where you are coming from?
Let me say something.
Ola. Can you just stop this enlightenment?
Wait a minute. Let me talk now. Ola, I think what I'm just listening, you know. Sure. I mean, you'll have this perception that Stop cussing.
You don't really understand what you say. What are you talking about? You are just talking. Which
man of prestige, they can be enlightened, but we are telling you as Yoruba people, something smells fishy. It is not straightforward.
So what's so fishy about it?
Because it is not straightforward. These people are up to something. That's what
no. I think what I can deduce from this conversation we are having, some of you that are against it are more, you're concerned about the demographic and and political expansion, especially
No,
some
man
of these.
of prestige. All those things you are talking about is already currently allowed. Anybody can do all
You
those
can
things.
go anywhere and do it and expand and be governor or anything. So that is not
So this one has a specific reason. Either somebody is sponsoring them to do it for ulterior motives. That in fact, that's the only thing I can think of. Somebody is sponsoring them financially to do it for ulterior motives.
Why do they have to have a dubious
Is
motive?
it not somebody that sponsored B before? Did the B sponsor himself before? What are you talking?
But the point is making is that Ekiti of all places, they're very conservative. So nobody,
But
we all
like
looking
I
at
was
different
saying, how are you gonna say Ekiti of people? We have Ekiti
if
where
that
is
no,
dumb in
if
terms of
no, hold on.
in
If
terms of
hold on
education. What are
now,
you talking
hold
about?
on. If that bill comes
Man
from
of
Lagos,
prestige,
not
they
be
may
done.
have education, but their youth still sell their vote for 2,000 and 5,000 naira. In fact,
Tell me any place where they know they sell vote.
Tell me
My
any
state,
people that they vote.
is my
they
state
have
not
the
one of the
highest.
worst?
They have the
They
highest
sell their
amount
vote to
of.
Hope Uzodinma. What are you talking about?
They have the highest amount of shameless youth vote sellers.
Oh my God.
They are shameless about it.
Where's their data to prove that they are the only state that has the worst?
It's small boys, he said.
Let me tell you, people like counterfacts are dangerous to our political structure and cultural heritage.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Ola?
You are dangerous.
No, comparable fight. Get my name straight. You can't even get my name straight before you come
You are
in.
dangerous.
How am
Because
I dangerous? I'm talking for the
you can't
unity of the
even
country. I'm
you
talking
can't even
for,
smell the danger. You can't even smell the danger.
what is the danger?
You only think of your asset in Lagos, and now you are going to be comfortable in Lagos. The question is
comparable danger.
yes, sir.
Wow.
No, wait
now.
now.
You give
Wait
me a
now.
comparable danger. Or last time dangerous. What name have you call me?
No, I say you are dangerous to our cultural heritage. You understand? Because you only think of the benefit of today, but you are not looking at the okay. Now, a Fulani, okay, a Fulani man from Mali that has the Nigeria heritage, that is citizen of Nigeria. You understand? It's still one of is a fundamentalist too. Now, just because of the agenda, you just need to sponsor few of them, go and marry women from Enugu. Maybe the 2,000 there, you understand? They give you guy money. They marry 1,000 people. He will just divorce after 5 years, and it's still be an indigent of that place.
I think we are having different point of view. I'm a very liberal. I'm a very liberal person.
Can you hold
in
on,
terms
please?
of something like that.
Can you hold on, please? That marriage.
But you've been talking now.
No, please. I beg you. That marriage clause is also applicable to foreigners that marry Nigerians. So if a Malian marries an Igbo woman, that Sheikh Musa that married in Kechi,
even Janjaweed,
what's wrong with that? Is that not what we are praying? Is that not what we are praying for? Africanism.
It becomes an
what's
Igbo
wrong
man
with
in
Pan-Africa?
No,
Pan-Africanism.
You don't have an issue with that. That you just show up one day and it's an Igbo man in Igbo.
You bring Fulani Janjaweed by yourself.
My God. You see why I use that word, myopic? You're just think so narrow.
Okay,
and
man of prestige. Let me give you another example. You see the clause of referendum. Who removed it? Who thought it was going to benefit them? And now, who is it not benefiting? This is the play happening again. But you are not seeing it because of the current supposed benefits.
Exactly. Thank you, Soli. When you plan,
I'm looking at it. What will benefit all Nigerians, not me. It's not about me. It's not about me.
We don't want this on your knee.
Why don't make it so like I'm just saying from my greedy point of view.
Dangerous facts. Soli just
don't call me dangerous fact. That's not my name. Comparable. What's wrong with you, Ola?
Okay. So the thing is this: Soli just drew your attention to what happened in 1966, when some coup plotters, when they planned the coup because they believed that they were dominating, and they changed the Nigerian federal system. They turned into unitary system, thinking they will still be commanding and be leading everybody. Today, people from the region or those people that planned that coup, or executed that coup, are the one now shouting marginalization. How do you feel?
Wait a minute. What is the connection? I'm trying to understand the correlation between, the coup stunting and, what is that is an feeling now.
Oh,
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Can you expand on that?
Let's break it down step by
Yeah,
step. Let's start
Charlie,
with
you brought that subject. Expand on that, please.
Okay, the referendum, the removal of that referendum, at that moment in time, because they cannot see the future, they had the power, right? Now, to not separate the power again, they removed that clause. So they can't do referendum because they thought and assumed that they were going to have power for a long period of time, right? But now, as the years has gone by, the people that wanted that referendum removed are now suffering from it being removed. This clause that these people want to introduce, all these benefits that you are pushing for, the one you are talking about, is already there. Everybody benefits from it. What extra thing that is now being pushed in this thing that you are not seeing? It's just like when somebody puts blade inside chocolate. You cannot see the blade, but you can see the sweet chocolate around it. And because the chocolate is sweet and is free and you think you benefit from it, you are not seeing that there may be a blade inside. What happened to these Hausa people, and they are now forcibly calling them Hausa Fulani, is what they are trying to strategically push in the south. Before you know it, you have Igbo Fulani and Yoruba Fulani, and everybody that is coming from Mali and Chad, they will come and apply the same thing again. Do you understand? What is the name of this horse that they say the horse is empty? They gave it as it is a Trojan horse, basically. You know a Trojan horse now?
He said it's African, it's Pan-African, so he wants that to happen according to his own.
Okay.
Igwe Yakubu, abi? Igwe Yakubu.
Come and see, damn Fulani Enugu.
Okay. What I'm looking right now, and I know at least 4 people that are 1, 2, 3 that are against it. But if I want to include one more person, and Najaman, are you for it or against it? Before I give you my point of view about. No, I want to see where you stand. That's no problem.
The bill for the bill about the bill. I want.
Yeah. You for it
I'm
or against
against it now. I don't hear my submission before.
Okay. So I include you among the 4. I'm the only opposition here. So let me make my point. Let me tell you why.
But what the part we are no, you can't just put it like that. No, you are on the international space. The part we are against, that clause that say you will come marry, become an indigenous, that is where we are against to. So not all the
I'm go. It's to when you make it constitutional and make it.
Are you
everyone
okay?
understand? It's my turn
now.
Are you okay?
Are you okay with being called Igbo Fulani?
Wait a minute. The opposition has been talking now. It's 4 of you.
No,
give me my time.
Just
the only one that is for it.
It's just my final question. Are you okay with being called Igbo Fulani?
It doesn't matter to me. You can call me whatever you want.
Okay. You're a danger man. Danger.
Man of prestige. I can never believe this man of prestige again.
Can I go now?
Yeah, go.
Okay, this is why I'm in support of the bill, and I'm gonna make it very simple. Because if you do something like that, it will promote national unity over tribalism, which is part of the problem we're having right now. I mean, we are very religious. The problem Nigeria is having right now is tribalism and religion. But something like this will definitely, promote national unity. And it will reduce discrimination in education, job, and politics, even indigenous certification. There's many benefits. I mean, scholarship, government job admission, political appointment. This is what they're supposed to do.
That's what they said.
You cannot see past your nose. You know what? You cannot see past your nose. The same way Rose, he couldn't see past his nose.
What is he saying?
Okay, now it's 5 of you. Can I just finish?
The same way Rose, he couldn't see past his nose. Is the same way he could not.
Somebody will not tell me somebody what to be about, Billy.
Wait, let him finish because I have a question after I finish.
It's 5 against 1 now. You only let one person talk. The discussion will be more, will be better. But you're not giving my chance. I'm trying to give you my own point of view. Why I support the whole thing. It doesn't matter where you're born or raised. I mean, being an Indian, people will be treating you as a foreigner. But if this bill is passed, it make you, you know, an indigene of that state. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, this is what is good about that. And this will correct any kind of injustice, encourage Nigeria, you know, to see themselves as Nigeria. Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, it doesn't matter. I don't know why you are against it. I mean, if a Yoruba person, you know, that was raised in Kano, Sokoto, or whatever may be, we contest for election, get state job. I mean,
They can run for office right now.
Just like an indigene.
They can run for office right now. Nobody's coming for run for anyone in Nigeria.
Man of Prestige, I have a question. I have a question for Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, all these things that you listed, is it impossible to do it right now?
Well, yeah, because we are so tribalistic, and I mean, but if you pronounce it and make hold on a minute, make it a national. Hold on, let me land.
You don't understand my question. Whether you call yourself Igbo, whether you call yourself Igbo Fulani, it's not remove tribalism if you already have it. My question
but hold on. This will definitely encourage internal migration and economic growth.
My question is, right now, in the current state of Nigeria, is there any legal thing that is stopping it from happening? These things that you've listed.
Yes.
Is there any legal constraint on it happening?
Because you are telling me that I can't go to Kitia, you know, I have my business and be, you know,
nobody said that.
They will be discriminating against me that I'm not from it.
No, Man of Prestige, no, don't take this out of context. We are talking about heritage here, and culture. You understand? Not all those one is there. You can be governor, you can become any office in Nigeria, any part you want. That is already constitutional, constitution already. You understand? But this one we are talking now. Just look now. Somebody will not tell me tomorrow now.
Hold on. If we're talking specifically about the indigent, you know, if this bill, you know, is actually, you know, why I support this bill. In a reality, it will reflect a real Nigerian. You know, it will outgrow, you know, the colonial era boundary, because it's the colonial that put all these boundaries we have. If that would, you know, all these boundaries, you know, it
but the colonial you are saying they still have their own culture. America, you are they still have their own culture.
In a modern
condition. Comparable fact. What you are not seeing here is this. I'm saying even in America you are. In Canada we are AA. If Oyinbo are not so eager and not so desperate to make themselves indigene because the constitution already confers citizenship on them. Citizenship, there's nothing you want to do that you cannot do with citizenship. Citizenship in Nigeria, there is nothing you want to do that you cannot do in that Lagos. You understand? If you want to compare,
you are treating me as a stranger.
Wait, hold on. Hold it. That
because of my, you know.
So let me tell you one thing. So in the G-ship law, we automatically make not them treat you as a stranger. Are you just joking? Let me tell you what is happening in America. Just wait. Let me tell you what is happening in America today. Sorry, I'm not diverting. I just want to give an analogy. When Trump increased the fee for 1 HP, right, visa to
100,000. Okay.
Now let me tell you something. Now there are American companies in that United States of America. There are Indian companies. Even though they have every right to be American company by the virtue of registering the company in America, they are America. But the question is this: Indians are behind that, which are discriminated against Americans. They will go and import the general manager, everything from India. Now, you have your Harvard, everybody, they are producing high level of graduates every year. They will say, oh, they are not qualified, they don't have this special skill. That special skill is existing in India, and they go and bring them. You understand? So now the fact that you have American law that support equality, everything, these people still have this mental, this ancestral, this kind of cultural, you understand, bias, and they will still go back to their country to bring people. That is the danger you are looking at there. The fact that they call you indigene in Lagos does not make Lagos recognize you as an indigene. They will still discriminate against you. That is what I want you to see.
You know what?
But what are they to do, hold on, solely. What they are trying to do with this citizenship is it has nothing to do with you to be able to contest as Lagos State Governor. Of course, they will still not get to that place. It's about disorientating, disorganizing your essential lineage. You understand? They want to come tomorrow because they are EDG. They want to become your chief. They want to become your king. That's what they are targeting. Once they get that, you understand? The homogeneous Igbo is gone forever. You understand? You will be seen outside Fulani from Mali, from Mauritania. You understand?
But Ola, he wants that. Is the he wants that. He doesn't mind.
You know what? Let me ask him a question.
Man of Prestige is just being myopic. All they think about is Lagos. You know?
Wait now. Let me ask my Man of Prestige. Let me ask you another question.
Yeah.
Okay, if you say that you want it, right? Let's be very honest. Can you compete with these Fulani people? They are going to dominate your society.
Let the toughest or the better person win. It don't matter.
All right.
What are you talking about?
Hold on. Let me land now. We are living in the 21st century, and this is a bill, that will epitomize where we are. We cannot be a modern society, democratic and united country. If we using hold on. If we are using this indigenous certification to divide the people, that's my problem I'm having this.
EDGship is not the one thing that is
Wait,
you are not getting it.
Can I ask Man of Prestige one question? Because he has taken several positions in this same one man several times. So you are telling me you are not opposed to the notion of indigenship, of universal indigenship, no matter, it doesn't matter.
No, I'm not
so
opposed to it. Yes.
Man of Prestige, why do you complain that the Southeast has 5 states instead of 6? I mean, at the end of the day,
we're all Nigerians.
Hold on.
We're all Nigerians now.
Wait a minute.
Why do you complain?
Hold on.
Why do you complain that the Southeast only has 5 ministers?
I don't know
why do you want to be?
Hold on, now let me
why do you want to be?
So it's my turn.
Well, Man of Prestige has told
why
you that
do you complain about marginalization?
Because
you don't care.
If
you want me to answer the question?
You are indifferent to identity. So why do you care about only having 5 ministers, only having 5 states?
Okay,
why do you care about representation?
Okay,
Since
let
you
me answer
don't
the
care,
question.
since we're all Nigerians, we all want to be unified anyway.
Let me answer you the question. I don't know when you joined this platform. If you've been following this platform since I've been following this platform, one man can pull up my commentary. I'm never of the person that support the creation of more states, not even to the Southeast. I mean, I can look at it, they don't have enough representation. Yeah. My problem is that, do they have the population? I've always opposed to it. So I don't know where you're coming from. You are new in this platform, regardless, go and ask one man, my opinion. I'm never, because my this thing is the creation of more state is more of expansionist, expansionist way. Because if such is asked for more state, other state will ask for more state. Or yours is even bigger than 2 or 3. Or your state is even bigger than 2 or 3 states in Nigeria. They will ask for more. They will ask for more state, and that will dilute. That will dilute your mission about getting more representative. I've always opposed to that. So let's put that to rest. And anybody here,
Man of Prestige, are you a Democrat?
Am I a Democrat?
Yes.
Of course.
Okay. And you live in California too?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a very progressive state.
Yes.
That is
what does that mean? That does not shape my,
It does, clearly. It does.
That does not shape my life or how I think about things. I'm progressive. I can be conservative in a certain way.
So you don't mind.
Like all this.
So you don't mind. Hold on. So you don't mind one day this Southeast is wiped out and the Igbo culture, that place is not longer in existence. You don't mind that.
You know what? I'm not the person that that just
Man of Prestige is a pretender.
Don't call me a pretender. You don't even know me. So
no, Babati, Man of Prestige. Let's be honest.
You can maintain your culture. You can still maintain the culture. And somebody from other
how do you maintain?
Hold on. Let's assume you are from a kitty.
Hold on now.
Hold on. You decided to assimilate.
Hold
on now. You decided to assimilate with people from Igbo, and keep their culture. There's nothing wrong. I'm not against the culture, but
they don't have to. No, but here's the problem I'm missing. So So hold on.
Babati, I feel like you are wasting your
No,
time.
no, no.
He lives in California.
Hold on.
I actually 100% believe that he believes in what he's saying.
Solely, hold on. Hold on.
No, I believe in what I'm saying. I'm not just here running my mouth. It's just the way I see life.
Prestige, hold on. Here's the point you're missing.
Okay.
The bill does not even mandate to even assimilate. I can be Igbo and not speak Igbo, marry Igbo, or even hang out with you in Igbo land, and I'm still Igbo. So there is no point for me to. So I can claim to be Igbo, have all the same as an Igbo man on Igbo soil, bring in more people, and over time have more numbers, not speak your language, and still claim to be Igbo. I'm going to wipe you out. That's the point I'm making.
No, Babati, you can't wipe me out because
oh my God.
He's not going to listen. He's not going.
So
to.
you telling me? Yeah, you telling me people from other state or whatever, you from Ogun State, you're going to migrate to my state, and become the majority.
Over time, it's not it's not one. It's not your own lifetime. We're discussing 100 years from now. Don't think about yourself alone. Think about your grandkids and your great grandkids, not you.
Babati, they don't intend to be. But Babati, don't you understand it? The reason Man of Prestige seems to be indifferent is because they intend to do the marginalization. They don't intend to be marginalized. They intend to do the marginalization. That's why Kagwas are fronting to.
No, let me explain. See, this California.
Some of your statement is very insidious. Okay, I'm just telling you. I've been listening to you.
Man of Prestige, I'm trying to tell them, but it seems they don't get it. California is one of the most progressive cities in the world. All these
What's wrong with being progressive?
Progressive, like all this, they are open to almost everything. As long as it seems
so. Is conservative is supposed to be the best in the world? That we
I'm not saying it's supposed to be the best. They believe you don't understand, right? They believe you don't understand what you are saying. But me, I know that you believe in what you are saying, but they cannot.
I believe in what I'm saying. I'm not just here running my mouth. What are you talking about?
So, Prestige, here's the point. I'm discussing 100 years from now, when your own grandkids in that part of the country will not know the difference anymore between the Fulani that doesn't speak Igbo and the one that does. Forget you. Forget your one.
Okay, let me wrap up because I wanted to talk something about what Obi said about this thing, but let me make my final thought on this. Then we can move on. I think I saw a super chat from Tima J that said move on. I think he's right on that. Let's move on to a different conversation. I mean, in my final thought on this, the bill is right. We are living in the 21st century. Okay, we have to make Nigeria like a true modern and democratic and united country. It does not erase any indigenous certification. What does that, it unite Nigeria, it contribute to the society. You can live anywhere, and become, have a heritage of that particular state. It does not matter. It helps the country. So everybody in Nigeria deserves a right to, wherever they want to live, practice any culture they want to. I don't see anything wrong. That's my final submission on this. So,
Babati, do you understand that this idea that this pushback that you have is a conservative idea?
Babati is conservative now.
Yes.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
But I'm not sure it's aware it's conservative.
Igwe Soli of Imo State.
You cram me Igwe now. Okay, that's fine.
And you'll be okay with that. You'll be okay with that, Man of Prestige.
Well, I don't believe in those
Prestige. You know what's offending me about your position, because I know it is disingenuous, and I know you don't believe in it.
I said offending you is my position.
You've been on this platform. We've talked about this platform, and I know you don't believe in it. And I know the reason you agree with it is the same reason. It's just out of my. You think that your people will do the marginalization. You don't expect in the future that it will marginalize.
So basically, nobody will come to my place, but we'll go everywhere else.
I will go everywhere else and dominate.
I need to respond to the last speaker that accused me of being myopic. That I think my people will be I think my people will be the one that marginalizing people. I never think that we'll be marginalized. What are you coming? You see, this is the problem with what we are having. And you are proving exactly why Nigeria is what they are right now. You are one of the typical, the epitome of what what is destabilizing Nigeria. You are number one. I just say it because I've heard you spoken so many times. It doesn't strike me as somebody, who has a broader knowledge about how to unite the country. You are
I don't
one
want
of
to
those.
unite the
You
country.
have
Why
a
do I want to
narrative
unite the
about
country? Unite the country under what? We are tribal people. So why should I want to
you have
unite us? Why should I want to erase?
you have the
Why should I
concept
want to
of
erase
you
identity?
have the concept
I
of
don't have a desire to erase
you have the
identity. I
concept
want to
of Yoruba,
protect.
Uronu Yoruba.
Who is
That's
talking?
what you are. That's
The,
what I
the
think you
one
are
the one with
you
the
are.
Yoruba, the one with the Yoruba statue, please. What is your name?
Sorry?
What is your name? I wanted to address you.
Me?
Yes.
You don't surely come on. This is not the first time we've had a chat. You know what
They
I'm
call him
calling.
Arobida or whatever they call him.
What I'm trying to point out is that eventually, as long as we continue to do one Nigeria, even this thing that you are pushing against is eventually going to get passed, whether we like it or not.
Exactly, which is why I don't promote one Nigeria.
Yeah,
You never
but
promote one
it
Nigeria
doesn't
here.
matter. It doesn't matter. That's the future we are eventually going to have to face, whether we like
That is why I don't promote one Nigeria. That is why I don't promote
What do you promote?
Before we get there, no, Prestige, here's my position. Once again, let's forget the big tribes, the Igbo Yoruba people. Think about the Egun people. There are barely 11,000 in Badagry or 12,000 people. Think about them. Think about
Babati, in a progressive
think about those people.
society, the dominant win. At the end, less, even if there are 11,000 people, for the country to be won, all tribes have to be wiped out. That's the reality.
Okay.
Thank you for that opinion. I'm surprised.
And at the end of the day, it is the dominant tribe that is going to end up creating the win.
Do you see what Prestige said? He said thank you Solly for the opinion because Solly expressed the opinion of domination. So he's thanking Solly because he agreed to the opinion of domination and ethnic cleansing. That's what you agree with.
That in most cases majority win. It's just like
So what
majority
happens
win in most cases. You can't take
So
that away.
why are you not offended by my position that the reason you don't disagree with the legislation is because you believe that your majority would dominate and wipe out others? That is why you don't have a problem with
We're
it.
not majority in Nigeria. The Igbos are not majority. What are you talking about?
Don't move the goalpost.
No, he's not offended because his idea is progressive. This is how progressives think. They are ready for the annihilation. They are ready for the domination. To them, that is a faster way of moving society. But we all know who is going to end up dominating the Southeast. So I'm not worried.
Sorry, who is going to dominate the Southeast?
Fulani.
Why are you so bothered about who's going to dominate the Southeast since you are indifferent to it? You shouldn't be bothered. You should be of no consequence to you who it is.
Let me tell you what you are not thinking about. Dangerous facts. Sorry.
Stop calling me dangerous for Olana. Come on now. Comparable. That's very easy for you to remember. Comparable.
Okay, let me call you fat because comparable facts can be dangerous, can be anything. So the thing is this. One thing you don't know about we Southerner is this. We are so much invested beyond this country and we are educated. And when you are dealing with people that they still have some people within their nation that are still primitive. You understand? Those guys, they don't have anything to lose. So by the time you allow them to become citizens of your place, they will just go and look at all those Fulani without they will be claiming that global warming, they can no longer have water to feed this thing. You understand? Suddenly they will be seeing Southeast as a place to stay. They only need to go there for 5 years when they have a person there like Buhari then. And they will fight to finish without 5 years. And after 5 years, the law of the country will make them the indigene of that place. We keep telling you the story of Southern Kaduna. That Southern Kaduna was a peaceful place, you understand? Almost a sleeping place without violence, everything very clean. You know, the idea of metropolitan city came to the extent that, it's a metropolitan city. Kaduna is like almost no man's land, all those stories. And they brought some kind of people and said, okay, this is grazing reserve. That grazing reserve gradually became a village, became a city, and they started demanding for their honorables everything that the city will have. And we know the story today. And even when I went to that place, was supporting them. Was supporting them.
Talk about Plato. The same thing is happening in Plato, even worse.
Understand? You are seeing
Okay,
all this.
can I say something?
Don't say something or let me finish my words. Let me finish my
Okay,
sentence.
okay, Ola.
Papa T, you should
Now,
appreciate this moment because
let me tell you one thing.
once this bill is passed, this may be
Hold
the last
on. Sorry,
that
hold
we'll
on,
be
please.
talking to.
Let me tell you something. When these people bring all these all these Fulani that are just still like all those how do we call all these primitive Fulanis, when they bring it to your place, they are not thinking of running to America so that Trump agent will arrest them there. You know, they've not even enjoyed life. They've never enjoyed good in their life. Sorry to say, in quote. Let me just use in quote. So, unlike you, that you've had PhD, you've done everything, that you're afraid. You're afraid to commit a crime so that because you know you can be caught anywhere. They are not afraid. That's the advantage all these cook, all these primitive Fulani you see have over average Southerner, because when they are fighting you, average Southerner that spend to educate themselves to travel, you can't fight back because you know what you are going to lose. So they already have that advantage of militia over you. If you just take them their person one time one time to conquer the entire Igbo land, if they intend to conquer, you are not looking at this danger because you are looking at because we are the one that we take over of Amuwa Dolphin, we are in first attack all those areas. You are looking at now when they now doing the discipline, say me to be Lagosia. You are thinking from that place, but you are not even thinking of what is going to happen to people in Onitsha. You are not thinking of what is going to happen to people in Enugu and about those things. You understand?
But by the way, how are the Native Americans doing right now?
Please, my phone went off. Mike will put something. Maybe I'll come back again. See.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
We give you space. We give you space.
Ola beg. You see, thank you for that submission. Those that is calling for indigenous law, they are from Southeast. They have their own agenda, and their agenda is
This is Midwest,
wait.
right? Somebody who
So
you see Midwest.
wait.
What is your
Let me
problem
don't
with
interrupt
Igbo
me.
people? We are being general right now. Now you come with your
Wait, you don't see the problem I have with people of your type or people from that side. They don't want to hear truth. Truth is like a very bitter something.
Everybody has been talking with everybody here has been talking with people with education, people with good knowledge.
Let me see what.
But when you come here, you always talk about Southeast in particular. Everybody here is in general. I'm not going to
now.
talk to you, okay? Because you are.
Wait, give me some moment. I started from somewhere. I said those who raised the bill. You know where they are from. So the people who are raising those bills, they have mentality believing that their people have occupied so many space. So when they pass this law, they will have open, not knowing the danger that the fellow politicians.
You see this guy, see what I'm saying about this guy? The present conversation is that people from Ekiti, you people from Ekiti are the ones sponsoring this bill. And you are here now, going back to your Halubis area, talking about the status. You have a problem with it. I hope you live and die with your disdain for the Igbos. You have a problem, but people, please, let's not go there. We are talking about culture and everything. Let's not go there where Midwest want to take us. He's hitting the good post about his, in a peak ideology about Nigeria, the hatred for the Igbo. We're not going to go there. Please, people, let's continue about our good dialogue we're having. Everybody has your opinion. Not Midwest way of thinking.
Midwest, something you said is wrong. It is Midwest. It is Yoruba people, specifically from Ekiti State, that are pushing this, and they are the ones that snuck.
You see what I'm saying?
They are the ones that snuck it back.
I don't want to call that guy's name. Go ahead. I'm glad he's gone. He's always like that. He is always. I don't know what his problem. I'm glad he's not the only people from Edo State. There are many good Edo people, but people like
all of us can see all this charade. You're not deceiving anybody. Midwest, a man of prestige. You're not deceiving anybody. I don't know why you think we are not idiots. You know that.
Okay, why you think I'm deceiving people? Give me your point. Make your point.
When Solly spoke about ethnic domination and the expansion of an ethnic group using through social means, you said, you are so happy about it because you are giddy about it because that is what you see. And like Midwest said, you already look at this here as a position where our people are already everywhere. You know, if there's any group of people that can take hold of this opportunity and take advantage of it ASAP, it is us. We're already in a big number somewhere.
Arrow,
Okay,
sorry.
can I
Let me
respond to that? Or
let me
Babasi, you want to
clarify,
go
please.
first?
Let me clarify, please. Solely, the bill is being pushed by the deputy speaker Kalu, but it's being co-sponsored by others, two of who are from Ekiti State. Just to get it clear, it's not being pushed.
Okay, so it's not just Ekiti State people.
They're co-sponsoring the bill, but
Right, so they are part of it.
How many
It's not
people?
like Midwest that just came in here.
About 6 people, but 2 are from
Where are the other 4 from?
From they're from other part of Nigeria to like other regions, Igbo, South, and North as well.
So they are part of the bills.
But the main arrowhead is Kalu. Is the main one.
We know about that about 2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah.
But if you, the people that are supporting it, they are for it. But can I just speak right now? Can I respond to Arrow, please? So Arrow, it's not about calling them or whatever. I'm just speaking things from my own perspective. You can call me whatever you want. It doesn't bother me. I'm looking at it from this. Like I was saying, if I decide somebody from Imo, if I decided to move to Ogun State or live in Ogun State or Ekiti or Lagos,
You will never be an indigenous about Ekiti or Ogun State. Don't bother yourself.
Prestige.
Arrow, let me make it clear to you. I want to be an indigenous of Ekiti State.
Let me ask you.
And what are you going to do about it?
Prestige, let me ask you.
Arrow, what are you going to do about it?
Hold on. How can you be an engineer? You can't even
well, this is response to.
No, hold on now. Hold on. How can you be an engineer? You can't even speak the language of Yoruba. How can you be?
You don't know what I. You don't.
You can't even do that.
I understand what you're
saying. An indigene that does not aspire to the culture, the traditions of the people, is that an indigene?
Okay, let me respond to you. About that. The reason why I'm for this, if I decided to go to an Ekiti state, and live there, I will assimilate with them. That does not mean I'm going to.
I give you
Hold on.
Really? Man of Prestige, you live in Lagos, you have property in Lagos, you can't even speak Yoruba. So what are you talking about?
I don't have to speak Yoruba.
The day you are asked if you speak, you say you don't care to know, you don't intend to know. And was it not a Ekene that said it? Remember, Ekene said that if you see this child frustrating for Yoruba person, is going to disown his child.
See,
are those the indigenous we want amongst us?
Ola people they remove me, I don't know remove me. See, make I say one thing.
Nobody
you see the Nigeria we are
living. I mean, they put person in,
okay.
Put person out.
Okay, see, the guy will put that topic there, say we are not one, and forcing us to be one is not good. That does not mean we cannot coexist. Ahmadu Bello said it for a very long time ago. They did not say Nigeria cannot work. They saw this problem so visible to them, and they were honest about it. Instead of we to discuss it, the man even went to a point and asked them, you are a traditional person from Africa. You are a Christian. Me, I'm a Muslim. And the other one, why can't we sit down, know these differences, so we know how to handle them? That is an intelligent person. I don't know what they mean by education. Education is for your ability to reason, to be able to assess something, analyze it, and see what the future holds for it, even the present. So, my dear brother, let's go back to this topic. Somebody is pushing for a bill. They want to make it indigent. I will tell you, the day the political system with the kind of politics we have in Nigeria will change in the name of somebody leaving their land, come to another people's land, I'm now an indigent, you will see why Nigeria has never been to a very big crisis, because the politicians are not interested. But when you force them in their land, take an advantage, what you will see in a trickle of an eye, you will not believe it. I don't know why they are pushing for this stupid bill. We are all Nigeria. You have right to go to somewhere.
Midwest, this thing can even create another crisis. You know, when you see Modakeke and Ife alone fighting, this can even create a major crisis in Nigeria.
Within my own state, village are buying weapons to fight over pieces of land. Even your own place of region, people are buying one. Look for research.
Arrow. People from Ife.
These people they
imagine Modakeke people now. Modakeke people will wake up one day, they will come to Lagere and they will say that
that's even what that's what I get now.
Who we sat down and be thinking of this kind of law, and you say you love
is dangerous.
are to Ekiti people, and that kind of person should not be going back to the National Assembly in 2027.
Tinubu, for example,
That is
take people
a
like
dangerous
Tinubu,
person.
who has a plan for political career for years, only for him to discover that people are trying to take an advantage just because he has generosity. They have allowed these people to come and stay with them. They live happily, they prosper. And so you think he will fold his hand and not think of the other way? I don't know what is wrong with people. Let them put this bill and see what will happen in the next 10 years. They
Just imagine Fulani from Mali that cannot swim becoming, just because he has a one father or one mother that is Nigeria. Just go bury my just start training.
They are already indigenous to their thinking. They are already indigenous to their thinking. But using Abuja might to cover it up, they are still doing it. But by the time you pass this law, even those who spearheaded it, their own land will be the first place to be taken. And the rest place where they once live comfortable, they will now understand how hostility is different from hospitality.
The problem we have in this country is that we have to return history.
Speak truth.
We have to return history. You have to know why was there
you hate
war? Why was
you
there
hate people? You mention their name. You do this. Understand? When you see them the way they reason over things, you want to express it to them, they will put it on hatred. Let them pass the bill. You think you are smarter than the rest people. You will see what politician will turn this bill to. In Kano, when you cannot win.
Guys, hold on, please. Hold on, please. Prestige. Forget even Yoruba, or even within Yoruba space, you're going to have problems. I'm an Egba man. I can't say I'm now Ijebu now because of indigenous bill. I can't do that. So you're even discussing different. Even within your own tribe, you're going to have issues. You can't go from Imo to say you're going to go to Anambra and go and claim that because it's the new law now. Even you can't do that within your own space. So let's be careful here.
Can I speak? Can I respond now?
Hold on. You will
Everybody's
respond.
against me. At least you need to be giving me time to respond.
No interjection. Now we are just this is not it's not a slot for everybody. We are talking general. Anybody can interject, right? The thing now is this: if you look at because Yoruba, for example, is a nation. It's not even an ethnic group now. It's a nation. See, Yoruba's nation. Yoruba is a multi-ethnic nation. Now, when you look at that situation, look at as a tribe, as a family. It's just like, and in my own house, I'm already able to work with my co-tenant. We are not having a problem. But you now want to go and bring someone now to come and stay with me. That just because he's staying with me, for a particular period in time, it has to become a member of my family by force. You understand? That is exactly what you are doing. If you are looking at that from family, you want to go and bring foreign people with different cultural orientation. Someone said he wants to be worshiping Ogun and Sango, but you are bringing someone that want to pie them for their belief to come and become their indigene. How can two work together except they agree? What we are trying to do now is that we want to impose people that are not in agreement.
Can I respond to
you understand? So please go ahead and respond.
Okay. The reason why I'm for this, okay, let's assume I was born in Ekiti State, Lagos State, or whatever, or I decided to move there and I've been there for many long time. Knowing my origin, I'm from the southeast, from Igbo to be specific, and knowing our culture is kind of different. And I decided to assimilate to that culture. It's not by force, but I decided. So, like where I'm from, they call us so Republican. We don't have too much respect for our elders. Everybody has the opinion. Then if I decided to assimilate to what I call, historical, Yoruba culture about respect for the elders. And that's what I want to do. I will choose to do that.
You are
Hold on, let me on. I will prostrate, what you call the ballo, or have the girl's knee. I think the girl's knee, they call it kunle. I can do that if I want to. Hold on. You understand the but I'm not going to push that.
Okay.
Then if I want to be religious and spiritually, I decided to do that. I can become an Orisha worship. It doesn't matter. It's what I choose. Or I can, which I think they call it Shango or whatever they call it. Why not? I mean,
I agree with you
100%. And Ife, divination.
I agree with you.
I can do that. I can become Babalawo.
I agree with you, my brother. Hold on. I agree with you 100%. Nobody is debating that. But according to that law, there is no need to even assimilate to even become indigene. You are discussing
No, the law didn't say you don't have to. What are you talking about?
No, but by marriage, if I marry you, doesn't mean I have to be part of the culture now. By marriage,
But
I
you
become
choose,
the
they give you a chance. They are very liberal. The law is very liberal.
Hold on. You said you will
BT, you don't even need to marry. You just have to just stay there.
Just stay there. But I'm saying that, for example, the king of Opobo, unknown to many people, is an Igbo man historically. It's because he came to that culture and he kind of assimilated to the culture, and over time he became a king. Historically, he's not even an Igbo person, but there was form of assimilation. Is my point. But this law does not even require that. Just show up and you become one of us, which is wrong. That's what I'm saying.
But it's liberal. It gives you a choice. That's where I'm coming from.
No.
Hey, dangerous fact.
Yeah, dangerous fact. People don't call me dangerous fact. You don't emulate Ola, please. Ola is on his own.
Okay. The thing is this. Ilorin is a template for us in Yoruba land, if you don't know. Ilorin is a Yoruba land and used to have Yoruba leader. Today, we have Fulani leading Yoruba. I still made an example to Hausa land, conquered and now be dominated by Fulani. We are seeing this thing from the history, and people are still denying. People that you see, people behave like this exactly in the past. The way you are behaving was exactly that people wave all this danger off. No, it cannot happen. And it happened. What I'm telling you is this: if you carry average Fulani from Mali or from Sahara, and if Wahala start now, you start thinking of your property in America, you won't be able to fight. Even if you have strength, you have everything. But you start looking at what you are going to lose globally, and they will use that advantage over you because they have nothing to lose, because they want to conquer you. Nobody is chasing them at international level. So just because of our exposure, gradually they will push in. We won't be able to push back. They will push in. We won't be able to push back till they will capture us. So that's exactly what you are not seeing the danger. You are only seeing it as you want to maintain your property. That's the only thing you are seeing.
Yeah, let what's his name? Let him speak now. He has
Foley,
been here for a long time.
Foley, are you ready
let Foley speak.
for Igwe of Ekiti?
Our local will be, that should represent.
Actually, I think yes. I think yeah, I'm now our local person now. Hope you guys are happy. I put check my name. I already put our local now.
But fully to the topic at hand here. This indigene bill. What do you think?
All right, to the topic, yes.
Yeah.
I think I didn't know about this bill you guys are talking about. I'm hearing it from you guys. But my instinct is actually telling me that when we heard about Fulani S-men or terrorist community in Nigeria with Nigerian military personnel, and the meeting just go freely like that, we should be thinking maybe there is something these guys are actually requesting for, and maybe this is part of what they are requesting for, because they know they are total stranger, and they know they don't have a space. So maybe that's one of their requests from the Nigerian government, that if they can do this for them, maybe they'll be fine.
Yeah, but
I'm just looking that. I'm looking at it that way. I'm not saying that's exactly what they are pushing. That's exactly what is happening. But it may be.
Fully, hold on.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking. You are from Ekiti. Will you be okay for somebody to just show up on your land and become an indigene and have all the rights that you have as an indigene? Are you okay?
It's not possible. Even in my state, you cannot leave your town to come and claim another town's citizens, indigene. Like, for example, my mom is from Ado Ekiti, my dad is from Medellin. Each time we want to talk about the real people of Ado Ekiti, with me growing up from Ado, I have all my business in Ado. People in Ado knows me very well, but yet they will still be telling me that you are from Medellin. So I'm not saying all these things. It's not even possible. It's a bill that even they try to pass it, we're still going to be a problem for Nigeria in the nearest future because nobody will accept it.
In fact, I hope you got where it's coming from. Comparable fact.
I am the only progressive person here.
Forget that one. All these progressive.
You're not the only progressive person here. You're just being deceitful. You are just being deceitful.
Forget about progressive, my brother. In fact, one Nigerian person you should know.
We don't have to have this.
But they should leave.
We will deport you to America forever.
My brother, you know, I'm one of people. I'm one of people that push for one Nigeria most time in my life. I never go against one Nigeria. But one Nigeria should base if this is what we want to call one Nigeria. And it's not like you want to swallow it.
Make it better, you know, in the 21st century.
It will not make it better. It will not. It's like you want to swallow a bomb that will later escalate to another problem. The one they will actually have. In fact,
wake up and smell
the only Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba that we are still practicing, we still not practice it very well. You are talking about somebody now claiming somebody's land.
Nigeria.
If you cannot meet up with Igbo and Yoruba and make it look like one, how do you now think that this one will now work?
So,
if for almost how many years now, since 1914 amalgamation until today, we cannot make Nigeria to be one, how do you now think this one will make it work?
Don't you have to start from somewhere? We've been
from where? You have started one already. You have not even get to anywhere. You are killing yourself.
It haven't shaped the country.
The one you have done since 1914. What have you gained from it? Let's ask ourselves questions.
You are still living based on division, separatism,
comparable fact. Tell me the country where they legislate indigenship. Just tell me that country. Even United Nations said you should recognize those people that have that. They are not saying they should legislate anybody that invaded their land to become the indigent. So
okay,
how come that? Hold on.
In America, where we live, we have the Seminoles. We have the Seminole tribe, the Indian tribe. Okay. Does anybody go to India like that place in Florida called the Seminole?
Why are the white Caucasian and those people that made up foreigners that made up America? Why are they not legislating themselves to become indigent of America? Why are they staying of citizenship? What can you gain from citizenship now? What can you gain from citizenship that you cannot get from Nigerian citizenship?
No. I think you're misunderstanding the bill.
What is
the bill is giving you a choice. It's giving you a choice. It's very liberal. It's very broad.
We don't want dangerous choice. We are telling you, we don't want dangerous choice. We don't want dangerous choice. The question is this.
In fact, after claiming is it mean that he's coming to come and be claiming my father's land?
Democracy gives you a choice to make it.
No, sorry, my brother. After giving them the citizenship right or indigent right, is it coming to come and be cultivating my father's land?
I have a choice to assimilate. I can come there and start wearing a agbada for the rest of my life. You know,
we can do that. You can do that without anybody asking you, without anybody telling you to do anything.
What's wrong with that?
You can do that freely without law. We can do that freely without law.
And wear it right now, comparable fact. Nobody's stopping you.
I wonder.
Nobody's stopping you.
Let me tell you one thing. Patoski that.
But where the problem is going to come from is after you claim to be my indigent, are you coming to come and be claiming my father's land?
I have two Edo friends.
Well, if I have the money and if I buy the land, then it's my land.
You can buy land. You can buy land even now. You can buy land even now.
Comparable fact.
And become the owner.
Comparable fact. I have two Edo friends, at least that I can remember now. Even three now. I remember the third person now. That since they were born, they've never been. They are not even in their generation. Are not even thinking of going back to Edo State. You understand? They see themselves.
You're buttressing my point of view.
Oh no, I'm not buttressing your point. Those people organically, they got themselves assimilated into the system because they speak Yoruba. They do everything Yoruba would do. They only have one of their name. One or two of the name that we just tell of the origin, but all they will make Yoruba proverb, they will dobale, they will do everything, they will eat everything Yoruba do, They will everything, and without you knowing, you will not even know that they are Yoruba people. You understand? And Yoruba
Okay, how about their name? Did they
hold
change their
on,
name?
hold on. That's organic. But this one, you want to do imposition. You have citizenship that will give you all these rights you are claiming already. You have it. But the question is this: what was so fantastic? What was so special about this initiative that you keep looking? And we've been seeing this trend of imposition, you understand, through different means in the past 10 to 15 years. And we'll be avoiding it. And this thing keep rearing head from different angle. But you think, all of a sudden, because they do it, we have advantage. And Solly even gave you an example when the soldier from a particular region thought they would dominate everybody. They scrapped a federal system, they brought unity system, but who are the people shouting? Who are the people crying today? The same group of people. So sometimes you have to look beyond what you think as an advantage and look at disadvantage too, because there is nothing you do that will not have its both intended consequences and unintended consequences. You think you are winning today. You are not even in a position to win, to be honest. You are not in a position to win as we speak now. You are not. So you have to look at that dangerous politicians. Okay, look at Emefiele. Central Bank was running perfectly. We think everything was okay until Emefiele got to that place. What happened? The man bastardized everything. It is the same way that this leadership, you understand, it will take one person to just bastardize everything. So why are
Emefiele is
we
not the
moving?
only person that has bastardized Nigeria. You know, all Nigerian politicians in any area has been stealing. What are you talking about?
No, so when all Nigerian politicians are bad, they be doing that. Why do we have to now give them more tools to even be more dangerous?
This
You
doesn't give
understand?
them more
Now,
tools to be dangerous. You're missing apple and orange.
person who will not get it. Wazobia, welcome online. You have anything to say or Showore is still saying something? Wazobia.
Let Showore say what she wants to say. I'll come in later.
Okay, Showore Nimiria, please continue.
I'm trying to be Camino this afternoon. So I changed to our local. I want to hear what our local people will say. I'm now my real me.
We are not off guard now. We know. You know that when you have ships in the midst of the we have work in the midst of the ship. We know.
Yes, actually, the topic we are choosing this afternoon is like when a system is when people are just trying to look for a way out of the problem, and I'm not sure this can actually solve any problem or any problem that Nigeria have. In fact, to me, I will still believe that if we can even go back to our normal regional governments, I think that would have been better than to even bring us more problem. Because this bill, whatever they are calling it, it can't work. It can't fly.
Enemy, do you think?
Yes, sir.
Although I want to be that Opeyemi Bamidele is not returning to that National Assembly in 2027, and the campaign starts from now.
How do you know?
We are going to work against him.
How are you going to work against him when you're in Canada? What? Come on now.
Please, I want to know. In fact, this would be my best interest whatsoever. If you have people have the way of doing that, I will be happy.
We are going to work against him politically. If they brought that guy out, he's not going to win that seat back. You know what happened to David Mark and Co? We happened to Bamidele, except a back out of this stupidity.
So because of the man's ideology, you are willing to mobilize your resources.
Is it the one pushing the bill? Is it the one pushing the bill?
He's supporting the bill. It was originally pushed by Carlo.
Hold on, please. So enemy is a co-sponsor with Akin Rotimi from Ekiti as well. So you have two people from Ekiti in the House and the Senate co-sponsoring the bill.
Oh, okay, it's good. I think they should come around and come out whatever they want to achieve with the bill.
They come and talk
to
you.
Because I've never seen any sensible person somebody that have a clue of what has happening in the past in this country,
But so
and they will still go ahead with this kind of deal.
Why two Ekiti people in the house are saying why Ekiti people are pushing this Nimi Koyemi?
In fact, actually, what we don't know about
I
this system
think,
is
let me answer that. I think Ofedeli Bamdele has national interest. So maybe he wants to campaign to be Senate president maybe in 2031. I think that other House of Rep probably is one of his lackeys. So that other House of Rep guy is probably one of his lackeys. Akirotimi is probably a lackey, one of his lackeys. So that's why that one too is a co-sponsor. But Ofedeli, he has other. You can see even the way he positions himself in the Senate. He goes along to get along. You know, he's also the one that sponsored that the changing of the national anthem. So he's that kind of person. So he wants to do. I think he wants to
and
aspire.
it's very close to Tinubu. It's very close to Tinubu.
So can I tell you the advantage of this bill, in my own opinion? Yeah, are you willing to listen?
This bill has no advantage. I beg you.
Wait a minute, this is Showore now. He wasn't here before. Are you willing to listen? Why everybody's against me?
I'm listening.
The person with the lightning brain is me now. Everybody here is so myopic. But anyway, so let's go. So what this bill is supposed to be, we are living in the 21st century, like I said. This bill truly, what it does, it shows that we're in a modern democracy. It unites the country, if I may say. The engineering certification does not divide the country. That's for one. This bill does not erase any kind of cultural or history, heritage, wherever you come from. And what it does, it makes people live together as one, contribute to national society unity. Everybody belongs to the community wherever they are. That's what this bill does. Very simple. I don't know why you are looking at it from a different perspective. It doesn't help where we are. I mean, we've been living separately with all this tribalism and nonsense before. Where had that gotten us for 60 years?
Please try and educate me on this. Is it that we are not living together now, or we are not living the way we're supposed to live now? Please, can you share more light on it?
Okay. Let me ask you, what has been Nigerian problem right from the get going? What has been Nigerian problem? Is it not tribalism and religion? Is it not our number one problem?
Okay, what you're now saying is this. This one will now remove the tribalism out of the equation, right?
It will help the tribalism because we're not living based on tribalism. But that does not mean we shouldn't honor our culture or whatever. If you decided to go to any place and assimilate to that, that's even good. It will broaden everybody who are thinking.
Dangerous fact. You and I in America, and in the employment space in America, North America, nepotism is still the normal thing in that America, in North America. When I say North America, I mean Canada and America. Man, oh man, you employ your friend. People here, it is terrible in Abata here that even mother employ a daughter.
Okay, that is nepotism based on.
Wait.
That's a different nepotism. But what we are doing in Nigeria is a tribalistic nepotism.
Hold on now. Are you saying now when you have over 500 people that apply for a job, you silence them and you went ahead, you employ your daughter, and you even fire some people for your daughter to stay? I'm just telling you that tribalism, which is a form of nepotism, you understand, is even in the advanced country. United States of America is in Canada. So how will indigenship this thing solve that problem? That's what we are asking you. How does that solve the problem? See, the fact that you comparable facts, you are in Ekiti today, and you are saying you are an indigenous of Ekiti, and with this your accent, it doesn't mean that we know the household in Ekiti now. We know the household. You understand? It's just like when you go to Kwara today, and people are saying Kwara is not Yoruba land. They will ask you that. Let's judge by the household.
But my brother, can I even shock you? Do you know every Fulani in the north, every Fulani in the Kwara, they still have a trace back of their own origin land. They are still going back to that place.
There's nothing wrong.
They are still claiming Kwara, and they are still claiming their own land.
There's nothing wrong preserving your heritage, preserving your culture. But the point I'm trying to make, if you give a choice to assimilate
now the question is, Okay, the question is, after you manipulate us to
It's
take
not.
my home
Come on,
space
now,
from
stop
me.
using those words. It's not a conquer. It's not any manipulation. You are the one making it like that. It's not what we are.
Please, we know what Fulani is. We know what Fulani is
You are
capable
very
of doing.
insidious.
We know
Your
their
statement is
agenda.
very insidious.
Me
You are
and you know
coming here
what
to make
these
it like
guys are.
conquer
What we
manipulation.
know what the agenda is. No.
This gives
Me and you know.
you
Maybe you don't
leverage.
study. Maybe you don't try to study Nigeria history to know where we are getting it from, where the
You
error
need
is
to
coming
erase
from.
that. You need to erase that backwards history you have. This is what.
How? How do you want to erase things that is real, that is still there fighting you, that you are seeing in your front?
What I'm saying. 21st century way of living.
So as to consume what you are saying now to create another problem for myself or for my children.
You are looking at it from a problematic point of view.
Now,
you have a problem.
You know what is happening.
You're already against it.
You know what is happening in the United Kingdom presently now. You understand?
What is happening?
They are having problem. They are having problem with the assimilation, and they are having problem with the assimilation. You understand?
That's happening everywhere. Is it not happening in Canada? Is it not happening in the United States? I saw people marching on the other day.
You know that it's happening in all those places, and you want it to happen in Nigeria. So you already know it's happening in those places, but you now want it to happen in Nigeria now. You see where you stand now. You already
that has to do with migration. You are looking at it has nothing to do with people that come there. They don't respect their heritage or whatever. That's not
the problem.
It's about.
Okay, let me tell you one thing. As a citizen of Canada today, myself, I can become the MP. You understand, of my province. I can even become the premier of my province. It's not stopping me. But when I step up that I want to become Inuit or a Mentui or the First Nation people, then there's a problem there. Why do I need to become the indigenous people of Canada when the citizenship of Canada can give me almost everything that anybody that is indigenous of Canada can become? What else do I want? You understand? I'm a Canadian, I'm carrying the passport, I'm doing everything. Why do I need to become an indigene? Why?
He give you a choice. That's why you are misunderstanding me.
What choice now? Okay, what's the definition of indigene? What's the definition of that indigene? What's the definition? Tell me a country where they legislate indigene that okay, where a foreigner coming and we now by legislation we turn them to an indigene of that place. You understand? And we are saying we want Nigeria to move forward, but we are doing everything that we cannot even trace to any civilization. You understand? Just give me an example of a Western country that, okay, fair of us start by telling me that Kevin Badenoch is now a British indigene. Now, tell me that even Obama, even Trump, they are not even indigene of America. They are citizens of America. How come that it's only in Nigeria that we are fighting that we want to become indigene? What is this thing? I just want to know. I want to know that reasonable civilization that forget about citizenship, right? That focus on indigenship.
Okay, you asked me a question.
I've asked you many questions.
Okay, let me answer this one now. You asked so many questions, but you wouldn't give me the time to answer. So that's why I'm not answering any question. Maybe I've forgotten some of the question he asked. We are talking about indigene. I mean, you asked me what is the definition of indigene. I mean, is it not a person in a
and I now follow up. Why are people like Trump's, Obama, Bill Clinton, George Bush? Why are they not striving to be an indigene of America instead of citizen of America? So why are they not calling themselves indigene? But
they choose not to. They choose not to. I mean, when we talk about the indigene of America, okay, let's
man of prestige, they cannot be. It's no matter they choose not to do, they cannot be unless they have.
But if they choose to, if they want to become an Indian, they can go there and the Seminole County in Florida and assimilate with them, or the Seminole County in Kansas City.
Why do an Igbo man want to become an Ekiti man? Why do Why
because I like the culture. I want to dabale. I mean, I like your the way you respect the elders. What's wrong with that?
Don't dobale, please. Don't dobale. Stand up. Don't dobale.
You can do that organically. You don't need that. You don't need that.
No, because he asked me a very specific question.
The question is this: when you are in Rome, you behave like a Roman. You don't need law to behave like a Roman. Okay, we are speaking English now. Are we English? Are we Englishmen? Do we really need to become to be Englishmen before we behave like English people?
Why
We
not? Okay, because you know what that gives me.
What are you talking about?
Wait a minute. You know what that gives me? It gives me a historical, to connect to that specific area.
That is not true. That is not true. Interaction.
Wait a minute. I will be part of part of that place, whether it's by bloodline or by just immigrating to that place.
You see, just say you want to become just be saying that you want to become a Caribou or you want to become Oni of Ife. That's your target, and that's where the problem starts.
Okay, what's wrong with that? If I eventually ascend to that road, am I not a Nigerian?
Progressive mind. Listen.
Can you see that statement? You
progressive. Progressive mind.
Hold on, Midwest. So even an Ife EDG that is not from the royal family is not aspiring to become Oni of Ife. You that want to come through the instrument of legislation to now become EDG, now you want to become Oni of Ife.
Okay, stop there.
Can you
stop
see?
there. Hold on.
No.
Stop there.
Are you not seeing that? That's
stop there. Hold on. You know what that gave me? That gave me a choice to contest. That's what they call democracy. If the people
contest
or whatever. Hold on. If they choose me, then I am. Let it be. Because they choose me.
Why would they
choose
you?
I'm not going to make myself.
Wait, progressive mind. You see, the problem we have is this. Sometimes everything.
It's not a problem. We are having a conversation.
He said it's not progressive. He said it's no longer progressive mind. He said it's,
okay.
I said I'm progressive, but my name is comparable fat.
Okay. Comparable fat. Listen, my brother. Now, it just gave you an example of a throne that belongs to people like maybe 500 years.
Okay.
And now, someone is coming to say, Nigeria gave me right. I also want to contest to occupy that place. Even when people who are indigenous to that place, through blood, through lineage, through history and culture, they can't even think of going to that throne to go and take it because they understand that throne, there are a particular group of people. When they are access to the designing, they agree that this set of people are the only way you can choose someone to go and sit there. And somebody is coming from nowhere. Nigeria gave me right. I want to try the people can support me. Don't you see that there's going to be a serious crisis? I just threw this question before you. Are you still there? Are you hearing me at all?
Yeah. Say that again. I'm sorry.
Okay. I said, okay, like the throne he used to give us, it's a cultural heritage. It's an heritage to people.
Mm-hmm.
There are histories that link even that throne to so many other powerful thrones across Nigeria, like that of Benin. There are thrones that link that place to that of your empires, and so forth and so on. Now, those who created those thrones those days, that's the only government they know. But there are within the family someone they can choose to represent it in case if the one currently there died. Now, someone through Nigeria is coming to come and occupy it. Either he's a Fulani by origin, or maybe he's an Igbo by origin, he's an Edo by origin, he's even a Yoruba from another place. Don't you see big crisis coming out from that an attempt? Or he's going to trigger it? Huh?
So what you are painting right now, everything for you to obtain whatever you said, you have to have an accessory, lineage to have that power. Is that what you're insinuating?
Yes.
I mean, what's wrong with me that came from somewhere and assimilate to that culture? And become.
You people are the problem is you people are arguing with someone. Give me 1 second. Let me just say this. Let me just say this, Masopia. You people are arguing with someone that is disingenuous in his arguments. That's the problem. That is why someone that would say that what is wrong with someone who is not a member of a royal line coming over and using social engineering to disrupt the royal lineage that has been going on before the creation of Nigerian state. Look at what Man of Prestige is saying. But I'm not surprised. He comes from Imo State. They don't have any traditional institutions in Imo State. So I'm not surprised.
Okay,
it's most unfortunate.
what I'm saying, I re-engineer myself, and assimilate to their culture, and I decided to contest, and you people choose me.
You don't
You cannot
contest.
you
Wait,
Let me clarify you
excuse
again.
me.
Let me also put it. It's like you don't understand.
You
Okay,
don't
please let me
contest.
quickly put this on before
And it's
him.
not a political post. Okay, you
Wait,
don't for bashing.
the Yoruba. Let me put it before you now. Just let us be. Put everything to the western part of it. Somebody from a Lagosian is coming to Ife to go and sit on that throne. Do you know what it's going to cost in Yoruba land?
It will not even happen. And if they ever force it through,
Okay, that may not happen, but what happens if they choose the person? That's the point.
We can't choose you.
That is-
Okay,
you
that's
see-
good. That's democracy. You can't
You
choose.
see,
You can.
see,
I'm not
you
talking
see
about
the
me. Somebody from
What
Lagos.
kind of argument is this? It doesn't even make sense now. The context is not realistic. It's not. What kind of argument is this?
How can you turn
How can you
into
compare
a political post?
a monarchical system with a democratic?
No, see, I don't blame progressive mind or truth. The truth of the matter is that I blame Nigeria. These are the reasons why that is why we need to sit down, identify our differences, the way we reason. Everyone develop their space with autonomous rights as they are contributing to the federal of Nigeria. Gradually, as we marry, as we interact, people will be learning from. People will not be learning from one another. As you said, integration. If they truly integrate you, you will not even imagine it. You see it now. That is how. That is exactly how the Scandinavia as a whole, despite the different country, they were able to overcome.
Hold on.
Okay.
Can you fix your mic, please? Your mic is not Zobia. Your mic is
okay. My mic is not good enough, right?
We can hear you now. We can hear. Go ahead. We can hear you now.
Okay. So two things. What I wanted to say is that these are not the problems that we are supposed to be focusing on in this time of our national development. At all. It is a misprioritization of the most important and basic things that we need to prosper as a society. Yes, we are disparate people, and the kind of change they are trying to force to happen do not happen in 100 years. It takes time to happen. Now, historically, if you look at it, languages and cultures, after spending enormous amount of time, they tend to mesh together and become something else. Even in philosophy and culture, like the Sumerian language is literally dead. It's dead. But it's replaced by Akkadian. Like even if you go to North America now, like Canada and America, the English that they speak there is influenced by the native Indians language. The words like moose, caribou, chipmunk, they're all actually Native American. Look at the Celtic languages. Oh, yes, a very good example would be Latin. Latin is dead now. It's dead. It's no longer spoken as a language. But the culture of what Latin is and what Rome actually did with Latin, the kind of different amount of people, different kingdoms, different monarchies, but they brought them under one umbrella. Yeah, started something like a religion, told a story that everybody, but it took 3,000 years. So why should we force things that happen in thousands of years to happen within 2 calendar years? It doesn't really even make sense. Nigeria is going to, if we continue to remain as a nation, give it another 200, 300 years, you may not find a lot of differences between us, and the next generations may continue to have more and more and more. It's just normal social interaction and evolution of culture and and languages. It's normal. It takes time. That's how it happens. But this one that they are trying to do it by law, it's just going to cause problems. It will not cause any solution. It's just a misprioritization.
Thank you, brother, for your submission.
Spot on, Hassan. Spot on.
Yeah, but Wazobia, why do you think there's a push for this bill then? Where do you think they're coming from? What do you think is their real motive?
it is sinister. It is sinister because I don't believe that they are fools. Those people. When it is sinister, there is something behind it. And you see, even this Fulani, the idea that Fulanis want to dominate people's land, that's that and take it over. That is not actually the case. But there are some very powerful people that want to maintain this, kind of uh, what do we call it? People living on the edge of insecurity in certain parts of the country.
Yeah,
There are great amounts of money. A lot of conspiracies are going on. So we may not know whether a superpower is actually socially engineering through law to cause chaos in our country in the next 10, 15 years. You know, the way intelligence agencies work, it's not like me and you. It's not going to be like our person will say, "Oh, this is the work of the CIA. Oh, this is the work of the French secret service. Oh, this is the work of Mossad." Laymen do not think like that. We will start to point fingers at each other. But if you go to the sources of who is trying to do this and of what benefit will it be, and then you may begin to put question marks and question marks and question marks. And the core of the Fulani issue is an issue of gold and some mineral resources. And the core of Boko Haram is an issue of some mineral resources and, of course, Africa. So we are a contact continent, and unfortunately, we do not do ourselves any good between each other to help our cause. So it's unfortunate, but that's my theory. You just with the theory. I'm not saying that as a fact. It's just what I suspect.
My brother, can I also come here and make my contribution about why they are pushing this law?
Go ahead. I just want to see whether Danger Francis is there, whether you
Okay,
want to answer.
Okay. Somebody still open his mic. I think he should mute. There's like a noise. I don't know whether it's radio or something. You see, those who are pushing for this law is a very long time strategy to dominate others. And they feel when they have the backing of the law, with the law, those they perceive to be weak, they can use that law to intimidate them. This is what the law said, let's go to court. But what they don't understand is that even the security structure on ground, they have enormous challenges. Just that nobody has ever thought of, let's defend ourselves. That's why we are hearing people dying 100, 200, this and that. And sometimes we arrest some people, they will negotiate, set them free, while the others are being bound. But I think they find a loophole to discuss it with people who doesn't really think broad, also believing that they will partake from it as well. And that's why they are using them to spearhead it. So this is just my belief. I don't believe the Southeasterners who are raising this law is from them. People discuss it with them. They make them to feel they can enjoy from the law.
Who are these, my brother, who are these people that you are talking about?
They should be from the north.
You didn't get the origin of this conversation.
They should be from the north. They should be from the north. Wait now, let me just give me like a few minutes, then you say
hold on. I'm going to counter you on this. It's not about the Southeast. Carlos is the first person that started the bill. Then there's many other people from other tribes. So don't base it on Southeast. Just because they are the first. Hold on. You are making it a Southeast problem. This is their problem.
I don't make it
start.
Why not wait for someone?
Baba G, educate that boy.
But we are Nigerians now. No,
I will give you time. I'm going somewhere. The people that want this law are Northerners within the Northerner space. But what they want is because they are very surprised that a Southerner could put this law forward. Why others follow? The person who raised this law, they are the House of the Representative and the head and the deputy. Why others gradually follow the law? Even the Northerners were, some of their leaders, they were in shock that during the time of Southern power, they will have chance to even present this kind of law. The reason why the Yoruba, if you look at few people within the Yoruba space that is joining now, it's out of, I don't know, you know, when people have plans, they always have people to take along. But 90% of the Southwestern, 90-something% don't want this law. The South don't want it. Even the Southeasterners don't want it.
How you
Huge
know?
population.
How you know? Are you the House of Representative? You just come here and insinuate what you don't know. Like you speak for everybody.
I'm going somewhere, please. Let me land my point. I will give you time. The reason is this. But they always see these Southeastern people as people you can easily use, just the way they create Wazobia that has consumed the progress of the country. Your brothers who presented this law did not think of their people that is across Nigeria, which is and the Fulani who has forced themselves across Nigeria. What you don't understand, this law is as dangerous as keg of gunpowder. And by the time you start tasting from, you will not realize that me that is talking today, I'm not the politician that will light it up. Think very well, my brother. I'm not talking from the point of hatred. Those who create their space.
I would love to support. I would love to support you.
What's your evidence? Just because Northern is the
okay, let me look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. This insecurity. Wait now. This insecurity for many years has forced a lot of Northerners to spread. Not naturally, they don't leave their land to stay in another places, to go and start going, particularly to the southern part of Nigeria. This insecurity in the southeast has forced Igbo out of their land. Now, these two people are working together for this interest, wherever their people have stayed, without even addressing the cultural heritage of the people who has been receiving
after
for
his
years.
I need to counter him.
Get what I'm saying now?
That is a self-defeating argument. No. If the Northerners have the capacity to engineer a conflict that will ruin their region and then ruin the southeast, and then somehow then they will still want to ruin where they go to take refuge. What kind of nonsense thinking is that?
My brother, the reason is this. Listen, it's not nonsense. They see Nigeria like already a captured place.
In Edo State. Look at what's happening in Awuchi area. You feel like there's no kidnapping or not? Like Edo is safe. What are you talking about?
There are many people in northern Nigeria that feel some kind of supremacy. And even if you notice the candor, the manner in which people talk here on this platform, usually you take Northerners as low lives, uneducated people who don't know what the world is about and what do. And nobody
see the reason. Oh, you don't get what I'm saying. The reason. Wait, my brother. The reason. Wait. Let me put this one before you a little bit. Let me put it before you. The reason. See the reason. Many people thought they have the political power now. They can influence the judiciary. They can influence the army what to do. They can tell the police what to do. Those they perceive to be weak, they feel they can clamp on them. That's why they are pushing the bill.
This is practically a Yoruba government, and you are still accusing the Northerners of doing something like this. How naive can you be? How hateful of the Northerners can you be to make such an accusation? So
wait, my brother. Okay, let's leave it there.
Wait.
What will the Yoruba gain from this kind of bill?
But wait, let's just take your mind back a bit.
Okay, I want you to analyze what you think a Yoruba people as a people will gain from this law.
I've heard what you said about Sunday. Let me just take your mind back a little bit. I don't know if some of you were paying attention to the news when Obasanjo was president. I think it was around 2004 or 5 when the CIA I think it was Julius Assange that got something leaked out that they predicted that Nigeria would disintegrate by the year 2015. And Obasanjo actually addressed it. I remember on 9 o'clock NTA news that they used to do, where he said that was a prophecy of doom and that Nigeria rejected it, whatever. You can search it online. You guys do not understand what Africa actually represents and the kind of resources that we stand on. And the vested interests who have already had plans to use these resources for the next 20, 30, 100 years already. How do they get to those resources? To ensure that you guys do not stay in peace. Look at the DRC. Why is the DRC not living in peace? And it's very easy for the African to accuse his fellow African. And, it's unfortunate, our situation. We cannot just think out of the box.
Okay,
We are so
okay, Wazobia, exactly. You are coming to the
What?
territory I want to address now. Midwest.
Yeah, external dimension.
Hold on, please, Midwest. Wait. This is my yes. What Azan said is absolutely correct. I agree with him. And mind you, I keep saying Fulani, Fulani. When I say Fulani, I'm talking of the elite because I've said that in here several times. I'm not just talking of the average Fulani that these are the elite. They've already mortgaged their life. In fact, they are victims too. You understand? So when I say Fulani, Fulani now, I'm talking of the elite. The one that will use their ideology to make sure that they keep their people under their stool perpetually. Now, look at it this way now. If I'm from the Southwest and I've already moved beyond that, the level of ideology that anybody that can engineer, I stand to be corrected that, okay, we are moving in the right direction during the time of Awolowo, because Awolowo forced the Western region to have education. If you were not sending your children to school, you could be arrested and be and be prosecuted and jailed for that matter. Now, when we now come here today as Southwestern Nigeria, we are educated. It took the decision of a single person to take us through all those things. You understand? Through taxation, even people were shouting, tax too much, I bet you have fought against tax, all those stuff. Here today, Yoruba are proud and saying, okay, we benefited from Awolowo. Now, but when you now come from that part, you now see the elite of that particular place that they decided not to educate the people the right way, so that you will not give them the power, you will not give them the tools they need to develop. Even to the extent of political reasons, they imported militia just to come and fight 2015, in case they were expecting that this guy will not leave, Jonathan will not leave. When you see leaders that think that way, it's dangerous. So the same energy, by the time you start infiltrating,
the absence of evidence is not the presence, it's not the evidence of absence.
No. There are evidences, at least. If there are no evidences,
this is another conspiracy too that needs
it's not conspiracy. When someone said they imported militia towards the 2015 election, someone, as the person who said it on open TV, on national TV, as the person be arrested and be prosecuted and be questioned. You understand? Even the like of everybody even said, I pay some people so that they won't be paying my people.
Who was the one that said it on national TV?
I can't remember. I can't remember the name. I think one of the chieftaincy chief of APC just said it on Channel TV or Arise. No, Channel TV. You understand? Even before that time, I heard from a reputed, because a clergy person, don't let me even talk about the name. So the thing is this: when you see some people fighting against developing their people, you understand. That's why I say we meet the like of Sardauna of Sokoto, because to the credit of that man, he tried to develop that region. But the type of leader we have today, they don't have the same capacity. The capacity they have.
There are no Sardanas are like now again. They are gone. There's nobody in the northern elites that thinks like Sardanas again.
See,
So no, wait now.
And I doubt it even in the elites of other ethnic groups too, that they are the same people who take like the Kwame Nkrumahs and the Sankaras, because it was a different world, and we are living in a different world. Sometimes
we don't have anybody that thinks like Awolowo today.
You don't have any parallels, Okay, continue. Let me just keep quiet.
Exactly. So we have that problem of leadership everywhere. But what we are saying is this: before it is too late, I cannot. To me, this is me, yo. You know what? You raised something in the comment section. I laugh because number one, funny enough, as I speak to you, I have Fulani friends, I have Igbo friends, I have all those things, and they know my stand on this thing. That when I talk, I don't have problem with them on personal level. But when it comes to something of ethnicity, even the one I can contribute to now, I will say it because I know that I have my limited time on the surface of this earth. You understand? I think beyond today, beyond what I want to benefit. Now, the problem is this: anybody that can dilute my homogeneity this time around, I mean, in terms of ideology, what I stand for, economically, socially, you know, unfortunately, people believe that I'm religious. I'm not religious. You understand? So I just want to be a normal person that reason, that function within the space of this art. That they are not going to use one religious idea to change my mind and to start thinking irrationally. I don't want anybody to do that. So that's the problem I have.
Yeah. So you're not religious.
No, I am not. I am not. Of course, yes, I am not.
Yeah.
You you can see me be defending Christianity. You don't need to be sorry for me because I know religion is a fraud. It's a man-made thing. You understand? Religion is a fraud. So just let me tell you. I can tell you for sure.
You see, that's one of the problems of this century too.
Guy. Look, I will tell you why I think religion is a fraud. Religion is a fraud in the sense that God created the entire earth and gave man the abundance of this earth. Now, someone, for example, now is not saying you have to give God money for God to bless you. How does it stand? God created everything, though, tree, land, everything, put the system in place. So you just have to go and bribe that God again. That is not what I'm saying. I said religion. Is that not what religion preaches? That's what.
No, you are confusing. You are confused. You are confusing human corruption. What God is actually.
That's what I'm telling you. Even religion is human. See.
Okay. I agree. Even if religion is human, it is because of religion that me and you right now are actually speaking in one language and are exchanging ideas and are speaking over each platform.
Okay. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you one thing. Religion is what they use to colonize us.
Under one umbrella. We keep talking of finding common ground in our society and all that. Whatever you see, even nationality is a form
my brother. Let me tell you one thing. Religion has its own positive and has its own negative. Religion is what they use to colonize us.
Yes. That's the more balanced view. Thank you. I will accept that.
So to me,
wait. I want to
the way I see it is this: I don't just want any type of assimilation of what is at variance with my own belief, because it's going to create more problem. By the time, hold on. Me, I want Western education. Someone said I just want to go to paradise. You understand? So there are two conflicting things. Me, I'm looking at how I'm going to make life better for myself here. Good health care, good school education. And someone is saying, those things, they are vanity. You don't need it. And you start fighting. You are making sure that I'm not doing all those stuff. I don't want such kind of ideology. That's why I'm saying that I would prefer everybody to stay within their own region and stay within the common belief and use your common belief to foster advancement rather than start fighting about the, already we are fighting up just because we are not the same already, but someone now want to add to that problem. Already we know that we are different. They are saying, okay, let us stay within our region and just operate like something that the weaker central. But someone else say, okay, even the problem you have now, let me even go and add more. That's the way I see this indigenship, something that we are talking about. You understand?
See, let me quickly put this one. To me, I don't see this law even benefiting any Nigerian. Maybe there is an external dimension as well. Because
people are looking, much, my brother. Thank you very much.
People are looking for a way to light up the country, try to seize on our ignorance. Where can ignorance come from? Let's promise them something. No, there's no country in the world where you have this kind of law. America is strongly with law to protect the indigenous people. They did not say all American citizens. Canada, the same thing where you live. New Zealand, Australia, they try to make law. Those people their forefathers made, how to recognize them, how to preserve them, how to make so that they can have sense of inclusiveness. They can go from that heart of ancient time and be fully, I don't know whether you understand, to see everything and let it be something of the past. Only in our country. We don't know who introduced this. But for me to see people who always claim in the South, that is why I told you, Ola, this certain way of thinking that we own the best education as you champion a world war. We should remember one thing. As far as Nigeria is concerned, those who know how to read and write, they were the Northerners. We have to be honest. When the white people came, they know what they were reading, they know the power of information, and they know how to counter it. They know what their children should
be. Midway, you are taking that in out of context. The question is this: you have leaders that guide their people properly. You understand? I want to liberate their people, but you see some leaders, they want to keep their people enslaved for personal self.
Don't see it that way. It is Nigeria that turned that table. You refer to Ahmadu Bello. When Ahmadu Bello was
we are talking of Nigeria now.
Wait now. When Ahmadu Bello I want to quickly clarify something, please. Let me clarify something. Wait.
You see, you will clarify. I gave credit to Ahmadu Bello because I read a lot about Ahmadu Bello, and up to now I'm still impressed. You understand? I read about Awolowo. You understand? Okay, Awolowo, I was alive till the time of Awolowo anyway. I still benefited from his free education at least from 1979. You understand? Up to 1983. You understand? Up to December 1983. So the thing is, what I'm saying is this: some leaders, one thing is for you to be able to read and write is not where education ends. You can read and write and be as ignorant.
I am going somewhere. I'm going somewhere.
Hold on. But it is demonic. It is demonic now for someone now to tell me that all my effort to be advanced scientifically, to be advanced in terms of agriculture, everything, that it's vanity, that I should be looking at how to go to paradise. It's demonic. It is
Ola.
Evil.
I can't.
Can I speak, please? I'm the lonely voice here. Can I speak?
It is not good for someone to be telling me that I need to give God 1 million so that God can multiply my effort by 100 million.
See, Ola, just hold on a little bit. Let me put this one before you. Before this guy will say something, let me put it. Look, I refer to that education to present before that they were very, very organized and well intelligent. The problem we have in Nigeria today, those that were highly cultivated with a Western education feel they are better than those who have already mastered a way to govern themselves for prosperity. Take the Middle East, for example. You just quoted so many things. Those who govern Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and all those places, they share almost the same fate with what the large population of Nigeria Northerners are sharing today. If you put these people to live with Germans, and you don't separate them to govern their space as German, and this one govern themselves, they will mess up the place. And that's the problem we're having.
There's a question I want to ask.
We should see every region as a potential people that are capable to develop themselves. The essence of trying to force us together.
There is a question I would love to ask. There's a question I would love to ask. Sorry.
Wait one moment. The essence of bringing this bill, my brother. Wait. The essence of bringing this bill.
I just want to ask.
Hold on. Let me round up. The essence of bringing this bill. They are trying to light up. They are trying to light up our country as a result of ignorance. That is just my submission.
I just want to ask you a question so that you can complete your statement. I want to ask you a question so that you can complete your statement.
I've round up already.
Yes. What I want to say is this. No, it's you that I want to ask the question. Is Ahmadu Bello a Fulani man or an Hausa man?
I don't care. I'm not talking about tribe. They share the same faith.
That's the problem here. You should check the problem. What actually happened in the north is the issue of Fulani.
No. Wait.
Well,
Don't. I
let me
don't want to.
explain.
What affects the North? What affects the North is Fulani.
Let
It's
me
not even the
explain.
Nigerian.
Let me explain now.
Can I come in, guys? You have been speaking now. Let
Let
somebody intervene.
us speak. Hold on. Let us first speak.
Let me explain. Okay. We trace patriarchal lineages, right, in this part of Africa, right? So that is what we take to be the norm. But trust me, you guys, even the Fulanis that are in Yoruba, the Sulu Gambaris that you say are not really Yoruba, if you were to do DNA tests, you see because of the ethnic mix-up, they would have become. You have to separate what is ideology from what is, a tribe. The ideology of an elite is the ideology of an elite. Elites look after their own interests. They are not selfish people. And what they aim for is control and domination over the me and you. And they are all over the world. And they are trying to dictate how the world works. It's in their interest for me and you to be arguing over Fulani, Yoruba, but that's what they want, so that we'll be as distracted as they want. And they can engineer these things so that we'll keep on fighting and they'll keep on reaping the benefits. If you go to the United Arab Emirates today, do you know there is a whole, almost half of the town that is dedicated to Nigerian gold. They call it Zamfara gold. It is sought after, well sought after gold, because it is very, very pure. And somehow, the Fulanis in Zamfara are still there after successive governments. You have to link these things up. What if there is a way that indirectly these foreign powers are giving the presidency its cut and they're taking these things out? And just hypothetically, I'm not saying it's happening, just as a hypothesis. And that is why after every person comes and preaches he's going to find a way to stop it, he eventually does not. And that is why 173,000 rifles, assault rifles from the Nigerian police will get lost. And the matter will just be kept shut like that. And nobody, instead of us to be even arguing about those things, see the way they have diverted our attention to bringing bills that will eventually cause confusion, ridicule, and then hatred and fighting, and then they continue with their interests. That's what they want. And we keep falling into that trap again and again and again and again. What is the essence of education if you cannot zoom out and see the bigger picture? The elite think more wider, more broadly, more longer than me and you. Unfortunately, we just have to bear the brunt of the accident of birth anyway. So let's just keep quiet, my brother, and continue listening.
Okay, it's my turn.
All right, my brother.
It's my turn. As the only dissenting opinion on this particular topic we are talking about, I find it to be very I find it to be very problematic. Why am I saying this? Because what I can deduce from what you are saying, everybody in this group, like everybody should go to, to their own region and stay in their own region and develop their own region. You know what I refer to? Everybody opinion, what they are talking about, what you are actually promoting. You are promoting ethnic regionalism, ethnic nationalism. And I can say it in informal way. What you are promoting is tribalism, nativism, indigeneism. This is wrong. This is not
Man of President, let me say
let me
it.
finish.
Let me say it so that there's no
It's happening in Canada.
mistaking
So
about it. I don't want you to mistake it. I am indeed promoting ethnic nationalism. So I want you to be noted today.
That's why we're having this conversation.
Okay, I'm not
Because all of us
promoting.
can be
I'm not
speaking. All of us
promoting
can be speaking
ethnic
the same thing.
nationality.
This is why
I'm not promoting hatred, though, but I'm promoting ethnic national identity.
But what I know is, we already have a problem at hand already.
I was quiet when Hassan was speaking, but you're finding it very impulsive to not just to keep quiet for a minute or two. You're impulsive. So this tell me where your mindset is, because you wouldn't even let me land. You see my own point of view. I know all of you disagree, but it's my point of view, and and I'm sticking with it, whether you like it or not. It's me. This is who I am, and that's our reason. As human beings, we don't have to reason differently. The same majority win the vote. Let's assume 7 of us here, everybody's on the same part. When we tally a vote and you win, we live by it. But I'm not going to change my belief, and this is who I am, and this is what I believe. So let's go. This is called democracy.
Yeah,
So
and I like
Okay.
you for that. And I like you for that.
Hold on.
I'm not finished.
Okay.
If you'll let me finish.
Yeah.
I've already told you what I think about, what you're talking about. And I'm gonna go eat one by one. What I said, you're like promoting ethnic regionalism. I believe that, because that's not good for the country. I mean,
says who?
Saves me.
Then you are wrong. I live from my
How
own
am I wrong
opinion.
on what I believe? When it's my belief, you can't take it that away from my brain. It's wrong on you, but it's not wrong on me.
Okay, let's take it from this.
Can you
Let's take
convince
it from
us?
another
Can you
angle.
convince us
You
on your own
wouldn't even
part?
let me land.
Please, can you
Okay,
convince us on your
wait.
own part? The reason why you think
I
this is
want
the
to
best way
ask.
for
I
us
want
to
to
go.
ask. I want to ask you a question. Now, let's assume it is good. I own my own space. I own my own house. Let's take my own house for example. Now, your own house, and you are bringing an idea on how to come occupy my house, and I'm telling you, please, this thing it cannot work. You said because you are majority, you must possess it. Is that what you are saying?
You understand? A woman say you cannot marry her, and you are not saying no.
Because you are powerful, you are dragging the woman. Let's assume I said you said it's good.
What can anybody define what is considered democratic? Is it not majority? Majority win.
No,
Isn't that
it's
what
not like that.
democracy is?
Wait. It's not like that in all. It's not like that in all location. It's not like that in all location.
Midwest.
I've not even finished my my
comparable
point of
fact.
view.
Comparable fact. You see, one thing you cannot do today is use social engineering to push some narrative and think it doesn't work for some of us.
Wait
now. Wait. Quebec in Canada is formed based on ethnic nationality. Because it was so serious at a particular time in Canada that they were deporting those people they call Quebecers, those people that are dissident of the French people, the Canadian French people. So when you see province of Quebec today was formed based on ethnic nationality. What are you talking about? You are saying as if any nationality is a crime. It's never a crime. Why do we have Scotland and we have England? Why do we have to practice two different systems? Don't they look alike? Are they not speaking the same English? But why do we? Some people call themselves Scottish, and some people call themselves English.
To add to it, why is small Switzerland electing close to 6 presidents at the same time? My brother,
let me finish each of my content that I just I just stated earlier. I said something about the ethnic regionalism, and why am I saying that? This belief that some of you have that each group should remain in their region and control their access region.
Nobody.
That's not what we're saying.
That is not what people are
putting
saying.
it politically, economically, and socially.
No, that's not what people are saying.
That's not what
that's not what we are saying.
That discourage inter-ethnic, integration.
No, it does
migration.
not.
That's where you're
It does
wrong.
not. It does not.
By virtue of 1914 amalgamation, all these things are already there. As a Nigerian, we are all Nigerian. You can travel to Lagos, I can travel to Kano, everybody. That is already there. The importance of this bill is what we want to know. The reason why the bill is coming.
That's what you're preaching.
How?
That's what you're preaching now.
You know what? Let me tell you what this bill will do to you. You think it's all about us that can go to Lagos and buy land, or come to Akwa Ibom and buy land. This is about people who have been living in your.
It's about
can you allow me to land? Can you allow me to land, please? This bill is about people who already occupy your villages without even your interest, without you knowing.
How they occupy your village? Didn't you sell the land to them? Why did you sell the land to
these people these people are living inside bush. They have their little villages inside that place without even owner of the land giving them the land.
That's terrorism.
I'm telling you, these are the mission. These are the mission these guys are pushing. The earlier you know.
Comparative. I want to reply you on that question you asked, please. You said, do they sell the land? That is why you, as an Igbo, you don't sell land in your place.
Is that why you
You
don't
see,
sell land?
you are going with that abati. That's how ignorant you are.
Just
You are going
you
with
are
that
very
abati
stupid to say
narrative without
ignorance.
understanding the
See,
full context.
let me tell you, the first victim of the law will be your
You
people, your
never live in
senators
Ebola, so you
across the
don't even
country.
know about
I pray for them
what they
to pass
do.
it,
It's
and
just
I
an
pray.
insinuation.
See,
You
let me
can't
tell
have
you,
the
as far as
fact to
your
back
people,
up your,
as far as
you are
your
going
people
with
are the one
abati
pushing it,
ignorance.
let them pass it, and you will see what will happen under a few years.
I
Because
don't,
what are you
we don't
talking
need to
about?
see what will happen. We don't need to
And
see
let me
what
now
will
tell
happen.
you.
That bill must not pass. That bill must not pass.
Let me
We don't
now.
even want
How
to
can
Please, sir.
people reason?
Do you know this
They
can
reason.
be?
They
Do
have
you know this
always
can
be the
this can be
instrument
another way of
of
negotiating for
crisis.
Northern to re-elect this man?
No, I
This
believe
can be
there
another
is
way of
an internal
negotiating.
dimension. See, Nigeria we have endured enough. People say so years when we go into you understand me? So they see, even now, if you look at international news, they will be saying Christians are big. They don't even tell you Muslims are
okay, hold on, hold on.
Are the Christians
So
not been
I
fighting
think
the North? What are you talking about?
Oh, everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on. We are not going to that Christian versus Muslim thing for now. You understand?
one moment,
Let's just
Ola, please look at what I want to say. Look at what I want to say.
now. Please allow me to moderate. Just hold on. Let's forget about Muslim Papa. Let's talk about our ethnicity and our differences.
Just let person round up a little.
Thank you, Ola.
Look at what I'm saying. It's like you didn't hear me. I didn't say like that.
Hold on, let me talk before you move now. You will talk. You understand? We have so many differences. Don't let us just narrow it down to Christian, Muslim, or all those stuff. You understand? Some of this
That is not what I'm saying. That's why we should try to listen to one another.
What's it going now? So we know that the leaders, the elites, are the one creating this. You understand? And unfortunately, we, the common people, are the one that are going to bear the brunt. But that will still not fail. That will still not say we should not see it as it is. But I don't want us to limit it to this Christian, Muslim things, because when it comes to all those any religious, I don't want that. Please, we can still be saying your Fulani, all those.
Yeah, Ola, let's try maybe we listen to one another. I said international news. If you twist it, most of them, they always try to push the narration to that level. It's as if only Christians in Nigeria are the victim. I've been seeing it recently. Now, whereas everybody is a victim of this crisis that have been going on. So I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit worried. Is there an external dimension? They first of all predicted that we will go into this kind of something some years ago. And it didn't happen. And now, if you look at what is going on in the country, more pressure. Now, by the time
okay, Midwest. Let me tell you something. As I put that narrative here, and people think I'm joking, and I keep saying I'm not joking. I'm serious. The entire 36 state of Nigeria, people believe some state cannot survive. I keep telling you that this is a blatant lie. The resources of any country is in the human they have there. But you see some of these elites, what they have after mostly, number one, to put themselves in power forever, and two, to steal your resources. Now, when you see people pushing this, that's coming to this national issue that people are buying into anyhow, because people like Comparable Fat now, you are buying into it as if it's going to favor you. No, it's not going to favor you. There are some people, they have their own agenda. It can be political, it can be to grab your resources, just for them to control you forever. That's what they're after. So that's why I just want us to be careful of how we see all those things. Now, creating Ruga across the country, it's not because they like those people that will become that will become the beneficiary of that Ruga. They are not the primary. No, they look like the primary beneficiary, right? But they are not. Someone that is putting them there that will not allow them to be educated, so that whenever he needs them, that can manipulate them, is the absolute beneficiary there. That's what we are saying. So it is true, some people want to grab the land and to mix people up, not because they love you. That's exactly what I've been telling
That is exactly what I've been telling comparable fat that doesn't want, because the current thing you have is not stopping you from doing all those your political thing you want to do. You can be in Ekiti. If Ekiti accepts you, you can even go to the State Assembly, National Assembly, based on the current constitution, because you're a citizen of the country.
It's already happening in Lagos State now.
Exactly. But once you start introducing this kind of thing, is beyond that. That's
It's not. It's not, my brother. It's not only Lagos. In Southeast, there's a dope person. I think Omai appointed to people's political.
There is an agenda. Trying to push. These are things we should look into. And why are they pushing this?
See, my brother,
whatever they want us to be doing, we're already doing it already.
I believe there is an external dimension, because they never believe we will survive what we have been surviving. And unfortunately, just because of how some few people, they can never sit down and think properly, they will jump in because maybe perhaps, yeah, this will favor me.
Country where you see somebody with magazine.
Can I say something?
Preparing for
when you are watching people with
listen to all of you,